has gone up on paper. Just because you get a bunch of star power and push it together, it doesn't necessarily mean that things are going to gel, that you're going to have those natural synergies. Sometimes moneyballing it is a little bit better when you take people who have some weaker statistics, but form an overall stronger squad. That can be good. I hope that this team can come out. I hope we get a series on our hands.
Yeah,
but I think Acend takes it at the end.
This is not baseball, my friend.
I know.
This is not baseball. Okay, so we saw the prediction flash up. You are also in the Acend camp, but where do you fall in terms of the map score?
I think with the bind in and on paper, I would have to say 2-0. I would like it to go to 3, but I do think, with how the stats are showing us right now, it's looking like a 2-0 for Acend.
Oh my goodness, it's all about Icebox then.
Yep.
Let's go Vivo Keed. Let's go Vivo Keed. Let's see if they can push us to 3 maps. I was excited to see teams that were favored yesterday get pushed. We've talked constantly about how on the international stage and over the evolution of an esport, you want to see regional strength increase and those gaps close, right? Because that's what makes competition interesting, and that's what ultimately is going to push metas forward. It's going to challenge different regions to start thinking outside the box. It was Iceland that everyone was looking at Sentinels and going, well, they're not dropping a map, so they must know how to play the game the best. Let's start trying to adopt to maybe what they are playing. And then you make it all the way to Berlin, and you go, well, wait a second. Sentinels looks entirely fallible compared to what they showed us in Iceland. And now people are looking at teams like Gambit, teams like Envy, even 100 Thieves as a surprise at that tournament. And then we come into this one, and right out the gate, Vision Strikers, right? And that's been the one that everyone's kind of been tracking throughout the year and has had really high hopes for.
Yeah.
And so Acend, this team that we've had expectations for and is definitely favored here, I wonder how they're going to get pushed. I wonder how they're going to be forced to evolve as a team and ultimately grow.
Yeah, I think both of these teams back at Masters Berlin, I think that they both had, an eye-opening experience where it's like, okay, we did not perform at all how we wanted to.
Yep.
And that is going to be the biggest thing, the course correction, making sure they rectify those mistakes so that they can come in here and start things off strong. Granted, maybe a little unfortunate for both of them that they're both in the same position and now have to play against each other. So at the end of the day, it's going to look like one of them didn't really accomplish that goal. But that's why we have the double elimination in the group stage.
Yeah.
Only one can win, but we got the double elim, so there's still a shot, even if you drop it here. We're going to go to... Words are hard for me today. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Agent Select coming at you, and then we're diving into the matchup.
Pain with the P. Oh. Fuck. Hello? Where am I? Oh, I'm so tired, but even when I'm tired, I can live 10. Oh.
Welcome back to Champions. The players are getting readied up behind us, and so while they do, I think it's only right for us to reset the stage for people here as we're about to jump into our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Ice.
How does this take so long?
That by bind. It's Vivo keyed, and it's Acend on the other side. If we're lucky to go to a map 3, it's going to be Breeze, and that's it. That's your prep because the teams are ready. And so I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to let you meet them.
What? What the hell was that? Take out a sword? I think he took out a sword and some, like, binoculars. What does that mean? Does that mean he's about to... I don't know.
Acend versus Vivo keyed. We've laid it all out there for you at home, but these are teams that are familiar with each other. They've faced up before, but with a couple months time between the last time and this, there are still a lot of questions about what has changed.
All right, now another 5-minute break.
Take in terms of learnings from that previous matchup, and how will they come into today's? And of course, for Vivo keyed, that new addition to the roster. What kind of special sauce is going to be brought to the stage today when you've got MW0 in the lineup?
It's, you know, we've been so up in the air with this. You know, how are they going to perform? And at the end of the day, I hope that they just have found that.
You see everyone mauling about Sentinel's tech pause? I can't believe it, man. It's a fucking game, bro. Who the hell cares? First match,
we've seen Vivo Key play on this map.
tech pauses happen. They're going to continue to happen.
Or maybe they'll roll that Killjoy out, bring a Rainer instead.
People are trying to find like a deeper meaning behind it.
Recipe that's cooking the best outcome. The win condition for them is how they implement that new player. And is he on an agent? He hasn't.
Sometimes tech pause is just a tech pause, you know? Doesn't need to be a fucking
right? And this idea that the highlights we watched of MW0
conspiracy behind it
were almost primarily duelists, right? The Razes and the Jets and things like that, but knowing that you got a player like Heat on the lineup who's already so locked in to the Jet, is he gonna have to get pushed to him?
Let's go fucking keyed, baby.
He's gonna have to take a back seat, and can he
fuck him up? Fuck you. Wait.
Because that's
yeah.
what they're going to need to be able to take down a team like
own him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lol.
I mean,
they're not gonna own him.
Like we said,
but they might.
Paper, just because we have seen
but they're not gonna own. They're not gonna own him. They're gonna get owned.
Online capacity. It seems
we'll
like
see.
The odds are stacked against Vivo.
Maybe they won't.
But Acend themselves have that hurdle to overcome of translating their online performances to land.
Well, it's Icebox first, and it's going to be Acend on the attacking side. But I'll remind everybody that this is one of the most familiar maps we have when it comes to international play. It gets seen a lot.
Especially in this event.
in this event as well. Yes, again, we're only on day 3, so we'll see how the map meta develops, because that's always intriguing, as well as maybe one team comes out with an interesting adaptation or strategy on a map. It immediately makes everybody rethink their approach in future best ofs. But as it stands, one of the maps we've gone to the most, and so given that there's so much tape to work with, that's again what makes it so interesting to me when we talk about agent select, because it feels so defined in a lot of ways. And
it's true that a lot of these sets are janky as fucking person. What does that mean, janky? I mean, they function, but what do you mean janky?
And if they're willing to rip it out. We get our answer though immediately on MW.
I mean, I've had sets that like look really good, but they're like super uneven and you could trip at any second. Yeah, if that's what you mean. Then yes.
You're not going to be the front line, and you're certainly not going to be the one that's going head first into battle. So for MW0, he's going to have to be the one to collect that intel.
Flip side, it is the double duelist. We're going to get
Is it still dark outside for you? It is, but as you can see,
the same composition, a little bit of a
it is getting brighter.
Vivo Key that we see
slowly.
Is actually swapping over onto the Killjoy. Not something that he's played in the last 90 days, so we have MW0 showing us the Sova. Now we see the Killjoy coming out, so there are some minor changes here for Vivo.
Ooh, see, I like that. I like that. Bringing in something that just couldn't have been expected. But it's Acend. It's Vivo Keed kicking off our day 3, and we're tossing it over to Tom and Ryan for the call.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dash. No, I am very excited for this matchup. I think out of all of the matches we've seen so far, obviously we had Fnatic facing off against Cloud9, but I think in terms of just raw firepower, maybe some crazy things we'll see throughout the day, this could be the game to watch.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen a lot of Acend throughout the last few months in various tournaments. I think that was the big thing after Masters 3 that they were honed in on, is just, we went up against 100 Thieves. They had so much experience that they ended up beating us in a series that realistically Acend should have won in the end. So they've been at every event, they've even been to another LAN with LVP. It's whether they can really control the tempo that Vivo Key might put them under. Because it's Icebox, because Vivo Key are on defense, I'm not expected to see this map necessarily, but I am very, very curious on how MW0 is going to do on the Sova. First ever official game on this agent. Let's see what kind of power he packs.
I'm looking at Heat. They're already just looking to try and push straight into mid. It's going to be a brawl within the first few seconds, and already CNED
look at Dart.
Put themselves in that advantage. We expect
they got heals though, all good.
Fucking
Mercy, man. Mercy mains are cringe.
For now, though, we're going to see them split again. Morris has managed to come
in nice shot.
And actually drops the spike. Although they've been isolated by the Sage Wall, this now becomes a little bit more awkward for the side of Acend. And they are in a 3 versus 2.
The fact that he's playing a Killjoy means that he might be going on those lurks a bit more. He usually plays the duelist and is playing the tempo like a duelist despite being on a very different agent. MW0 has the recon that just come online, has been sort of playing in that kitchen position. Burris might have got more than he bargained for.
Wow, this guy's a gamer. This guy's a fucking gamer. Take it home, dude. 13-0, fuck it.
In the press conference, Murs went, you know what?
Nice shots.
I'm going to be changing my role.
Those were really nice shots.
He's going to be the one changing. I'm sticking to everything I was doing before. That was a lie.
Yeah.
Because he has definitely switched his agent for this one, as he's moved away from the Reyna and gone on to the Killjoy.
Where does VK represent?
It doesn't look like he needed the dismiss because he killed the majority of the enemy
Brazil
anyway.
Right. And that was the concern for Mirrors in particular, because like Achilles highlighted on
Am I crazy?
Usually plays
I think
Reyna.
so.
Almost got a 30 bomb against Envy to bring that into overtime back in Masters 3. Can he have that same kind of performance on the Killjoy? Very different role. He's already got 4 kills already. You never know. He might get more than 29 this time.
Hey, you know what? If he's going to keep farming up that lockdown, I don't think they're going to mind too much. Now, in terms of investment for this round, it's a minute one. You have yourself a Marshall onto Zeke, a little bit extra spent just to try and make this one costly. And although the compositions are nigh on mirrored, this is one of the differences. Is that
Brazil. I've been there once upon a time.
That Reyna, not quite there.
I wonder why they gave the Marshall to Zeke and not CNED. I guess he does have the frenzy, obviously. Has that dash in that he could use close to distance, but Heat's going to win out that op battle. Wants to get a bit more. Confidence is going to be an important thing for both of these players when it comes to getting these operator kills. I think naturally Heat's going to have that advantage on the defense because the defensive op is incredibly strong.
Yeah, the only thing I will say though is I feel like with CNED, I actually enjoy watching his attacking operator more on this map, but just because it's him. Yeah. I feel like in 99.9% of cases I'd agree with you, but just because it's CNED, I'm gonna wholeheartedly disagree. But a 4 versus 4, Bone Cold has managed to find one back.
What's your favorite hair color?
I
don't. My normal hair. I don't know. I actually really like the. I like the silver / like whitish color when it came out how I wanted. It only came how I wanted one time.
Making some extra cash. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Making some extra cash and only killing off one player because eventually MW0 will get it done.
Do you think for Acend though? I mean, it's
that's the problem with dyeing hair, right? Like, it actually could come out really, really good, and you like it, but then it goes away quickly. And to make it come out right is rare. It always ends up a little different.
Should have gone through the map that ended up eliminating them, like obviously having the sort of almost choke or what it looked like, and their opponents obviously being probably the most experienced team in terms of previous FPSs. So it's possible that that was the reason. I don't think that should make a difference in this match.
Yeah, and because Vivo keeps suffer from the same thing. They even said in the sort of intro that they're inexperienced, the pressure, that's the thing that they're struggling with, because this is also a very young squad. You're looking at Heat, who's only 18, MW is 20. The oldest is Joe, who's 25.
Don't say that.
Similar stuff. Yeah, it makes us feel ancient. I'm 29 in like 2 weeks. I don't know what's going on. But Acend is exactly the same. There's
Are
no
you saying it'll be your
old
birthday,
boys.
right?
Yep. But it is apparently very unlucky to talk about your birthday or be wished happy birthday before your birthday.
Okay,
So,
happy birthday, Ryan.
yeah, thanks, chat. I imagine all of like Twitch YouTubers just happy birthday. Yeah, I'm not surviving.
What does Zera mean?
A lot of players
Is it like a play on Cold Zera, or
this is one of those rounds where
is
they're
it
playing it as a bonus.
mean something?
Rifles available, and there is one of them.
That was a really well-timed peek when he was coming.
The rest of the team making their push, but they are moving into the
We're looking at radar or something.
of that Killjoy utility, and you can see the rest of the team already running on the rotation.
Ooh, Murray's maybe wasn't expected to get spotted by that recon that considering, and Acend up on rafters. Just seeing if he can catch any players. Look at this movement though from Heat. He's just jumped onto the spot. Bone Cold at least catches him, and MW can take out Acend at this point. Starzone now trying to up this tempo.
Oh my god. You guys are losing to a Bulldog. You guys are losing to Bulldogs. You know that, right? Hey, EU. You're losing to fucking Bulldogs. Hello? Sorry,
Maybe a few
my bad.
worrying signs already for Acend, because yeah, these are the sort of confidence plays that I think are only going to pump up Vivo Key. Like, this is what they spoke about, that they're almost playing off of like emotion and feeling, and I'm sure for a lot of analysts that is one of the most triggering things a team can ever say. But
other than we play our own game.
We play our own game, yeah, we hear that one a lot. But just listening to the players, even as like before they walked out on the stage, during their walk out on the stage,
out of the team so far.
Just sitting down in their chairs, already screaming. So if they can keep this momentum going, wow, Acend are going to have to break it, that's for sure.
And Acend for this map, we've not really seen. We've seen him twice.
Oh my god, let's go.
Dominant loss against Vision Strikers, but he's certainly online. I think the big question is, how good is Heat realistically against some of the other Jets or other players in the world? It's certainly up there, but you also need to see him almost put the rest of the team on his back, like Scream-esque almost.
I want to point out, Heat has 3 kills. They are all on Zeke. In each round, he's been the opening kill.
Oh, on the Rainer as well.
He found him, yeah, he found him.
Has Liquid played against Sentinels before? No, I don't think so, actually.
So he's already killed
Liquid played Envy last tournament, right? But not Sentinels. Right? Didn't Sentinels play Fnatic? I think. I don't know, I don't remember.
Garnering absolutely nothing for Acend.
So long ago.
Effectively, the fact that Heat has the operator on this early, and this is looking to be a flawless. We'll see what it's like. At least Heat can try and like keep that gun in hand. It means that for the next 8 rounds on his defense, he might still have that sniper rifle.
G2, that's right. God, so many EU teams.
Picked up
30 seconds
that
left.
Stinger, just a bit of a
So much.
lighter buy
Never
from
mind.
him.
I was gonna troll, but it's too soon for that.
I will be a little bit annoyed if he does somehow get something done, especially now he's been spotted. Like, just
Oh, V1 played Fnatic. Oh my god, I forgot V1 was there.
God bless the Sting.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. A Prime Gaming flawless coming out for the side of Vivo Key. This is looking dominant thus far, and I want to touch, just before we get into the next round, on that map for a little bit, because it was something brought up by the desk. Like, realistically, Bind, I think we can give in as a shoe-in for Acend, but other than that, Ryan, I think the maps are actually pretty decent for Vivo Key.
Yeah, the fact that Vivo Key wanted to play this in the end says a lot about how prepared they're in, and you would expect Acend to be relatively the same. they're not the kind of team that's going to bring out KO like we saw from Crazy Raccoon, but those teams that have kind of gone, yeah, we've been working on our Icebox throughout this time, Team Secret, for example, have come in and surprised. It's not like out there when it comes to strategies, but the play is tighter. That to me is much more interesting from watching those games before. But now you were saying about that attack operator, it finally gets
so early. I don't like that.
First. Yeah, they were waiting for Heat. They know he's going to be pushing in every single round, and
but I guess you have to peek early because if you get stuck there in a double swing, you're fucked.
He's like, oh god, good. He's dead. Maybe there's a chance I can actually survive in this round, but that one kill might not necessarily be the difference. We know how heavy Acend like to lean into this A site. Thanks, Jess, for that one. But we're going to see the Killjoy all pulled. Maybe just preemptively expecting this. It's been destroyed, so I guess technically they have baited out or not on the other side from Bone Cold, but the whole team is now here ready and waiting. Yeah, there's no flanks around. That's exactly what Keyless is checking, but now we might actually go on a bit of a lurk. He's realized
oh, and they're gone. I love this by fucking... Ooh, Acend is going to win this round, I think. Well, they already got an opening pick, but
now we start to see him.
This just secured it. They could have lowered it, or lost it at A. Did you lower the stream? Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, why is it so loud, man? Sorry.
He's still going to push. Morris does eventually take him down. Yeah, but he's wasted enough time. The rest of the team set up ready and waiting. CNED's operator will put a second in the grave, and well, this round in itself is looking grave. A cleanup for Acend. Finally, they make it onto the board. But there's going to be a lot of cash here, Ryan. It's not the end of the world just yet for Vivo Key. And they got Blade Storm as well. Even at this point, he just goes, I'm going to just retain my money for now, basically. No, I'm not going to buy up another operator. I think the interesting thing, though, is Keyless is one away from having a Viper's Pit. Ultimates are very much coming online on the side of Acend. Just used. I do like the fact that Acend were deterred away from that A site. Usually you see that Killjoy ult being placed before the plant just to kind of scare them over to B, to fall into any traps.
Nothing like waking up at 6 a.m., you know?
Anyway, but the fact that Zeke was still alive, he's enough of a thorn in the side, and I think that's what makes him such a powerful player for Acend. He's a pain in the ass to deal with. I think you could say that for most of the members of Acend, but I'm not going to disagree. Now again, we're going to see a different form of aggression coming out from Heat. Not going for the same battle. It's almost like that rotational AWP we've seen for years and years. He's brought it into Valorant as well. Question is anyone going to peek him? That A-site lean is definitely there once again, but you can see Acend have already adapted. They're being caught off early in a lot of rounds from this aggressive operator, and instead, they are holding. Utility on the side of Acend, it's very difficult to really unearth when these operators are posted up. Most people will look at flashes as being the main thing, but like breach stuns, for example, the Eldrun is one of those things that is very good at it, but of course, being baited away by Joe, he is allowed to stay in place, and he knows that nobody's coming. The stack is moving over to A on the side of the defense. Yeah, they put Joe there purely for the purpose of destroying the drone, just to make sure his position wasn't revealed, and as said, the rotation so far from Vivo Key has been spot on. They've got pretty much every player ready and waiting, but Zeke's Empress allows him to not only find that opener, heal up, and escape, and CNED has just...
Jeez, nice shot. Alright, well, 4 is literally all they get. Go next.
And they're even looking to potentially try and hunt down the remainder. That's already. Look at the runaround. Like, Bone Cold's just like, right, if they're running away, I'm going to find them. Oh, that's a nice little peek from Zeke. Like, he's still holding on. Not likely to use that Blade Storm just for an eco when it comes up. Had to buy up that operator again. So saving these guns is important. So Acend are doing well here. He can just keep chipping away. It's not like Acend have been winning streaks of rounds in a row. Their economy is going to be okay, but not ideal. The fact that he almost feel pressured to take those fights. He fell into the Acend trap. It's such a difference maker. Like, I really would like, I don't know if the desk can be bothered. I know they like to have a little bit of a nappy nap while the game's on. I can actually see Jess from here, eyes closed, just enjoying herself. She doesn't have her headphones on, so she doesn't know I'm actually being very mean. But I want to know if there's a difference in percentage of rounds on the attack with CNED with an operator in his hands and CNED without. Because right now, it's been 100% to 0. There's so many like stat nerds in the scene now. I'm sure that's something that like Platch have been leaning on. Seasonal is worthy of a shout as well with the work that he's been doing in the scene for that. And it is an interesting thing, especially when you have some Jets in this tournament that don't really play the op a lot. For example, later on we see Patapan. Not really known for the op. You got BA, he's
amazing with all of the guns. He's the most well-rounded one. So CNED versus Heat is going to be interesting in various ways other than who gets the most killing kills.
The timing here is going to be everything.
Nice shot.
Heat, and he's already taken off 2 heads. Not the start that they were looking for. He waited for his moment and found it perfectly. Still a good chance here, though, for an afterplant, but actually, straight away, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury just patiently waiting to see if he attempts another. Tagged him, but Bone Cold will survive. This should allow him to...
Ooh, ace.
Just connecting
Ace.
everything put into his crosshair, and you can see the confidence. He's running straight in. He spots the man at the back.
If he didn't spot that guy in the back, he would have killed Sova, for sure. He got distracted by that guy in the back.
So there is still quite a lot to do. And Bone Gold, he might catch a player with the outro now. A free kill for him at least, but his teammates being pressured. Killers needs to stay alive, and actually his pit's about to drop. Players low on the other side, a chance to try and clear them.
Almost.
But it will be
Almost.
Morris to put him in the ground. Vivo keyed, or should I say Heat.
Dude, Heat.
Them an eco.
See, I don't know about that as well.
Feeling it.
It wasn't even an eco, I don't think. There was still a full buy. It was just Heat just decided to use that blade.
It's thrifty. Thrifty.
Pistols and SMGs.
Oh yeah, he,
It's like a fourth.
MW0 did, but I think a couple of
Or
players
half or
Morris
something.
and
I
stuff
don't.
still
Well,
had guns in hand. It was a bit of a
I thought they had
malfunction,
rifles.
so
Oh, they
it's very
saved.
important
Oh
for
no,
them to win
no, they
out in
didn't.
the end.
They saved one up.
It's just
I'm
playing from
confused.
this position, it was
No, they didn't save shit.
Zeke
I swear to God they
was
bought.
already
Why did it say
in the
thrifty?
motion of getting them
I swear they had
safe.
rifles.
Spike down. This kill is beautiful. What I like though is the Bone Cold pushing to get the Aldron kill. The rest of Vivo Keed moves into like the site to split up that Viper's pit. They completely isolate both Bone Cold and Keyless. That's a very difficult 2v4, whatever it was.
Oh, is that a whiff? I think that was a whiff.
Pushed through mid, wall
They
to
slowed
isolate.
themselves.
Three players actually looking in this direction, though. A good opportunity for Morris, but he's taken down almost instantly. Still, though, a couple of other defenders, and along with Bone Cold's Hunter's Fury, this execution looking a lot better. They need a response, and they need it soon. And while Heat, this time, I
love
think
it,
there's a
baby.
hero to be found.
Fast B split.
Bone Cold having 2 Hunter's
Fuck
Fury
yeah.
rounds now.
Not bad.
That's not bad at all. Especially when it's mostly like, I think Stars are going to be planting the spike for the most part, not only just to get that res online, Hungry Hippos, those ult orbs, but the Sage Walls to just protect yourself whilst you're doing it. So Bone Cold has been farming away a little bit. They've seen it can't afford the operator, which I'm pretty sure he would be able to. He does have that Blade Storm as backup for the next round as well.
Yeah, I like that, though. I think that adaptation from Acend is one that I almost feel was necessary. Like, we've seen some slower rounds that give someone like Heat opportunities. Instead, they just take that away from him. And actually, there were 3 players in a pretty solid position from Vivo Keep, maybe expecting that response, but we've seen Zeke step up. A couple of kills coming through from
Send Fnatic and Envy take the W today, calling it now. I don't know. Fnatic might lose to Vision Strikers. Just saying. Fnatic didn't look too good yesterday, you know? Look a little rough. But it was the first match of the tournament, so makes sense.
I do think that Acend, though, isn't quite the case.
That's the match I'm most excited for. Vision Strikers versus Fnatic is the match that has the highest potential to, like, go either way. Envy will probably win. Everyone's assuming Acend will win this map. Or, sorry, this not the map, the series.
I think at this point, I think it'd suit him.
Stop trying to convert everyone.
Everybody.
We've been. It's happened to Achilles as
Jess
well.
and Yinsu are the main 2. Join the bold gang.
Yeah, of course, of course. I would like to see you try and say that to Potter. Again, though, it's going to be the battle of the Jets, and this time he comes out on top. As said, we've seen CNED be the difference in all the rounds, and you know what? I think Acend agree with us. They've brought him back from the depths and allowed for the reposition. He actually getting tagged up. He's going to have to fall back out of the site, and they're going to use this to try and claim some extra space. Zeke looking for a duel, hoping that someone's going to try and fight against him. But this time, Ryan, it's a lot more passive from Vivo Keed.
Yeah, some of that post-plant, anti-plant utility coming out of the side of Vivo Keed. Not really connecting all that much onto the Star Zone, to the point that he's actually just staying in that spot. Defo likes to do it a little bit up onto the high ground.
Vivo seems better than
Rafters, and it's just been watched keenly. This is a really nice post plan from
what team did we watch yesterday?
Still in it, dedicating the rest as well. It's just
Not yesterday. I think it was 2 days ago. Oh my God! Hello? Who's this guy?
Runs into a 1v2 scenario. He's getting smashed with utility, but doesn't take much damage from it. The tap.
Whoa. Okay.
The conversion. This man moves.
All right.
What
was I saying? Vivo seems better than what was that other team? Not Furia. No, not Furia. Furia is actually pretty good.
As well. That's 2 4Ks.
Secret.
He has
Is it?
lockdown ready to go. And we were worried about Ascend's.
I don't know why.
Right?
I don't know why I'm comparing those two teams. I'm just comparing underdogs, I guess. They're actually playing together and shit. I like that. And they're hitting shots.
A 1 versus 3. CNED even flying over the top of his head, finding himself that sort of extra kill. And then
His hair was teal or aquamarine. That was sick.
I am not surprised at all. You know, Singo.
Like comparing all the underdogs.
We need a moment.
Vivo looks good.
Events during the pauses, singing some songs, doing some little clapping.
They're not doing that right now.
They're not doing that right now. And I don't really blame them because that is not a scenario.
Furia didn't look that bad either.
I think we're just seeing
Furia looked alright. Furia looked good. Vivo looks good.
Are that Brazilian super team. Like,
Secret,
some
little rough.
Here as well, but this is the
Um,
that have been continuously changing.
What other underdogs am I missing? I'm missing a team.
The combination right now looks pretty good.
And it's only a team for Vivo Kid that have been together.
I don't know what team I'm missing.
Like, it's not even been like Acend has been throughout the year. Acend winning Masters 1 in the EU region, not EMEA even. It was just a big surprise, really, when you're looking at some of the teams in there. But Acend have had a
Crew. Oh yeah, Crew. That was rough. Crew did. Crew. Whew.
First game that I
That was a rough one.
with Mitch, which was one of my favorite ones to do, was Acend losing to Team Vitality
Right.
stage 2. Like,
Those are the only people. Those are the only teams that played, right? Crazy Raccoons played, but Crazy Raccoons. I don't think that was an underdog match. I actually thought that match was good matchup, right? Wasn't it? Fuck, I already forgot. That was like 4 days ago, and I forgot. Or 3 or something.
The rounds they have been winning have been relatively clean, and on the other side of things, of course, only one player surviving for Vivo Kid, so there is still very much a chance to pull off a response. Although we do
Who'd they play?
a fair amount of attack rounds on this map from
Who did CR play?
teams playing it, so
I don't even remember.
I'm starting to worry a little bit.
Full sense or no? I don't know.
A little more than they can chew this time. Seen it. I think it's just decided.
2 days ago. Yeah, I can't remember 2 days ago. There's so many matches.
Has been heat. I want to say winning that duel more often than not.
Across multiple players, yeah. I think CNED's won it. I think the only time he did win it was
They played Vikings.
towards this tube position, actually.
Hey, Vikings played?
So, now mid pressure's coming in. They baited out the operator shot, so it's like, all right, we can't really go away.
Vikings played already? I don't remember that. I don't think I watched that match. I don't think it was here. I don't remember that.
Does have that lockdown.
I don't remember Vikings playing at all.
With time being relatively low now.
I literally don't remember Vikings playing. Not for a second.
Especially now that these utilities be dedicated and the plant's going down.
I'm assuming they won.
Me is that last retake only worked because of a clutch. Now, sure, this is a completely different scenario, but Acend have done well for the most part in these scenarios. The lurk play as well from Zeke is already going to shut down one, and they expected him to leave. Instead,
Jesus.
Zozo sticks around. He's going to pop the head of 3 and leave just one man standing. He doesn't care that he's been detected. Okay, it doesn't matter. He gets the first one, but he's got 4 more to find, and Zeke is lurking behind. What a round from Starzor. Pop off to respond to the previous, and Ascend right back on the horse. And I want to see the economy right now for Vivo Kid, because as I said, they survived that last one because of a clutch. That means their money might not be great.
Especially Heat buying up that op time and time again. Yes. I mean, this is the round to eco on, right? You want to go into round 12 with as much as possible, so if you keep trying to scramble up a buy, especially now that you do have a Viper's Pit, you do have a Bladestorm one ult orb away, so...
You don't remember because you said it was silver gameplay? No, I didn't. I know I definitely didn't say that. Don't lie to me. I definitely didn't say that.
It's going to get detained, but if you can get a couple of kills, it's 100% worth it. Reminds me of Guild on Haven as well from LCQ.
I like this as well from Ascend. I think they've realized, okay, chances are Vivo Kid want to battle for one of the ultimate orbs. Like, if your Jet is one away, you're going to be looking to try and get that Bladestorm. So they fight both sides of the map, one side with the drone, the other with the passive players waiting. CNED, who's going to expect him to be there? Like, he is peeking out off the back of his teammate's screen, going just that little bit deeper to allow him just a bit of space. And that's enough for him to basically shut down this round. There should be absolutely no way back into this.
Jesus.
And just the fact that he didn't repeat from the same angle, he's still
easy
going for these fights, but just changing it up enough. He's intelligent to know where he can see what on any given position. Whilst he loses that, well, he doesn't lose it, but he doesn't get the kill in that first fire whilst he's playing on stairs. He backs off a little bit, catches Vixen. I think they know where Heat is, roughly.
Oh, they definitely do now.
They had an inkling before.
Well, him dying doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's a prime gaming flawless coming out from Acend as well, as they do start to build back into this half. What was looking fairly dangerous off the back from an incredible performance from Muriz, and I guess Heat as well. The thing is, though, a 6-6 scoreline, although I will say that I think Vivo Kid can be fairly happy with that, it's definitely not a death sentence by any stretch for Acend.
No, not at all. I think it's not even a case of, especially because it's been so long since we've properly seen Acend on this map. I think they played it once in some of the third-party tournaments in between.
Tech pause, tech pause.
For example. But it was never a map that...
Everybody freak out, guys.
Really
Oh, wow. Tech pause. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe they did a tech pause. Man.
But it doesn't give you the same
Shucks.
we are a master across different maps like Vision Strikers does. And I think that's why Acend is sort of outed as top 4 or 5 teams that are likely to win champions.
Yeah, I think looking at this especially, like, again, with this map pool, I think both teams are going to be relatively happy. Like, I think the only...
More so Acend, though, with Bind.
No, that's what I mean. It's like, you've got that one map that I think no matter what happened, like, it clearly...
What's up, Pico?
If you don't want to play Ascent, then banning...
You want to hang out or what?
It's definitely something they don't feel confident in.
I'm tired. I need coffee. I haven't had coffee yet. I just woke up, got out of bed, turned on the stream.
But
That's...
if I was going to pick 2 maps personally that I would almost bet on Acend to win in this series, it would be Bind, obviously, and then Breeze. Like, I think their Breeze, especially just because it looks like a map that really suits CNED, open spaces. I feel like he's almost like some sort of, like, I don't know, like an animal. He's allowed out. It's like, he gets these like nice open spaces.
He's just let off the chain.
Yeah.
He's just like the Tasmanian devil.
Letting your dog out in the park.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, it is one of those things, though, where he's set free with that operator, and he's just so good on that map. So even though it's one that, I think 5-0, right, for Vivo Kid, I think this is a very different level of team that they're going to be coming up against.
Definitely, yeah. I guess the big thing when you're looking at the Jets, like the section that Balor was talking about at the start of the day, which was really nice. Yeah, he even said it in the NA little films that they did with Baby Beta. He feels that he is the most well-rounded Jet. Like, he can pop off with the Op, the Blade Storm, Phantom. If he has a Vandal in hand, he can use that. The Sheriff. I think that's what CNED
What
would
the
evolve
fuck?
into. I think all of the Jets really want to go in that direction in particular. Like, Ye is the perfect comparison of what
We have practice.
should be.
Roger that.
Is a fantastic opera.
Why practice when you can stream all day?
Also, it's just like, we've seen him throughout the year. We didn't know what he looked like this time last year when he was playing for Nolpenki. Then we see him on camera. You could tell that he's shy, a little cute thumbs up. Now he's on a stage in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And
I kind of miss practice.
From looking at him in
Yo, Spencer, you guys got room on 100 Thieves? Or what?
Yeah, I think maybe taking a little bit of time just to get into the rhythm of things. I'll also be interested, like, just from a personal perspective, to see that when, hopefully, we get crowds, that's a completely different ballgame. I think a lot of people, a lot of pros will say that, like, sitting on a stage is maybe a little bit of an upgrade from home, but the second you get
Take a
that
picture,
noise,
chat.
that
Take a
screaming,
selfie.
maybe even
Post it on
some
Twitter.
here and there,
Your face will be on camera, I think, or something like that.
That's where the game becomes very, very difficult.
You don't have a machine to tell him off as
No,
well.
no.
There's too many boomers on the team already. You gotta boomer up. I think it's either you zoomer up or you boomer up. You gotta pick one. You can't land in the middle. You know?
I have to say as well, like, we talk about this being like the group of Jets.
Yeah, join Discord later.
That's actually going to be playing Jet.
Oh shit, it's happening.
He's just going to be on Sky
and then he was just, no, but he was playing Viper. Like, we saw about Viper and Sage last time he was here, and I was just kind of like, you're meant to be like the Jet of your region, one of the best players, and then you're just like wrecking people, Sage walling over mid on Ascent, and I'm like, you're a madman.
Yeah.
But I'm excited.
He plays for the fun of it, you know what I mean? Like, he likes to sort of test the boundaries. We should be back in game shortly, just if not a couple more minutes time.
Yeah, monitor issue. It happens sometimes. Yeah. It happens. So
that's what I blame.
Oh, have we gone from a tech to attack? There you go.
I've never seen that before. We need more time.
We need it. You know what? I wasn't happy with the few minutes.
But also, to be fair, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it is a tech pause, there is no talking, really. It's not like the coach can come in during the tech
you got
pause.
to learn how to, like, talk just through eye contact.
Hive mind. Yeah.
That's what
Who
we
would
do.
have the biggest Vision Strike?
Okay,
I feel like
Limit Tricks. I gave you a sub
I don't know,
yesterday because of a funny comment you made.
during the press conference, I got more scared.
And now
I was like, this guy's not screwing around.
Are we seeing what we're seeing?
it's
on
gone.
attack here?
Sorry.
Are they still changing it up?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, I can understand that they want to flood their money a little bit, just show off that, hey, we can get free operators if we want, but we're not Team Liquid, so we're not going to.
They do still have
They
two.
still, yeah, they still have 2.
I guess they just want to fight. Oh dear. Okay. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive that time from Heat. Try to find someone on the B side. It's not where CNET has been. Now, I guess it's because they've also used the Viper's Pit on A. So they've tried to lock down that side of the map, and on the other side, the Viper's Pit ends up actually just being their own teammate.
He's just spamming. Bunch of gibberish.
Zeke actually leaving the
He spammed it like
operator
15
around.
times.
Swap if he wants, and I like
That's
that.
how you treat me
He
when I
was
gift you a
gonna fire
sub?
it, you know.
You just
There's an
spam a
operator
bunch of
all
bullshit?
on B main,
Yep.
on the attack, so
Fuck
maybe
outta
Zeke
here.
from A pushes
That
and they
shit.
run into Zeke with an operator. It's just that kind of. It's not really a
Be
play that
normal.
you don't expect on the side
Thanks.
of Vivo
Vivo
Key.
Keyed right now have
Fucking
absolutely
slamming his keyboard.
no clue what's going on. I can tell you that for the exact reason that
We don't do that here.
They could have crossed over. They don't know. There's also been a drone.
Sometimes.
That's gone
We do
through
that sometimes.
Their own Viper's Pit on the other side of the map, and in reality,
Gotta read the room,
the
you know?
attackers are pushing B
Read the
low.
room.
So
Yeah.
there is no information whatsoever. You can see Joe
He thought he was
calling
invincible.
to his team, "You're actually on B. You've gone A. They're planting here. I'm on my own. Is he about to get shot in the back? He is. Just had no idea. They've been completely confused, bamboozled by Acend, and it leaves just 2 players left, Ryan, to try and bring back a round where I'm sure they just want it to end.
Yeah, and even the fact that MWZ had to use an owl drone from so far out to clear kitchen. Now that's the area that Kilos is in. Vixen in a 1 versus 5. I love that Ascend used that.
Oh no, that's heartbreaking. Prime Gaming flawless to close out though, Ryan. And yeah, I definitely think that's one of the more interesting uses for a Viper's Pit.
It's good.
By putting it down mid, almost just as that like distraction.
It's okay. The other guy I gifted a sub to, that was the guy I said if he's still here in a month,
Something a little bit different.
I will gift him a year sub. That guy seemed normal. So we'll see in a month if he's still here. He's probably not going to be here, let's be honest. But
we had that tack timer after the tech is just that could be Ascend going, hey, let's do this. Let's really get under their head, and also just tech pauses take the momentum out sometimes. That just having a plan, having an idea, just keeping the.
wait, a round happened? Who won?
Why that tech pause came in?
I thought we were still in tech pause. My bad.
Well, you know what? I assume
Shit.
we're going to be heading this one back over to the desk so they can
Oof.
have a little bit of a chat about what has gone on, and I'm interested to see what they thought of that final round as well.
It's lovely.
It's a fair assumption there, Tom. Heading back over to us for halftime. Equalized 6-6 with a flawless.
Who's gonna win?
round
Ascend,
there for
obviously.
Ascend, but I like
gonna
overall
2-0 'em.
dead even going into halftime for both of these
Maybe
teams.
2-1.
We talked about it
They could lose
needs
this
to get
map.
Done for Vivo Keyed
They
here
could.
on Icebox, and the way they started, and Muri specifically, 4K pistol round, he's feeling hot.
I mean, the man couldn't stop. Whether or not he's on Killjoy or not, I don't think it matters to him. I think he just understands where he needs to be, how he needs to capitalize, and that's a strength for Vivo Keyed because on the pre-desk, didn't we say every other player on Vivo Keyed outside of Moritz?
Yeah,
Didn't we
pretty
only
much.
give him like 10 seconds of airtime?
Yeah.
The man was like, where's my spotlight? Get me on the desk.
Right, and now he's top fragging for the squad. Of course, it seems natural that right behind him is Heat, and it didn't take us long to find our HyperX reflex moment of the day. It came in round 3. It was Heat finding a single kill on the A push by Ascend, but the reaction time there was sick. Let's see if we can get a look.
Yeah, it was just absolutely nasty from him, and hopefully we'll pull it up here in just a second so we can relive it. Hopefully we play it multiple times because it is very much a reflex moment. It's so very quick. Just that instant snap down.
Do we have
That
this
is just
slow-mo? Can we get this in like a slow? Yeah, there we go. Run it nice
I love
and
it.
slow.
You said how many times can we watch it? I mean, it's so quick. We could fill 2 minutes with watching it 120 times.
It's a nasty shot. Like 'cause
Chest
not only is it
run?
just like a chest flick. It's right on.
dude, I'm so happy chest runs in New World are done. They're gonna be irrelevant. I'm so happy. Chest runs are so
That
stupid.
was round 4.
They're kind of fun
They
sometimes,
gave
but
a very early lead, and that's what you wanted to see. But we also have to talk about the way that Ascend was able to claw back into it.
All I gotta say, man, I checked out the stats on their attacking, and they start off incredibly slow, but not even just their pushes for plants were slow. They are on average 30 seconds.
Why is the sleeve up so high?
To get the plant down throughout that entire half than any other time they've ever played
confused.
Icebox. I don't
Is
know
it a
if
long
this is
sleeve?
strategy
It's
for
not.
them throughout this
I don't
entire
understand.
tournament, but 30 seconds on average slower than you usually hit site, man, that's slow.
Tom also, well, he
Never
blamed
seen that
us
actually. It's
for
an interesting habit.
Yes,
but then
correct.
asked us to do some work on his behalf,
Yeah.
which feels like a weird approach to me.
That
But
is
he's
weird.
lucky that we love him enough to have done it. You asked,
Like
what
if
was
you're,
the percentage
you know,
of
if you're like
wins
this,
for Acend
that's
in
fine,
rounds where CNED
right?
had an op in his hand.
Because
They
like
won 4 of
that's
6
chilling.
of those rounds.
But if you're
So
wearing a
Tom, we're gonna
T-shirt, it's
throw
a little
back to
weird.
you. Do
Because
what
like,
you
what are you
will
getting?
with those stats?
Math. For
It's
us,
just more
good.
uncomfortable.
Well, I'll
70% of the time, right?
I don't know.
Something
You're
like
adding
that.
discomfort.
Yeah, but it's always 70%. No matter what the stat is, it's 70%.
Yeah.
But here we go. We've seen aggression from one Jet. We're getting some from another. Seen it up above. Is the drone?
Are they gonna forget?
They've actually got.
Oh, he didn't have to shoot.
But he has definitely
Aw,
got
man.
Will be able to escape before any real trouble begins, but has to try and back away. Again, 4 players already over here, just leaving the lone player of Zeke.
Yeah, and you also have this toxic screen as well, which is purely retake. So Murs is going to see this go. Maybe the site's completely open because usually you see that toxic screen go up to try and retain the site. Zeke thought he was big brain,
Jeez.
but Heat there just on the
Later.
high catches him out on that crossfire. Lovely play, but that utility's already set up from Acend. They are going to have to meander over. And with Murs still alive, I wonder how much he's lurking because right now.
What are the chances of next champions happening with a live audience? I mean, it's more likely than this one, right? But COVID ain't going anywhere. Not until we give a fuck, you know?
They haven't even managed to get themselves the spike.
We'll be in this for a hot minute. Probably another year or two. Wait, they won that? Let's go. Or, well, I don't care who wins, but that's why it sucks watching matches like this when you don't care who wins.
It's just going to come down to those kind of fights where you want to
Like next match, I'm excited. Vision Strikers, Fnatic, that'll be a good one. Envy versus, I don't even know who they play because I know they're going to win. It's from NA, so.
To be honest, we did see a little bit in Masters 3 of. I think that's the win condition. We're used to seeing that when Acend are doing well, but remember when they were, what, 4-0 down at the start? Didn't hear a peep from them.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like Starzo's always like just moving that little bit. It's just how much he's moving. The more they're winning, the more he moves. That's what I've learned, at least.
It's like APM.
Put money on every match, then you'll care. Isn't that illegal?
Found the drone down mid. Will spot
I've never put money on a match before.
In fact, they're going to use this to bolster up their B defense, but this seems to be the plan in a lot of rounds.
Is that allowed?
From Vivo Keyed is just have that spot over to B, see if they can find anything on the opener. If not, fall back, slow it down, maybe try and disrupt what Acend have been doing.
There's a bit of information for Acend to hear. A couple of the classic shots used to break that wall. It means that there is going to be a bit of movement across. The Marshal posted up on B main, so CNN's going to keep an eye. And I don't think at this point Vixen's been, putting up that wall to try and bait the interest. It's an open sightline for CNN to just keep tabs on it. Mid is being watched loosely from Keylez. And this is just good map control from Acend. Nothing too egregious. They don't want to get eco'd at all. It's just patient stuff. And if Zeke as well can have a bit more success from this position, he's up on the high box on his defense. Means that Vivo Key need to be scared of all of these angles. It is Icebox at the end of the day.
This could become a little bit rough. He's got the ability to dismiss if he needs it. Well, eventually it will come through. Starzo falls, so again, at least a player being dropped, but one death is not going to be too much of a cost for the defenders, and they'll find all the remaining kills fairly easily. 8-6, Acend take the lead, but this is where we expect the response.
One other thing I wanted to mention as well with Mur is 14-9 currently. First official game on Killjoy. Probably to nobody's surprise, but it's still good to check. And he has been a player that I think has just been trying to find his feet. He's almost like the GTN FRZ of Vikings. Just the meta changing at the start of the year. A lot of teams playing double duelist, especially in Brazil. Once we went into a Sky meta, it's just... You could play Sky like a duelist. Now, you kind of can. You can play in various different ways. That's the beauty of that agent at the very least. But you have freedom to play other stuff at the very least.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was 14-4. So I'm pretty sure he's died 5 rounds in a row. So it's been very explosive rounds from Mures that have definitely been highly impactful, but in terms of consistency, I think that's been the issue so far for Vivo Key.
Well, other than the 2 4K rounds, we're doing a lot of maths this
let's stop that. You never do math on air.
Outside of the flashy rounds we've seen from him, he's just been chipping away. It's not like he's been multi-killing every single round.
Well, for now, this is a very weak purchase for Acend. They've just got those bonus weapons from before, a pistol alongside the Spectres. The range game is going to clearly favor the side of Vivo keyed. And by the looks of it, they're going to have a fairly easy B plant because the rest of the players are currently looking to try and challenge into mid.
It's scary though, you don't really have that Aldra and it was used already from MW. You might not even had the money to get.
The hell, man? Hello?
Taking the attention for Vivo Key.
Sorry.
Kind of watching behind him a little bit. Yeah, Zhao is playing very close.
Ooh, I'm wondering if they're going to try and counter all this. Starzo has his own that he might just look.
What the? That sucks. He was gonna kill that guy. Well, all good. They got it.
A solid hold from the side.
They won the bonus.
Somewhat expected in a round like this, and well, the retake plan from Acend not working out this time.
Yeah, Zhao sort of offering himself, Joe offering himself up pretty well there. I think just those kind of moments, so whilst he does go down, like you said, that Sage Wall came in to try and block a defuse. Acend in that moment panicked a little bit, don't you think? It was just a bit of a, why is he here? And at this point, the rest of the team can capitalize. One of the interesting things that I saw in an interview...
Do you think you could actually make it if you were to full commit going pro? Yeah, but like you have to like, you can't just commit your time. You gotta like care, you know? Like if I cared and I committed my time, yeah. Why not?
And the playoff from that from Vivo Key has been pretty impressive so far.
I like the attempt, but
I stopped caring years ago.
Hasn't worked whatsoever, and there's a push coming straight in off the side. They're just looking to try and run this one straight through. Murray's leading the charge, and he's managed to get quite far. I don't know if they realized that he got all the way through, and Bone Cold's going to be the one to catch a bullet for it. Now Killers is in a horrible spot. Either has to face the wrath of the full team, or try and catch them on the
what?
He does exceptionally well. Starzo even going to wall up over the top.
Oh my god.
But he takes the brunt of the
This
damage.
jet lurk though.
2 versus 2 scenario.
Saved the game.
Yep. From Heat is not going to be expected at all. It's left onto Starzo to try and break this one.
Oh
back,
my god.
Heat
is feeling himself.
Scoreline equalized. Vivo Kita back.
Even then, you're forcing Acend to do what Starzo
You make it sound so easy, Saj. I mean, I've done it before. I can do it again. That's the difference, right?
It's forcing over egregious plays from Acend on his defense just to try and catch Vivo Kid off guard. But like I mentioned, that team play has been very impressive, considering you've only had MW0 in this roster for a couple of months, if that, at the very most.
Yeah.
But even just in general, this squad is very new. The interesting thing as well I wanted to mention, MW0, Joe, used to play on Game Landers together. So there is a bit of synergy. It's not like MW0 is completely outcasted from this side. And I think so far, that's probably one of the reasons why this Vivo Key team looks so in sync with each other.
Yeah, especially for a roster that I think a lot of people are just looking at them as that individual firepower team.
All aim, no brain.
It's not. It hasn't really looked that way. They've had those lurk plays, decent trades. Sure, there's been a few flashy plays along the way, but they're looking much more well-rounded. Now, it's something I said yesterday when we saw the loss of Gambit. I never really like to judge a team just on their Icebox performance because I feel like it's a more simplified map than a lot of the others we have within the pool. So I don't want to take too much, but
sometimes that's nice, though.
True.
Especially for a first map that we've seen Vivo Key in a while. It's just a good... Like I said with Team Secret yesterday, stress tests. You're not going to be over egregious with compositions. And Bone Cold again, dying in the same position as the last time. This one, it's an eco, so it's not really too much. But if they could scare Bone Cold away from playing in these spots where he wants to keep an eye out, that's going to work very well in Vivo Kid's favor. Like, confidence is so important for either side, but especially when it's on for Vivo Kid, that's a freight train.
There's a few ults fairly close for the side of Acend, so any kills they can get might actually benefit them quite a bit, but for now the hold
fucking styling on him.
Is looking stellar. Killers will at least get one, but it's not really going to harm the Brazilians too much.
They're back, baby.
As they confirm their lead now, and as I said, we're waiting for a response because a lot of the time we do expect some stellar attacking sides, and thus far that's what we've got from Vivo Kid.
Well, we see the operator coming out of CNED at this point. It is in. It sort of adds to that narrative, I suppose.
It was an eco round. It wasn't that interesting. The beauty of watching games like this is you can focus on the gun rounds and then take your eyes away from ecos. They very rarely get one anyway. Sometimes they do.
And ultimates as well.
An alt. There it is. They're gonna be like, oh shit, do we go? I'll try to tag him. If I tag him, we go.
Killers is going to pop it, but back off. Just trying his best to avoid the drone.
Oh, they're killjoying that.
They're going to make this very awkward for him. Now he's got to try and go back in.
Interesting.
The integrity of the Viper's pit. Look at Joe. Then he has to try and back
Yeah,
out. So this has become
what is he doing?
a problem. Zeke as
Is he baiting? I think he's baiting.
Push through, and Killers has actually been trapped, but it almost works as a bit of a bait. If they tried to push him down, there were plenty of players ready and waiting. Even still, though, it is going to be the plant come through, and he manages to get the opener.
The Viper's pit being down now is not really too much of an issue. The lurk was attempted from Joe, but in fact,
That worked out really fucking well.
he was caught by the turret setup.
Holy shit, there's so much going on.
Coming through, trying to see if he can catch anybody. As another Viper's pit's dedicated on the defense, the attack this side even. It's a bit of a mess, but Acend coming out.
Yeah, they're doing well.
What the fuck? Did they even see anybody? They just spam it through smoke. Dude, I swear to God, they just got all those kills through smoke.
He's just stood there with it in hand, waiting at the end.
I swear to God, all those kills were through a smoke, through that cloud. Just spamming. That was a fucking shit show. He gets his first one, which is in the open. Okay, no, it's not. Oh, no, they're not through. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he just gets one. He gets through two smoke, two in the open. The other guy gets one through smoke. Wow, they got fucking owned. How did they win that? How did they win that? That might be the game. That might be so devastating to be on the other side of that you're just like, fuck, I'm out. See you next map.
I think they heard that all the way back in Brazil.
We're getting some noise complaints. We heard someone shouting. But yeah, no, a truly ridiculous play, and we've seen a few of these now, like Mures as well. We've mentioned him already, but this was around, as you said, up until that exact moment. The Ryan curse came through. It's like, it's looking pretty good for Acend, and then they all died. They all got sprayed down by that multi.
Crazy, guys. There's a tech pause. Everybody freak out. Holy shit! Not my tech pause. No, not mine.
Especially for the attackers, I really don't mind them doing that. You know that this has been around where Acend have basically saved up to get this purchase in, so realistically, now that they managed to break that economy and put some hurt onto Acend, they are not that far away from closing this map.
It would be a knock. I think it's a similar case perhaps to some of the topsy-turvy games we saw yesterday. Just a surprise result on the map pick of the underdog, but the rest being relatively clean. But you don't know with Acend. That's the thing. It's a test of mental. Sentinels, we know what they're like when they lose. They bounce back. And even then, Furia scared him a little bit yesterday. Gambit, it was a bit more clinical, but still an area where you kind of go, especially me, wants to see Gambit do relatively well in this tournament, if I'm being biased. So the fact that they looked a bit awkward against Team Secret is like, okay, especially when Vision Strikers look clinical, to say the very least, and I think that's what's been missing from Acend, especially with those peaks. A couple of times they've lined up and just got mowed down. Murray's with that clutch, and now obviously MW's era.
Maybe a few shaky scenarios, but I really don't want to take anything away from Vivo Keyed. They've been fantastic. They've had those players that are performing to the standard we expected, but even still, Zeke hoping to try and find something on aggression, not really getting anything for it. They are, however, walking into the blaze storm of CNED, and if anything,
where'd you get that?
Turn around, it would be this player with this weapon.
I also think this is just a good map for MW's era when it comes to playing solo for the first time, because it is just very straightforward with using that utility. Like the Owl drone going onto A to temper some of that defensive aggression, recon down onto the back of the site as well. And it is working because Acend now are starting to try and make those hero plays. What Pete was punished with on the defense, now Zeke is, and Keyless, with that Sheriff wanted to try and surprise. It was cute, but Vivo Keyed are not going to fall for it. Not lost a player yet.
Yeah, I think this is the man we need to be watching though. If there's anybody who can at least make this costly, it is going to be CNED, but again, in these afterplants, I've been fairly impressed by Vivo Keyed. They look strong, haven't really been making too many silly mistakes, and for now, they are going to lose the first. Bone Cold managing to find a kill. Starzo's found another one. The Knives still standing, but they dissipate. A few missed shots here and there, and although it started
I thought about to win that.
shaky, Vivo Keyed will make sure there is no shenanigans in this eco round.
Yeah, nice attempt. Also being onto Murray's and Joe going down. Not a big deal. Like Joe being 5 and 15 is just kind of par for the course for him. Like technically, like
Yo,
ACS
Heat
is one of the lowest in the team.
Heat is making me hungry.
IGL, to be fair. And also playing the Sage, he is just.
I'm thinking Doritos.
He's like FedEx.
I'm thinking
he's just
breakfast, you know?
3 super Does he need to frag? I feel like if they do not win this game now, I'm not going to be looking at just Joe. I'm going to be saying, okay, what went wrong elsewhere?
Scoreboard Stevens might, but we're just saying no.
Here we go. Again, a very fast-paced take. They'll know that there's a buy coming up here for Acend, and then the last time they spammed their ultimates to get it through, they've spotted out killers early on. What is the response here? MW0 is already going to tag him at the back, so he's going to be isolated. But Starzo, he's managed to thread Danito. He gets nothing, though. The turnaround from Joe. We mentioned that fragging ability. That might be the most important kill of the round. Still, though, Bone Cold trying to do something in response.
He's like, who the fuck just dinked me?
But he gets the kill onto Acend anyway, turning it into an advantageous position, but they've still got plenty to isolate. And as we mentioned already, these afterplants thus far have been strong.
Oh, he didn't see the barrel.
I think he actually spotted the gun barrel pointing through. He's going to catch him with a dart out. A teammate even helps as well. It's left on to Acend and Zeke. And we'll make that just Zeke.
All right. They're going home.
Scenario, the time already ticking so far, and he's just going to have to save his gun. A big Vivo key. They have got this.
Even the case where we saw Murray's pushing through towards Snowman through that toxic screen. He gets the one, he catches onto Bone Cold. Keyless is still lurking around there. But MW0 yet again is there to trade. Him going down, not a big deal considering the streak of rounds that we've seen from the attacking side. Oh, this is the Acend that we really didn't want to see. And considering all of the practice and the proudness of them being like, we're going into every tournament playing properly, because we need official experience and you need to play properly in order to be the best. You can't sandbag, certainly not what they did in home ground. Whilst they made the final, maybe showed a little bit too much. You can't argue that on this map though, because we didn't see it at all since like Masters 2.
The other thing as well is I feel like, other than we saw a KO I guess earlier in the tournament, but in terms of innovation, other than like the Envy sort of raise instead of the Sage, I don't think we've seen anything too innovative on this map in quite a long time.
You say that, Killjoy. Like Killjoy was never really that
but I mean we've seen that before. It's not like it's different for them, but more so I'm saying like unless they were going to completely reinvent the wheel here, we weren't expecting the side of Acend to just be like, we now do this. Like it's not a surprise to see they're playing the same way they are. The thing is though, I still feel like there have been maybe a whiff here or there, like Starzo in that moment, I feel like he has to get the kill. Like Joe turning him, managing to find one back, and then the round just falls apart. And on the other side of things, we've got three players who are just absolutely popping. We're the three that have been pretty much hyped up as like the duelists of this squad. And in terms of the streak of rounds now,
just the pistols for Acend.
Yeah.
Pretty sure all of them were post plants as well, which is not too much of a stat to look into on Icebox, really.
There's still some pieces missing. It's not going to be a good attempt from Acend. They've got some rifles on maybe the players that matter, I guess, but CNET's definitely not been, well, that sort of world-dominating player that we expect to see, especially on this map. For now, though, see what they can do. It is, again, straight after the pause, straight after their opponents trying to...
Why is there so many upsets on Icebox? I don't know. It's pretty straightforward. You know, you just kind of charge. Click heads together. Whoever does that best wins. Like every single... Look how many rounds you just go A on this map. You just 5-man A. And it works fairly well every time. That's an example of Icebox. The prime example. Twitch Prime, maybe. I don't know.
But he still stands alongside MW0. These two have been unbelievable.
What? I think it was a typo.
But now it's just on to one. It looks like an impossible scenario. 10 HP to try and kill off two. The shot dart isn't really going to do anything. Bone Cold tag, but it doesn't matter. It will be Acend to live to fight another day. And Vivo Keyed not out yet. That was a round they could have won.
Yeah, and the fact that Acend have been
bad map design, you think? I think just B is bad map design. I think A is whatever, it's fine. I think the reason why so many people just go into 5-man A is because B sucks ass. So I think they just need to change up B, completely redo all of B, and then Icebox will be better. Because the A side of the map's fine, the B side's fucked up.
And with that buy, that's the kind of tight Acend play that you really want to see in a tournament like this.
Again, though.
Oh, here they go again. 5-man A.
He'd still managed to get 2
You know what I'm saying?
to the site. And
That's why the box is the way it is.
Like they're putting up the stage roll, the out drone to get information. It makes sort of regressing onto this A site more difficult. But Zeke is still just trying to face. He's been doing it a little bit, punished mostly, but I do like this angle.
I thought you liked that Icebox. I do. I think Icebox is great. But the B side of the map is still fucked up. I could like the map, but say that half of it's fucked. They just need to change B.
on the other side of things, sure, there's a couple of ults that are not
Maps
far
should
away.
always be changing too. They should never stay the same.
Empress, just one kill needed to get either of those online. They've got a lot still to do. Already getting spotting out. They've got this retake wall available. Seedhead is going to get 2 already.
Oof.
Looking like this is possible, but Vixen fighting. Looking to try and spray them down. It's left all onto Heat.
Oh, baby.
But what is that?
He's winning. He's winning. It's over.
Trying to bait Zeke off the defuse, and he's already done it. Just leaving it down to this last player. A whiff spot, but he's buying time. And Zeke is just trying to stick it. Heat is going to close it
Nice
out.
way to win.
The exact
Actually,
fashion we've seen
not
from
really.
Heat
That's not a
throughout
nice way to
this
win.
map. It will be the
VK kind of won off those 3 players, but that's okay, you know? Just keep it up. As long as those 3 players are feeling it, they can keep grinding it out.
There was no hiding stuff. Icebox, it was a map that we've not seen in a while, but now we are going to bind on the side of Acend. You would expect them to bounce back there, but do you? Because the mental is the thing that stops Acend being a top team in the EMEA, I find. And for Vivo Keed, whilst Heat did top frag in that series, it wasn't just the Heat show, it wasn't the MW0 show.
What this shot, this was so fast, escapes out of there. It's why this man is such hot property within his region, but then you're just looking at the overall statistics. There were sort of the 3 duelists. We were thinking how this was going to work out as a roster. Only one of them remained on it. Heat 23, MW0. That new Sober, we were like, I don't know how it's going to work on Sober. It's not really something he's played too much of. 21 kills. Murray's switching over to a Killjoy, something we've never seen before.
He still gets 20
kills. This is a team I am excited to see more of.
And you can't even look at Vixen and Joe as being like, sure, they bottom fragged 8 and 6 kills between them. 17 assists from Vixen on that Viper. And Joe, he obviously gets brought up to 10 just from being a Sage. But it's the backbones of the teams. I said it when we watched Team Vikings, KCAS and Sadaf. And these scary trinities that we see on the Brazilian teams when it comes to duelists. And I love the fact that the Brazilian teams are showing up in this tournament. Like Vikings look better, it was Crazy Raccoon, Furia, a good result in the end against Sentinels despite losing. And now Vivo Keed are on the board.
Yeah, for sure. This is the map, though, I think that we can agree and the desk can agree they absolutely needed to win. It does, however, mean that even with Bind coming up next being a heavily favored map to Acend, that there is still breeze on the cards no matter what. So honestly, I think that this is game on. I'm not expecting them even still to win this next map, but the fact that they've come in, you could see that they're pumped up. You could see that they are enjoying themselves on this stage, Ryan. I think there's some real hope for Brazil here.
Yeah, despite EMEA being 1-0 down, I'm also enjoying it as well. Considering all of the other EMEA teams have won their first game, maybe Acend is going to break that trend, but they do have to bounce back a little.
Well, there is a break.
You know, I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think Vivo's going to win this. I think it'll be a 2-1. I think they're going to get fucking owned on Bind. And then they're going to go into a 3rd map demoralized. We'll see. You never know. Just got a feeling, you know? You know when you just got a feeling? You got a feeling in the sack? I just got that feeling, you know? You should go to a doctor. It's good. Your predictions are always wrong? No, usually that's true. But I've been pretty damn good. I've been pretty damn fucking good this tournament. I've gotten most of my predictions right. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. See how it plays out. Why are you guys talk? I didn't say anything about the Sentinels game. I actually thought Sentinels. Actually, thought they're gonna lose, but that's okay. They won. I didn't say anything about Sentinels Furia. I didn't know how the fuck that game was gonna go.
Welcome back to Champions, where map 1 goes the way of Vivo Keyed. And I think Tom said it best. It was one hell of a first map on Icebox there. To see them take it in 13-9 fashion, it's what we asked for. It's how we think we're going to get to a third map in this series. But also, Achilles, I feel like they did it in exactly the way we said they would have to in terms of it being a full team effort. It wasn't one player.
I don't think Sen will beat Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it started off looking like maybe it was going to be the efforts of one player.
That is true.
Such a strong start to that map. They brought out the Killjoy that we didn't really.
Yeah, Sentinels versus Liquid. That's a tough one, man. I don't know how that's gonna go either.
And the use of his lockdowns was just absolutely beautiful. Flushing Viper out of the pit.
I think they 100. Like the thing is, when you're at this level, anyone can really beat anybody. Unless you're an underdog, then whatever, you're an underdog, sure. But if you're at the top, anybody can beat anybody. Nobody's going to just go through and stomp everybody. So, like, you could say Team Liquid is going to beat Sentinels. Yeah, but Sentinels could also beat Liquid. Like, it's the way that these games sway is based off just a couple rounds. And then the whole game shifts. Everyone's mental changes. And then before you know, the map's over. You know?
This duel right here against the op with the knives from range is beautiful.
Since the players come damn close on the Korean side of things, suggests one of those guys that really comes to mind with high headshot percentage, but 50% in this was absolutely crazy.
It's everything we said before the match started.
Brazilian teams are performing way better than the last tournament. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're bringing the heat.
In true fashion with clutch 1v3.
Yeah, and while we talk about how this was very much
they're doing the Brazilian teams are doing way better than last tournament. Last tournament was rough for them. They're looking way better.
It was very much about CNED. We're talking about Bone Cold Starzo being able to step up to the plate here, and they kind of disappointed.
Right, the team, we've said it time and time, they live and die by CNED. And while he did top frag, it wasn't enough. He couldn't be the one-man army that he needed to be. So we talk about Heat on at the top of the boards. We talk about NW0 right behind him, filling in that new role. But we also got to talk about Muriz on the KJ. It's already been brought up. The 4K on the pistol round at the beginning of it all. But he also picks up our Verizon high-speed moment of the day. And guess what? It's another 4K.
I mean, the man doesn't stop. The man doesn't stop. He had, what has he got, 2 2Ks, 2 4Ks, shared alongside. MW0 had 2 2Ks, 2 3Ks, and a 4K. The team understands what multi-kills is. We said this on the pre-deaths, but every single player on the side of Vivo Keyed likes to take an opportunity to get into it. That first one really kicked it here, but to get into a 1v3 clutch situation where you know you have to make the difference in a post-plan, the time's ticking in your ears, to be that skilled under pressure.
This is the only reason I'm worried a little bit about the next map for Vivo is just because a lot of their dubs on these rounds were these close clutches. Even the last round of the game was a clutch 1v3.
3 players dropping 20 bombs.
In theory, you think that sounds fine, but that's not how you should win rounds. It's great when it happens. It's great when it wins you maps and rounds. But when you go back and you look at it, you're like, all right, how do we fix this? Because that's not how you want to play, of course. You don't try to play that way. You try to have everybody doing an equal part, right? So I hope
the mental push for the team. He is one of the leaders.
I hope next map,
bring the hype, and these two teams,
for Vivo's sake, they bring the same fucking level of play from those three players, because that's how they're gonna win.
It's still going on behind us.
But if they start a little slow,
So it's
like I said,
impressive to see,
they might
and
just
I
get
love that they're
rolled,
bringing the
like
fire,
absolutely
but that
rolled
Acend's
on
gotta
Bind.
keep living up to
But
it.
we'll
As we
see.
Jump into our aim lab shoot around pre-match with Heat. The guy's already on lock though, so I mean, I don't know. You give him much more time.
Aim lab shoot around. Isn't this not aim lab though? Isn't this in game?
We're in real trouble.
That'd be cool if they had aim lab on the computers. They might.
Freakish cyborg level mechanical skill. That's unreal.
That's when we have to start investigating the PCs.
That's what we're like,
a little bit.
excuse me.
Check him PC because
Check
that
him
is not
PC.
normal.
Nah, that's just when you check the number of hours he's put into aim labs.
Sure,
That's all.
sure.
Precisely.
Right?
Look, you guys have
They're
been
directly correlated, bro.
Yeah, you guys have been talking about the mechanical skill of the players. You've been talking about how it's been a bit of a frag fest, but I dived a little bit deeper into the numbers because I spoke about in the first half, Acend's attacks were 30 seconds on average slower than they usually are on that map. And then I looked over to the side of Vivo Kid, and it was more than 40 seconds quicker than anything Acend had put on their attacking half. And then I started to go, well, if one team's going really fast, getting 6 attacking rounds in a row, Acend's
Do I have time to make coffee?
Half, could the magic key be that speed overruns any kind of sort of passiveness that Acend is putting on the board? At least on Icebox, that was a win condition.
Yeah, and it's funny that you point that out because in the moment watching the games, like it didn't really feel like Vivo Kid was necessarily going that much faster at times.
Correct.
Like obviously there was those rounds where they were really pushing the envelope, but they just had such great measured aggression throughout this, and that's what we were talking about in the pre-show that they needed to show. They loved to play aggressively, but they played this very intelligently as well. They had set strategies.
But that's the thing. I think I like that you called out that they also had some tempered rounds.
Yes.
But more than anything, that just showcases to me that they are the ones dictating the pace because they get to decide, all right, the momentum is shifting. And sometimes change of pace can be just as important as what the pace is. The fact that you're forcing the shift and now the other team is reacting to that. And as we talk about pace, as we talk about Vivo right now being maybe the more explosive team and the ones controlling it, can they do something similar on a map like Bind? It's a totally different set of tools, different choke points that you have to work with to try and push that pace. Is it possible, or will Acend have the lockdown on this one?
For those who don't understand how one-sided this map should be, when I was talking about it on the pre-desk, Bind is by far and away Acend's best map. It's their most favored map. They have one loss on it in recent times, and even with that, I'm still confident that they themselves love this map no matter what. But on the flip side, for Vivo Kid, it's a bad map. It's one of their lowest rated maps in my list.
Yeah, I mean, kind of coming into this, there wasn't many good maps for Vivo Kid. It was kind of Breeze where they have 5 wins, 0 losses there, but it's fairly low use. So for them to be able to even take that win on Icebox, now going into Bind, I feel a lot more comfortable about this squad, you know, being prepared.
We're diving into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. We had that small difference, that little switch up in the first time around. You'll notice here we've got the Brimstone on one side, the Astra on the other for the Smokes.
So this is not really any changes for the side of Acend. They're yet again going to be sticking with their standard composition. We see Zeke flipping over from the Reyna, now going to be going to the Raze. We'll have to see if he can find a bit more impact with this agent, have some strong entries for Acend because the Reyna left a bit to be desired overall.
Well, we've seen, of course, Vivo Kid play the Brimstone themselves on this particular map, so they had a choice. Which smoker do we take? Who do we want to go with? Who do we think will best utilize Astra? And, of course, they have that main smoker on their team, but it's how you use it to the best of your ability. And, okay, I know I'm in love with the Gravwells. I think Astra is the superior. Okay, whatever. But I do think that teams that have been using it in regards to getting that opening kill has really worked well, or in a post-plan situation where you know they're entering for the retake.
One of the big stories at Masters 3 was the usage of Astra, right? A newer agent at the time. A lot of teams who could find a way to use her effectively would find success overall in the tournament. But those are just some thoughts from us of the teams. As you can see, are diving into the map, so we're handing it back to Ryan and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash and the Dex. Now, I think this is going to be a fairly interesting one because what I was looking at least from the composition more so on the other side of Vivo Kid, it looks like they changed quite a bit here, especially with the personnel as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be expected with MW0 coming in. But unlike what we saw before with Murray's never playing Killjoy before, like MW0 had played a bit of Sky, a little bit of Sky, like 15 games, something like that. And yeah, this is probably one of the strongest teams in EMEA when it comes to their bind. 13-0 in home ground against Gambit. We're going to look at it on that side. and bone cold on the brimstone, or the bone stone, as I like to call it.
Oh, God. I think the thing I like as well is, again, I feel like we've been lied to by Mures about his agent composition and the changes, because he was always known for his sort of duelist on this map, and instead he's actually switched things up once again and gone more into that Sage style, giving a little bit more of extra space to Joe to now move over to that Viper. So I'm excited to see what they got cooked up for us. Of course, we still have to premise that this map is heavily favored for Acend. This is their choice for a very good reason. But can Vivo Key truly pull off the upset?
And it's whether Joe can sort of keep up to pace with the Viper. So far, he's under a lot of pressure. Starkso is there to try and chase it up, and MW0 not phased by this at all. Knows that the spike's been planted relatively close to him, wanted to use this attacker's toxic screen to his advantage, but there's a couple of bait plays out, and Frenzy wins against Starzo, who was already pretty low health, to be fair.
Yeah, they've gone for this almost old school original strat of just getting yourselves that afterplant out through the bathrooms, but MW0 just looking to fight through. Acend will trade. You got the paint shell of Zeke making things more awkward. They've still got 3 players standing. They've used the utility that they had, but realistically at this point it becomes so awkward for the remaining players. Zeke with another, leaving it all onto Heat to try and pick them all off, and even if he had, the time wouldn't have allowed it. Acend off to a flying start with a pistol under their belt, and now, well, we expect a relatively weaker purchase coming out from Vivo Key.
Yeah, definitely seen it get in 2 kills, the first and the last in that round. And the other thing I wanted to mention in regards to that, 10 first bloods on the side of Vikings. I keep saying VK.
Yeah, I know, I've been really trying hard not to do that.
Vivo Key, because I put it down as VK, and I read it's VKS. Acend had 12, and Zeke had seen it had 10 of them. So Acend had the 5v4 advantages for the majority of rounds in Icebox, and they still couldn't capitalize. So it's whether seeing Ed on a completely different role. It's what we're used to seeing him on the Sage, unlike Heat that just plays Jet all of the time, every time. You want to see not only Acend still confirming those first bloods, because that's a good start, but you also have to make sure that those rounds get confirmed at the same time. Otherwise, mental completely goes, and you know what that's like.
I think as well, like, just this map in general, for the players across the board, like, I think it's a very comfortable map for Starzo in particular. I think Zeke as well on the Raze is something I've enjoyed for quite a long time. And even Big Brimmy. I still like seeing a little bit of Brimmy coming out every once in a while. I know that NA have never really enjoyed it, but I'm a Brimstone fan.
You gotta love it, especially on maps like Fracture. That's where you really like to see this agent come out. And in comparison to Astro, which, as Jess highlighted on the desk, that utility is scary, the quickness, the tempo that Brimstones can set with those instant smokes going down. Molly's great for post-plant util. Stimpykin's alright. Depending on yeah, it's good.
They could break some doors with it, you know, that's kind of useful sometimes.
I really would have wanted to have seen Vivo Keyed. If I had to choose a comp for them, and this is just to see MW0 on the Raze, bear in mind. What Team Liquid run? The Jet and the Raze in their comp combined.
I think that was something that they also used to run, right? I might just be misremembering, but I feel like that was something that was also a Vivo Key comp in the past.
Yeah, I just want to see it once. I just want to see one MW0.
You just want MW0 on a duelist. That's what you're looking for. He's on a quasi-duelist.
We have to preface it as Heat does get the shorty kill in the end, stopping it from being a flawless at the very least. The C-Ned, it does at least get him closer to having that res. Vivo Keyed. If they can make it more expensive. And at least try and chase down at the very least.
They kind of delivered him back the Spectre. Yeah. Like, it's not the biggest deal in the world because they're going to be coming in with rifles, but hey, they could have just got rid of that gun completely and it would have left with a pistol or frenzy or something like that.
What is it with Acend of throwing guns through the teleporter?
Yeah, I don't want to go back to that. I'm still trying to forget that from last time that they just handed someone a rifle previously, but they've been gifted one themselves this time. It's like pay it forward.
Yeah.
They've received it back.
The boomerang always finds its way back. Now,
yeah, whoever jumped in that portal was probably a bad idea. He probably should have just died to bomb like everybody else. But hey, you never know. Maybe catch a kill.
From Brazil in 2020, mostly played Raze. Everybody wanted to see him at these international events once they came through. He is here, but not on the Raze, so it's kind of like a give and take scenario. But to be fair, he's been holding his own, and the team play for Vivo Keyed has been the impressive part. It hasn't just been Heat delivering the show, he's been doing that, but supplemented by the rest of his team.
What the fuck? Why did you do that?
literal knock the door run.
There is. That's not gone well.
What the fuck
Especially
was
in a round
that?
like this, when you're the one
Why
coming
even
in with
tap
the majority
it?
of the
If you're
rifles,
just
that's
gonna
not the start
what?
they were looking for. They've
Like
delivered
you
an
usually
extra
fake a
gun once
tap so
again
that they
to the
shoot
side
so
of
that you can
Acend
shoot
and
back
Vivo.
with maybe a
Have to
teammate or
pop off
something,
it.
but to just
Now
tap it and walk away?
already garnering some control
What?
towards lamps, but
That made no sense at all. Whatever.
It's been expected. It's been spotted, and
Oh, he caught that lurk. Nice. Let's go, Heat. That's what I'm saying. In order for VK to win this, they need the people that showed up last map to keep showing up. That's the only way they're going to win this map. Let's go! Get you one more. Get you one more. Yes! Let's go! Fuck yeah, baby! That's the only way they win, man. The only way they win is if these three players do the same shit they did last time. Heat.
Yeah, and
Zera,
a lot of it came down to just feeding those individual jewels. Like, as you said, sure, there's a few pieces of utility here and there, but if you give this man the opportunity to pop off 1v1, I think you'd bank on him to win the majority of the duels.
Yeah, like, you know roughly where he's going to be. Like Bone Cold going for a bit of like high contact, trying to lurk through this utility. They won't expect me to still push, considering all of this utility is there to try and stop me out. But he's just watching it, and because of that grab well, nobody's there to trade off with it. And that's been the big difference from what Vivo Kid has been doing so well this series and what Acend have been struggling on.
Well, Sage Wall committed early to get the Seekers online. It'll be very valuable for the information. Of course, that was a bonus round, so although I think it definitely could have been a lot more successful for Acend, they now come in with the purchase of their own. So it's not like this is the be-all and end-all of the map. It could be a very easy response.
For sure. Just at this point,
weird. You usually do that when there's presence shown. There's no presence at all, and they suck.
You want to dedicate enough on those bonus rounds, but not too much. So that's unfortunate, really. I'm seeing it with the start. I like this default though. Things are slowing down now. Keela's again like knowing that there's going to be an element of bait out on the side, and Starzo using that dissipate nicely, and that was a dissipate from the side of Vivo Kid as well.
Yeah, I don't think that Murray's expected that to disappear in front of his eyes. I don't think he expected there to be other players there, and now MW0 is the only one standing within this site, hoping to try and blind someone with the flash. Instead, it is Starzo with his triple, leaving just Joe. And those are the sort of plays that I do think that I worry a little bit. Because that from Vixen, I'm almost certain that Muras was not ready for that smoke to disappear.
No. And it's just, really, that's been the only time that miscommunication has really played a noticeable part, to say the very least.
Late reaction? Yeah, I think it's because the star got pulled. So the star got pulled, he was crossing right to get to the safe spot. As he was crossing right, he was looking at radar, the star disappeared, he didn't notice the star disappeared. By the time he did, he's like, oh fuck, and...
Yeah, I just think it's more the fact that it looked like he wasn't ready. It's not the fact that he died.
I don't think you realize what goes on through pro players' heads in game. They're not just fucking focused on their crosshair all game. They're thinking about the whole flow and the whole rotations and how things are fucking happening. And if they get caught in that thought while something happens, like a swing or smoke dissipates,
the most likely
they die.
Snowball out of control is probably.
I mean, that's it. They just die.
Vivo Kid. Like they are the team that if they get rolling, they're going to be very, very difficult to stop. So the fact that it has been some slower starts from some of their players, there have been a misstep here and there. They're definitely not as loud as they were. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, mixed buy now for Vivo Kid. I imagine the Blade Storm's going to be dedicated from Heat, and then it's just a case of MW picking up whatever really at this point they might decide.
That's why there's a lot of little gimmick plays that you can do, little like micro plays that you can bait someone to think, and you make them think, and then you swing, and you have the advantage.
Is it still seen it?
I don't know.
That's why jiggle peaks are so good, because jiggles make you think before you swing. Obviously, you can't jiggle very well in this game, but there are moments where you can pull it off.
There is still an extra rifle here and there.
That's why throwing the gun in CS was so popular.
It's a stuck squid.
Just to throw people off for that split second.
The fact that they've still both gone in towards that B site gives away the information. There's only going to be one player here. This Stinger would have to pull off something pretty ludicrous. It's the range that might work, but Killers is clinical and leaves just 2 remaining, and chances of anything are slim. I think Murray just has to save.
Yeah, and W0 doesn't have that much. He almost gets.
You can't stop to think inside a smoke. That's the best time. You're in a smoke.
For the next round. That's all you can really do. And yeah, Murray's
You're in a
not wanting
smoke.
to
You
do
see what's
much.
going on, and then you make your decision, and then you go.
And I think what Acend.
When
what I really
okay,
like what
if
they do
that's
on the
not the
attack
best time,
of
when is the best
Bind
time?
is 'cause
When
they
you're holding an
have
angle?
Constant default pressure in some areas, like Kiles is going to.
When you're getting pushed, fucking blind, util flying everywhere. What is the best time to think about a rotation?
Bottom left to the top right allows players like Navera does it a bit to lurk through, Nats especially. But Kiles
When
is
you're
also
anchoring
watching
far in the
it for
back,
defensive
sure,
aggression,
you could
to
think.
find lurks, to find
When you're in a
openings.
smoke, sure.
It means that if Vivo Key'd even just see a stack of players towards
When you
B,
know for a
they can't
fact
fight off A.
someone's
Ever.
got your back, sure.
Oh, they're hunting him down. I don't think they're going to get him, surely. No. He's not even going to try and peek and get that kill. It's not worth the trade. So 4-1. Again, Acend looking good.
That's another thing
This
that
is
could have
where we
happened there,
expect to see
actually.
at
He
least
could have thought someone had his back.
from the opposing side. But I do think already you're starting to see a few liberties being taken. Like, you could see that from Zeke there just walking straight into Hookah.
Damn.
There wasn't a lot of
Nice
utility
preem.
to give him away. They're starting to get into that confident spot where I feel like this could just be that Steam run up. Almost like we saw just yesterday where it was like, okay.
When you're on a
Team
wall with a
Secret,
musket.
They've got themselves a map. 13-0.
Fuck, I miss New World.
Recently beaten one of the best teams on the world on this map in another tournament, kind of adds to it. And on the attacking side as well. Like, the attacking side of Acend is a pretty good masterclass, but again, it's those cases where context matters, obviously. Nats wasn't playing his best, and Gambit, I don't think, really wanted to show all that much, because yesterday looked a hell of a lot more tighter.
There we go, though. Aggression on both sides of the map. Heat spotting out in towards B long. The same happening on A. It's a battle for the orb, although it's more just trying to deny that extra little bit of space. It has to be fallen off, so although some time has been bought, the space is still going to be taken, and rotation will come through from Vivo Keyed. I think if there is going to be a
You played it
response in this
yesterday.
half, they
Yeah,
need
but I want to
at
play it
least
more,
do
man. I
something.
can't get enough of that
Showstopper
stupid,
as well, to
dumb
maybe
game.
allow a bit of a
Especially with the new update
just
coming, my brain is on
break
fucking...
through. Seekers on the defense is going to find a lot. Vixen sneaking up on it as well. The trade's still working out in the favor of Kiles. Yet again, this is just like the spot that he really comes to life. This A-shot position. And whilst the showstopper was picked up from Zeke, it's not needed. He has just been sat here.
Is
the whole
Sova not
time,
that
seeing
important
if
on
there was
Bind?
anything
Depends on
that
how
works
you're
and
using
push
Sova.
throughs And just outmanned in the end on the A side from Vivo Keyed, or two Vivo Keyed, should I say?
The beauty of this game is there's a lot of ways to play, but you find the characters and you find the ways that match your team as best as possible, and you run with it. But you got to try everything out first. And maybe both these teams don't think Sova fits in this map for them.
I don't really feel like, okay, in the
That's
previous
okay.
round they were much more aggressive into Hookah, knowing they were up against an eco, but in the majority of rounds they've been very, very patient around that A short side. So the fact that Vivo Keyed is still attempting to try and push it, it does worry me a little bit, but at the same time I guess they can't just leave with that null information of where Acend are currently going to be, so they are struggling at the moment. Heat, we've seen him in one round manage to pop off when they pushed into his crosshair, and Bone Cold, well,
Still without a kill, I think.
just end up on a trade.
Yeah, both the IGLs have not picked up a kill at the very least.
Bone
Oh,
Cold's
Bone Cold got one.
Woo!
So 1 and 4. And again, he's sort of looking like maybe a Joe as the ACS and being like, top bottom fragger. Just like not really up to par. But I guess the other thing to add to that as well is just in previous games in Masters 3, he didn't play Viper. And Viper is a hard agent to play on a map like this, especially against those EMEA teams that have been doing it all year. This is nothing new to Kiles.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like we saw in the previous map, they changed a few things here and there. New player coming in on a role that we didn't really expect, Muriz as well, but it's a map that I think the team themselves are comfortable on. Bind, I'm correct me if I'm wrong, I think previously was a ban. So they've tried to change to move into maybe a slightly more...
You think Riot should make more heroes movement mechs like Jet? I mean, they made Chamber. Chamber's pretty cool.
But I don't think that's the issue.
Chamber's very cool,
I think
actually.
the main problem is they're desperately trying to find some sort of information all across the map. That said, in previous rounds, we had B-long aggression, we had the Bath's aggression as well, and then we had a push into mid. And on the other side of things, you just see Acend going, yeah, wait for it, wait, now.
Yeah.
Now. And then they're just getting these easier frags. So I'm glad that we're seeing an early-ish pause coming out from Vivo Keyed, because although, as you sort of mentioned, Acend are very strong on the attack, it's not like they're slouches on the defense. It's not like it's going to get any easier when the side switches.
No, not at all. And an interesting thing that I just looked up is that Zhao has has played Viper in the past. It was only when we got to Masters 3 that they changed away from it, which often is a bit of a scary thing. I often think that if you come into a tournament like this off the back of qualifiers and you change it up, it's not because you were sitting on it for months and didn't want to use it because you were expected to get to Masters Berlin. It's more, we want to throw stuff at the wall to see what sticks.
I think this is about to become very difficult.
Oh, he almost whiffed with that flick.
Zeke just clearing out this hookah control. We see how strong that raise can be. I think we've heard it from Boaster in the past. He doesn't like to see this map without a raise on it, and it's just
He made it out.
They're just pounding ultimates into the site. Nice.
Yo,
shot
Heat's
from
here.
Heat, though.
Everybody look out.
Quick rotation from the
Heat's here to
remaining
play,
players.
baby.
Make things a little bit awkward. Starzo has spotted out Muris, but there's going to be a swing. There's going to be a peek back in.
Nice
and
trade.
Joe has managed to find another, and they're slowly being closed in from behind. Now the spike is going to be retrieved. Joe is just being tagged down. He's going to have to try and swing out of that one, but he manages to escape, still keeping himself alive.
Oh!
Vixen now is starting to crunch. Maybe Zeke is holding on. He's doing relatively well.
Oh my
Harrison,
God.
And now, and it's a 2v1 situation for Acend, and he is slowly picking up a gun.
The spike's gone. Cnet just ran away. I don't know how Zeke managed to survive in that scenario, but if there was anybody you wanted in this clutch, it would be this man. It's not been a pretty round. It's not been a clean round. But it's one that Vivo Key came in with an inherent disadvantage. That Acend decided to throw in a couple of ultimates just to try and keep it clean.
2 smokes
and it's
as well.
come down into a 1 versus 2 scenario. A chance to isolate the Jewel. Zeke is just hitting everything put in front of him. A 4K on the round, 6-1 for Acend. And it definitely wasn't as clean as they would have liked, but
it's also considering the buy for Vivo Key wasn't great in the end,
Yeah.
and you're dedicating 2 big ultimates off the get-go. The execute was fine. You'd really take MWZ out the round. I do like the attempt of the wall to slow things. Zeke just being able to hold on here, really not panicking too much, and considering that it was a bit of a awkward performance from him on Icebox. Good mental reset. Like, it's just, he had so many first kills towards the start of Icebox and then was the one being left on an island.
Are all pros radiant? No. I would say a lot of pros probably don't play ranked.
Defense, but on the attack, he has been that difference. He's been the clutch man.
Ranked is a fucking shit show. Fuck that.
At least something here.
Fuck
We know
that
how strong
shit.
This operator is from Heat. They're going to force him off the angle, and actually Cnet has crossed. I don't think he has any idea. This could be an issue. Timing, actually for both players, could be the problem, because I don't know if Cnet would expect him to cross over. He does seem to be at least jiggling that angle. But on the other side of things,
Hiko says
I don't know
true.
if Heat realizes that someone's got over to the box. The other thing as well is it could all be
It can be
irrelevant,
fun
because we've
sometimes,
now
but it
got
is a shit show.
the bathroom's control being taken.
It has its
Mid
moments
also
of
being
fun,
crunched, but
for
on
sure.
the other side, we just have this B control.
Do you Spencer, do you learn anything
One
from
man
rank?
there to stop them. The star no longer in place, and Cnet, he's already trying to pre-fire the angle.
You learn anything at all?
To be there, and this is all just a distraction as they have just taken full control of B. And I feel like I said they're just looking around like, guys, there's no one here.
This might be a bit of a misinformation play, though. They're sort of expecting.
I learned what not to do, so no.
Pretty nice if
Well, I guess I mean, that's learning, right? No, not really, because you already know what not to do, so I guess no, that's not learning.
The defenders are still just walking right through it into that elbow spot.
It's going to be a tough retake, though. If your whole
cool
team
ult.
is trying to make a push through elbow, it's going to leave you with some isolated jaw. And Cnet, there's a little bit of a ledge. He can just swing out. This might just be the murder of every single
Oh, no.
He is going to connect the shot. It's
Oh,
to
no,
Zeke
no,
and Boko
no.
to try and hold on here. The Molotov ball.
Wait, he
but
killed-
it's actually only
oh, the
gonna
molly.
find one. He's managed to find a second. It's already halfway ticked, trying to do it all. And the timing, is it going to be enough? Just trying to get the defuse through. And
He
it's not.
hesitated for
The
some
Molotov
reason.
just won
He might have been
the
able to
round.
have it.
And even though
I don't know why he
it was
has.
good
I
in
think
the
he thought
retake
about
for
running.
Vivo Keyed, they still can't get it through.
Yeah, that Brimstone utility just went in and out, and just one of those moments where Acend, it really looked locked in, especially when you're using that Viper.
I think he thought about running for a sec.
But Vivo Key do so much. The play from Cnet was nice, being on top of that box, being able to swing out. But it just felt that Vivo Key did have just such a good read on it in the end. He was watching just a reaction.
What if ranked had a way of like roll queuing? No, ranked will never, ever, ever be
Especially from the side of Acend.
good for
Cnet
actual
really
like
keeping heat over in
high
the
level
shower
practice
position.
ever,
You know,
because there's nothing. You just hit play and you play the game.
no problem.
You're not playing for money. There's no stakes there. You're just clicking fucking play. That's all you're doing at your computer.
Acend throwing
It'll never be the same. It'll never be high level practice or game. Like, it's just not. And it'll never be. Never be that. Much as you want it to be.
Cena taking a little bit of damage, but with the weaponry in play, this is going to be a much tougher task.
Just a bunch of people click and play, man.
I would have assumed that from the last round that we just saw in these post plants, but the retake attempts have been decent for Vivo Key, just with these guns. Really, that's the only thing that's holding them back.
They're all spamming the box. It doesn't seem to matter though. This man is just landing every single shot that's put in front of him. Finally, Vixen will get him down, but there is just so much utility. This is why this composition is so ratty, that they're just getting wrecked by Molotovs, by snake bites. There is no way you're getting that defusal through anytime soon. And we're 8 on the board now for Acend. This is what we worried about when seeing this map on the board. And well, for very good reason.
And just, I feel one of the noticeable things for Bone Cold.
Have you seen the gear score update for New World in 2022? It's actually coming out in 2 weeks, but yeah, I'm so excited.
He doesn't need to be the one that's going in and trying to lead with kills or clutch out in insane stuff. Leave that to CNED, leave that to Zeke. And I think you highlighting just like the Molotov plays, both from Keyless and Bone Cold, they don't need to be the fancy ones. They just have a job to do. And Viva Key
do you think it's different at ESA or Face It, or is it still the same? No, it's still the same, man. Nothing beats playing with your team against another team, practicing shit, or of course playing in a tournament.
It has taken a long time to get this Viper armor online. It's been utilized almost instantly, but again, we're just going to see this run through almost instantly.
He spammed him through the smoke.
Heat that goes down.
Oh my! Oh my God!
But Zeke is just on fire.
Oh my God! They're already dead, man. Take it easy. Holy shit! We're about to get a 13-1. Hey, chat. Remember when I said they're gonna get fucking out on this map, and you guys said no way?
Masterclass from Acend on this attack, just sort of having a good look at some of the ideas that they have.
I can't hear you.
And maybe not to the same extent of what we saw from Gambit on Breeze.
This is like Ascend's best fucking map.
At least some of the rounds.
Literally their best map.
Different faces that they can show. Zeke playing super high contact into metal.
He's just having fun now. I think we've got to the point where Acend have gone. Yeah, I think we're good. We can switch things up a little bit because Zeke's not. Well, let's be real. If anybody's buying an operator,
you're muted.
It's not normally Zeke.
I mean, there's still third map.
Over on the Sage, so
I'm not counting VK out. Like, Vivo could still win. I'm not counting him out. But we knew this one was going to be a stomp. We knew it, right? It's not over yet. It's not over yet. There could still be the 9-3 curse, you know? 9-3 curse, win pistol, all of a sudden it's 9-5, 9-6.
But considering this is such a high line defense from Vivo Key just because of these guns,
yes,
it's really awkward.
Yes, 9-3 curse.
And it's still having some modicum of success.
They managed to garner at least a rifle.
Ah, the trade res. Oh! Run! He got one.
The orbital strike just to
this is
make
shit
it that little bit worse. He has found another.
Fuck.
This round looking at least a little bit better, and there's still.
Oh, do they know?
Waiting.
Vixen, this is all you, buddy. This is all fucking you. Yes.
Bone Cold doesn't have his gun out. He's going to be executed as he looks to try and run around the corner.
No, don't peek. Don't peek.
This one excellently.
Yes!
To make sure
they're doing it! 9-3, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
From Heat as well, and leaving just that one man standing.
Listen, don't get stopped by these guys. They're just from EU. I know this is their best map, but at least give them a fucking put up a fight, you know? Let's go. Put up a fucking fight. I like that. They're gonna lose anyway. Okay, chill.
If he can try and open up this site a little more, it'd be nice, but he knows that there's going to be a wraparound in that case. He's trying to pick up the spike. He's just been doing it perfectly. Not a bad anti-eco in the, well, great eco, a terrible anti-eco from the side of Acend, like a nice thrifty. And just those kind of moments, as I was saying, Acend like showing different faces, different styles, and not just executing onto a site 5 players. Vivo Key do have some response, just not the round you expected it to be on.
Yeah, I think as well the main thing I want to give credit for in this round in particular is actually just the read coming out from Vivo Kid. Like, of course, he is... Okay, I don't think it's hit them too hard. But yeah, I think the read coming out, especially that little lurk play from Vixen, just denying them enough, finding that extra kill, and now they get the operator back. But there's a reason that we see it in CNED's hand most of the time, even if he's on a Sage, because he is denied that star player of Heat.
I really
Yes,
do like
Legion
that
Killer,
they're
I know.
bringing out
Good
those
fucking
kind of
changes,
guns
man, I
to
know.
surprise, breaking their
I read all of them yesterday.
conditioning, I suppose. Vivo Heat, I don't think we're really going to expect that all that much. And they've done a really good job of just shutting down Heat's operating. Just across the round.
Bird stuck.
Really,
Bird stuck.
One-sidedness of this half.
Come on, baby. 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse. Win pistol. Win gun round. Or sorry, win pistol. Win eco. Win bonus. Win gun round. And you're back. That's all you need.
This is again just like that no information of Vivo Heat have, like already using that gravity well.
They both use Seekers.
Yeah. It was just very early utility coming out of Vixen. He has no clue.
Oof.
They're still going to try and fight it. And Morris, well, he started to move. Doesn't really have any more slow orbs. He's just going to try and stand and face and forces the teleport over from Vivo Heat.
Oh, oh, baby. 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse. Oh, I'm fucking hyped up. I'm hyped up, dude. They're about to come back. They're not going to win, but they're going to come back.
Just hiding behind that utility, and the Viper finally comes online. 2 impactful kills that could make the difference to get them their 3rd round onto the board. Lots of utility. Actually, Cena's going to be pulled, but still manages to get himself the
Very good, very good.
It's Vivo Heat at least getting themselves a small lifeline in this first half, but it was still a dominant half from Acend.
You know what they say about 9-3 though? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's an irrelevant scoreline. There's no superstitions around it. And
No, there is.
moving over to that defense.
Caster. There is.
What you expect from Acend.
It's a fucking curse, man.
Tempered a little bit by the EMEA side.
Well, I know that Dash said he really loves himself a close 6-6 half. So we're going to throw it over to him to see what he thinks of this one.
At least it's a difference of 6 rounds, so we can keep
Like,
in
the reason why it's a curse is it makes perfect sense, right? Like, you're down. The reason why 9-3 curse is so bad is because you're down so bad at 9-3. So your confidence just, like, goes through the roof because, like, who cares? We're down bad, right? But the same thing happens on the other side. You're up 9-3. You're like, fuck yeah, I'm going to win. Your confidence is super high. And then you start to lose. And then in just like 3 rounds, they're back. Literally, you win pistol, you win the eco, you win a bonus, and then it's back. The whole game's back at that point. If you won 8-4, okay, if you won 8-4 and you were the team that won 8-4, you'd be sitting there like, okay, boys, we still need a bunch of fucking rounds, okay? When you get this pistol, fucking, you know? Like, when you get the shit done. But if you're at 9, you're like, oh, I'm going to win. I'm good. We don't need pistol. Fuck it. We don't need it.
This is something that he does play quite a bit of, so
9-3 curse is fucking real. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
But you need to be able to have somebody who really takes that aggressive position and can be relied on. And seeing Zeke being able to get back into form, perform at a level that we really anticipate from him with this race is solid.
No, but just, this doesn't
Who's he talking to?
feel like
Man, whatever. I'll fucking close this game right now. Thank you, chat, for apologizing. That's all I wanted.
Especially when it was as
That's all I wanted.
for Acend as
Just
we
an
saw
apology.
in the last
Thank you.
couple of rounds, almost giving just that little bit of life. Now, Ryan, what I want to say though is going onto the attacking side. You got a new comp, you got some new ideas. I feel like a lot of that now comes down to the attack rather than maybe that defense.
There's just naturally going to be a lot of, oh, we see this team using this Viper line, for example, let's just copy that, but maybe not really knowing or necessarily understanding some of the approaches that you could take. Saying that though, Joe's found a lovely bit of pocket space when it comes to this A control, and it's keenly watched by Keela as he has his suspicions, but he also wants to maintain that shell control as well.
Somebody said you're going to be a great dad someday.
They know. Wait, what? Spike? That. Oh, no,
I don't know if giving chat the silent treatment equals to that.
Retake A to a retake B in a matter of seconds, and actually MW.
Yo, I like the strat actually.
Attempts to rotate. It's a bold strategy. I'm not sure if it was intended because sending the spike through first definitely had its risks, but it has put them in an excellent spot.
Look where MW's
I wonder why the read was that. Why did they feel out that decision or whatever?
His team in his post plan. Bone Cold. Bit of power to help him get up onto the high ground. The flash is a bit awkwardly timed, makes it awkward. Vixen traded out from Zeke, and Starso now holding onto the site. MW0 blocked off by this wall. I think he can get around it though.
Oh, he doesn't know he could do the jump. He doesn't know he could do the jump. Oh no! No!
They were done after that rotation came back to be all the players in the right place at the right
Not
time.
enough game knowledge
Instead, Acend just
on the VK side. They need to get back into the server.
Trying to break it to an extent.
Play some ranks maybe.
By surprise, but it was a
JK, don't play that shit.
In regards to where everybody ended up in the end. And Starzo just holding close, holding onto this site, and eventually getting that defuse in. The fact that even a bit of the wall wasn't broken by the time the defuse came in clearly shows that
there might have he might have been too thick to fit through the. You know what I'm saying? Because Brimstone was there, and then the wall went up, I think. But there might have been too small of a gap. You know, you can't stick yourself through the gap.
And they've invested into
maybe that's what happened. I'd have to watch it back. I'd have to.
Over the defenders who might not expect it to be coming, they do still have to be careful though.
I like a little bit of Astro utility to force him out, but considering this is not really all that much, like the utility being forced, means that Astro util is so important. Another bit going to be used, and now Starzo pushing through. This is what you want to see, just using our utility to peek out, catch a kill, and dismiss. And considering Vivo Kita constantly pushing through shot with no split, they don't really have a leg to stand on, even if this spike does get planted.
Looking to try and hold them in position as they wrap back around already. Starzo finding another into the round. He's got Bone Cold alongside him, but the trades are coming back. It's left on to Heat again.
TP, man. Get the fuck out of here. TP, man.
Out into swinging, but They know they have the advantage at this point. Is he going to try and sneak his way through to B?
I thought he was going to start walking back.
Take the teleporter. I don't think anybody will be able to beat him there, but I think he wants a duel first. He wants to try and
Oh, he got fucked, man. He took too long. He lost.
While he's doing
Oh, no.
He's
Oh,
and these
man.
baits are just not working whatsoever. Zeke's just holding the line. Although he's been spotted, he has no idea that Bone Cold is in from behind. We spoke about his individual play. Hasn't been the greatest in this game, but the impact from Bone Cold definitely has been there.
Not too fast on the rotate that he gets isolated in a duel. Zeke as well, just not over running into this, considering this was a forced as well.
Sky, someone just said Sky is thinner than Brimstone. They're the same fucking size. All the models are the same. They're not bigger or smaller.
We saw an Icebox really going the way of Vivo. But I like that Zeke, we saw some clutch moments, but we also just saw some smart decision making to not give Heat those 1v1 duels.
Yeah.
Really put Heat in his back pocket there.
Yeah, now we got what is going to be another force fight. Now there is a rifle invested in onto Starzo. He's also got his Seekers with the amount of kills he's managed to get in the early rounds. So it's going to leave them in a tougher spot, that's for sure. Still, though, it's not that different in terms of the actual investment. Like, both teams coming in with at least a rifle or two. Both teams with an okay amount of utility. I do think maybe that's where Vivo are a little bit further behind, but the fact is they're basically forcing into this game. If they lose this round, they're going to have to do the same again just to not lose completely. And while we might not see a full buy from them whatsoever.
I don't think, considering you're looking at stats, Vivo Ecos or anti-Ecos were particularly strong from Masters. They're going to have to really make it work now if they want to put Ascend under that pressure.
What the fuck?
Experience
Hello?
now, a little bit manic, but that's what you kind of expect from both these teams at this point.
And taking the advantage, CNET actually peeks back in off the edge of the smoke. Now we have seen at least a trade back and forth, but the fact is the spike is down on the other side of the map, so this attack currently coming in onto A is almost just to try and clear things out a little bit in Heat. He was so clinical in the last map. Instead, he's now falling to CNET a chance.
That's how I used the Guardian.
But I feel
that's how he was. That's how he was using it.
With another Molotov kill. We've seen a few of those.
All right, well, go next. We knew this was going to happen. Everybody knew that they were going to get stomped on this map. Go next.
From Vivo
It's fine. We all knew it.
It wasn't really like the 200 IQ lineup as well. It was just close.
Actually, I don't think we all knew it. I think a lot of you guys doubted me.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Smart enough in the end, and actually sort of looking at it as well. The eco rounds.
You don't trust me. It's fine. We'll build that relationship over time.
Decent in the end.
You might be new here.
But now it has to be that because the last 3 rounds they've just tried to buy up, and it's really.
I'm the #1
To be fair, though, if Ascend lose this round, we see Vivo
musket player in New World, so.
Yeah, money
No big deal.
Great considering it's come down to a lot of like 1v2s, 1v1s.
At the same time, they now need to win 9 rounds in a row just to survive in the map. So
you never know. You see Furia yesterday?
I don't. Well, they lost.
They did, but they made it closer.
they got part of the way there, I guess. I can't say I'm much of a believer, but I like your optimism, Ryan. You know what? It's not what I'm used to in a duo.
I wonder why.
Getting pressured. He's just gone past.
I realize as well, like being able to just wrap around like this because there's been zero showers pressure coming in for Vivo. They just 5-stacked through one part and really Ascend are ready to just smash this one to bed.
He's just running in behind them. Not even
so many digs.
He does a lot of damage but doesn't take the kills, but even still, he's bought some extra time. The shotgun doing damage.
Holy fucking trades, man. GG!
Into oblivion. There is no chance at survival, and it will be that
fucking clean. Clean work.
Have dominated Vivo Keyed, and we will be heading into Breeze somewhat as expected.
It's what we've wanted to see from a couple of these EMEA teams that have gone and sort of
struggled.
All right.
Chat.
And really so far, Gambit going down
against Team
Secret first, the response was there, and it's the same for Ascend. Maybe it wasn't as tight as play as we expect, but considering the circumstances, Ascend really needed to win that map. Otherwise,
I need to
elimination game
do my CDs real quick.
Things could have been very awkward, but now they at least take us to Breeze.
Yeah, especially knowing that obviously we've still got MV and X10 who are probably the most unknown of any team in this tournament. Like, you definitely don't want to be heading down into that lower bracket matchup. And now that's the exciting thing about this.
What did I leak?
We're gonna head into
New World.
This is a map that
God, you guys scare me, man. I actually think I leaked something.
it's one as well that I think realistically I could see going either way, and it's also where we're going to get ourselves some more Jet v Jet, which I think is always going to be exciting.
Especially when we're looking at the last time that we saw these guys in main international tournaments. Breeze was the new map. I'm pretty sure it was the most banned map in that tournament, right? With Fracture coming in with a 7-map map pool, this is a map that either people need to continue to ban or they need to up their game, right? So I think Breeze is going to be pivotal to the team that wins champions in the end. Not Fracture, but Breeze. It's just maintaining that to a certain point. And much like we've seen from Icebox in the past, meta is pretty set, but you have to have those fundamental sorts.
Thoughts on New World changes? Fucking amazing.
Yeah, I think as well, we've also seen from this map kind of what we premised at the beginning, like
Finally, something good.
To be a victory here in the first one. We saw them
The problem is no new dungeons, which makes me kind of sad, but whatever.
It didn't quite go the way that was expected. Do you think they have a chance on Breeze?
I mean, he, with those kind of guns on a map that is long distance, mechanically on Icebox it was Vikings. Vivo Keed winning out again. But I think that when you're looking at all
Huge 7 bonus.
like Furia, it's not only who's going to win this series, but it's also which is the best team in Brazil right now. Because they're all looking pretty decent.
That is true.
Even if we do see Vivo Keed losing in the end, I like this upgrade from what we saw from Berlin. Because a lot of those issues, the inexperience, the pressure, that seems set. And this is enough of a team to make things awkward. Let's see what Acend do. It's all on them.
Yeah, like the expertise downgrade change, amazing. It's amazing. Really, I mean, it's well thought out, which is good. I'm gonna need to grind my jewelry with orbs, but still, I love it.
He doesn't need to zoom in. Get out of here.
Would have to be an A. Refusal. Same for the opposite picture in picture. You gotta use hell. Simple does it. My goodness. This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Turka, an operator.
Have you tried to bulge your hair? No. Is the watermark getting reset? I doubt it, but that would be cool. I'd be fine with a watermark reset. I love the song. It's my favorite song that they played. Let me turn it up. Watermark's the dumbest system ever. Someone watched an Asmund Gold video. I should do a video to show how you... It'd be better with the new video, or the new... Fuck, my song's done, man. Get this trash out of here. I should make a video to show, like, how people actually grind their watermark.
With a 13-3 bind. It wasn't a long second half. They just strung
I guess it's better to do that with the new update. The new update's going to change it a lot. Shit, I need to do some portals, man. I'm out of fucking... I'm out of corrupted crystals and shit. Man, fuck. That's not good. That's not good.
Nice thing to have to say, because I think Vivo Keed has upgraded themselves exponentially, but they took a really big fall here on bind.
Yeah, I feel a little let down because I became such a believer. I was like, surely they have something planned. They're gonna do something a bit different. They're gonna pop on bind. They're feeling confident. They leave it in. Now I'm wondering if they maybe it was a little bit of an oopsie. They forgot to ban it.
It should be intuitive in game. That's the thing. That's the confusion. It is intuitive. It's a very intuitive system. It's a very clever system. But people are viewing it the wrong way. That's the problem. That's why you need to make videos, because everybody else is making the wrong videos.
And that with Zeke. He's
Yeah.
the
You know what I
MVP
mean?
this time around. But CNED also as a player, and this was brought up by the casters, the kind
Is
of
this
guy
lava
who
in your
can go
veins, or are you
jet,
that hot?
do the same.
Whoa,
One
take it
of the
easy.
more, versatile,
We just met.
I'm still going to
Chill.
classify him as a duelist player
Sure.
because that's primarily what he is. But to have that flexibility on maps and to open up a player like Zeke to be able to play the Rays as well on the map where he wants to, that's something that should be celebrated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a night and day difference. I know that everybody basically has their comfort zone when you're playing. I myself, when I'm not playing Rays, when I play the game, I feel like I'm just absolutely terrible on it. And then I go back to playing Rays, I'm like, oh, I'm actually kind of decent at this. And that was shown right here. Zeke looked very comfortable this whole way
If
through.
I'm not playing Killjoy, I'm as useful as a Killjoy turret.
I
So
mean,
you get it
sometimes
That's
every
what
now
you
and
get.
then you get a
Every
kill
now
on
and
your
then.
surprise.
You get one piece of utility out of me if I'm not playing Killjoy. Either way, I'm not even close to the level of the players on this stage.
I
And
mean,
they're now looking at Breeze.
I mean, speaking of Killjoy, Muritz moving to the stage. How did that go for them?
Not so well.
Not so
it wasn't
good.
great.
Not
didn't it?
so
It
well.
wasn't very good. I understand he's utility based there, but he really didn't pick up the slack they needed.
So let's talk Breeze, though, because Bind went to expectation. And it is now Vivo Key who's got to recover from the loss, yes. And there's going to be that aspect of this. But both of these teams should be happy with the third map, the one that they're about to step on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 7-2 record for the side of Acend, and it's a 5-0 for Vivo Key. Both of these teams have had strong performances there, but it's still not really any closer to knowing who's going to be able to take the series because it does seem very half and half.
For people who want maybe a little bit of context, how can we compare how good Acend is on Breeze to how good Vivo Kid is on Breeze? Well, a couple of teams, maybe the team that would most surprise people is they were able to beat out Furia on Breeze in one of their last few games. So I think that's something to compare it to if you want context as to, well, this is one of their best maps here for Vivo Key, but how good is a best map in a region that is still growing? Well, it's pretty damn good.
It's a big question. It's a big question to be answered. Breeze,
When you were a pro player, did you have aim labs? No.
More open map, and this is where we do
I'm sure there was something, though. We just, like, shot bots or DM or
We're
something.
gonna need to see start finding some more of those kills in the duels, much like he did on Icebox, to hopefully carry the team over the line here in a third and final map.
Looking at the average ACS here for Heat on this particular map, both defensively and attacking. Don't worry, we're not just hitting the attack for the duelist all the time, it's fine, but he hits top dog on both sides. He's a man who knows what he needs to do. He's got an objective on his defense and attack, and he knows how to make it strong. One thing I will say, however, is that you have to be careful about being readable here on Breeze. If you're going to bait and fake, and they know what's coming, players are there to be able to deal with this. So I'll be
Why is the
looking
mic
for
so loud over the
see
mix?
how they're going to deal with that.
I'm sorry.
Well, I like that you call out that he's a top performer on both sides of the map. Fact of the matter is they're starting on the attacking side. So with that option available to them, they just say, hey, we're again gonna kind of maybe try and set the pace.
Damn, Shroud's got a big ass.
In
Let's
the first
go.
map on Icebox, this time on the attacking side.
Thank you.
You know, I'll recall to people at home, Gambit with a 13-0 run on Breeze, they started attacking half. And so if you can just start to set that pace and really find a rhythm, and make it difficult for the defense to find how they want to split up their manpower, right? It was a choice of 4-1 in most cases. We've seen teams like Sentinels lean more towards a 3-2 split across those, sites. What's the answer going to be for Acend on a defensive half rather when you've got some very good gun users on the side of Vivo Keyed with MW0 and Murray is right behind.
Yeah, it's a tough order for both of these squads, and again, trying to figure out who's going to be able to come out on top is really rough to say. But with that attacking start, you kind of do favor Vivo Key to at least be able to finish the first half. Maybe in an 8-4, 7-5 type of position. But we have to see what the agents are going to be. I'm curious to see if they're going to be changing things up from the last time they played this map, which was against Zeta Division.
Well, you asked, the teams will deliver. We're diving into Prime Gaming Agent Select, and we have our answers. We got a KO over on the side of Acend for Zeke. Looking at the Vivo Keyed side, because I think that's where we have a lot of questions with MW0 in the lineup. He's back onto the Sova, makes sense to me. And you still got Heat on the Jet.
Looks like we're not going to see that Killjoy from the leader himself. He's backing it out, he's putting it back in. He goes, you know what, I'm going to bring the Cypher. I asked, what were you going to bring to deal with the fact that that there might be a bait and switch, there might be a flank, which on Bind, Acend was the only team to flank. Vivo Key didn't flank once. Guess what? You've got that on lock now. You know that's a problem. You've switched an agent in to deal with it.
The flexibility of Vivo
I'd love to show you gameplay, but I can't. Well, I can, but I don't think I'm supposed to. I think because I have drops, I have to, you know, I have to stay just watching the stream. I can't really show anything else. Like, I could overlay and stuff, and, you know. But if I was, like, on the Valorant section, watching the matches, but playing something else on the stream, I don't think I'm supposed to do that. But it's okay, we're live here. It's all good.
Play KO on this map to the point that Fnatic didn't want to play Breeze at all in that series, so there is a potency to it. And it almost feels counterintuitive because Breeze is such a big map. The lineups from KO often more like isolating spaces, and you need to know the lineups properly.
That was quick.
Otherwise, you're flashing.
That was quick, man. Was it 6 minutes? 7?
So we'll
8, maybe?
How that works. The double doors position makes a lot of sense for where the KO is going to be. Just re-peeking an entrance, almost like a Phoenix does on Haven with double doors. But obviously, very different ballgame with the size of Breeze.
Well, yeah, I think that a lot of this is going to come down to the utility cycling of Zeke. Like, he's going for the early information to see where everyone is. And already, here is tagged desperately low. Starzo, we're seeing him on the Viper. We didn't even really mention that, but that is not something we expected to see coming into this series. A switch up.
Got up so fucking far without them knowing.
Goes missing on their side, and well, we know that Vivo keep the
Let's go, Vivo.
These individual players looking to try and pop off, and this time it's Joe finding a couple, but again, it always seems
they got it. They got it.
These 2 versus 2, the overhealed Murrah is in a pretty good spot to try and find something here.
Oh, nice shot from Bone Cold. Holy fuck.
And now it's left onto those in-game leaders, facing off for who has the biggest brain, who can bring home this round. And Joe, he's in the spot to hold it, and he's going to find the headshot to close.
They could win this, man.
And Vivo Keed start things strong.
They could win this. They could beat Acend here on this map. 100%. They could do it. I believe it.
Through a hole to try and get to that switch, put a lot more.
I don't have a prediction. I'll be honest, I don't. I think
away from that double doors. He can't play in that position if he's going to get crunched.
I think
through cave and suddenly that switch position, you're kind of in a rough old spot. So that's a good response for Vivo Kid in the end.
I mean, it's going to be a close one, I think. I don't know who's going to win. This shit's going to go either way, man. I'm still probably leaning on Acend. I think everybody is. I think everybody's leaning on Acend, but this should be a close one. Close-ish, I guess.
An investment. And although a little bit of utility has gone in that
Keep going, man. Keep going. Farm those ecos. Farm those ecos. Oh, shit. Cold. Okay. Chill. Sorry.
For the last couple of maps at least, but in this one he's taking front and center stage, and we definitely know he has the ability to. On the other side, how can they make this costly?
I heckin' love cilantro. Wait, what?
Anything more, and you'd say Acend have done well here.
And also on the flip side for Acend, with you saw the same Murray's is going away from the support agents to something more deadly. It's the opposite for Zeke. Like, he had the biggest performance on that raise. KO, you have to play a bit off of your teammates. You can't flash yourself in. Well, you can flash yourself in.
As he flashes himself in.
Just as I say that. But it's not like you can run him as the tip of the spear as a duelist. And when you have CNED on your team playing that jet, you don't want to be doing that anyway. Or do you?
Starzo trying to take someone with him, but it isn't going to work. Another orb towards the neural theft, although I'm sure they would have liked it to go somewhere else. Nonetheless, 2-0.
You know what discussion we're about to get into? Neural theft is an ultimate?
Average.
Best in the game.
No.
Your own mic's way too high volume for the versus the stream commentary? That's the point, man. We don't care about the stream commentary. Right, guys?
I think it's just something that
if you did, you wouldn't be here.
In the MEA.
No.
Think of the stream commentary as just
for sure. See,
just a side hoe, really.
70% Vipers pit. You at 90% win rate whenever you use a neural theft.
That's not a true fact. Just to be clear, we're joking. CNED isn't. I like this angle. It's just in front of where that laser's coming in from.
What's all the things I say, man? Why do I say the things that I say sometimes, you know?
Obviously, this is the bonus round for Vivo Keed, but CNED has had enough of his opponents coming back. He's back on his jet.
Okay, well, GG. It's been fun. Vivo,
put him in the grave.
See you guys in the loser stage thing. What's it called? Elimination? No.
getting off with a 4K in the first buy round.
I don't know.
He's already got his Blade Storm.
Gotta go.
And it didn't really require all that much when it comes to team play. It's just seen it sitting on an angle that clearly from how the utility was used. Just standing in head of that Leah. Dashes out.
Lower bracket. Yep,
Even
that's
if he doesn't get
yep.
the kill here onto Heat, he does have that support coming in from Bone Cold.
So how does it? It's not a loser's bracket. That's not how this works, right? It's just simply group stage. So there's 4 teams to a group. 2 make it out, 2 don't. So there isn't a loser's bracket. It's just an elimination match. Correct? Because you're still playing within that same group. 2 advance and 2 get knocked out. Or is there actually, when you lose the first match, do you actually go into a separate bracket from a different group? No shot, right? You stay within the same group.
To play with, and that is the thing with playing this combination of KO and Sova. You can clear 2 early angles with the utility that you have, and then you can have these sort of gamble stacks. It's something I've really loved with watching Cloud9 and being one of the best teams, I would say, in the world at the moment on this map. I'm not really against Acend trying to sort of yoink their comp a little bit.
I'm glad
I didn't clean these fucking bad boys. Hold
on this map. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world.
They're pretty good.
Yeah,
it's crazy, dude. Wear glasses, I see better without them. That's how dirty these fucking things are. It's literally like straight spots. Like huge spots that I'm trying to look through. I don't know if it's water, if it's toothpaste, or what.
Is going to be pivotal to whatever teams want to do well in this tournament. And Cned, well, he's happy to keep on.
All right, well, it's been fun, but it's over.
In the last round, looking to at least try and match up into this one. He has finally been able to shut him out, but there's only 20 seconds left. It's already turned into a save, and you can see Killers looking to try and come in on the flank. They want to remove this operator from Heat's hands. The fact is, though, Acend,
toothpaste?
as you sort of mentioned, doing so well with
yeah.
the information gain to find
wait, you guys, for those that wear glasses, you don't get toothpaste on your glasses? That happens every single goddamn day. Every night. Pisses me off. Toothpaste all over my glasses.
On that poison orb. And so
annoying
they
as shit.
basically had to try and take individual jewels versus Cena with a Blade Storm, which not really that surprised it went the way it did.
Yep, it's almost like a gladiator going out into the Coliseum.
Don't brush with your glasses on. Yeah, but like you just forget. You know, you're going to sleep, your glasses are still on, you brush.
Whilst we have the chance. A year ago, these guys qualified
and then you're
for
fucked.
the first strike. And a team called No Penky. You got to rep the 0.5, and it's the same with NBS, the coach.
You just forget you have glasses on. You're not going to take it off every time you brush your teeth.
Kind of. And this time last year, we didn't know really too much about Bone Cold as a player, for sure. Keyless, these were not the Ignition Series players, right? They were just sort of picked up from trials.
Why don't you get LASIK? I want to. When I'm like 30 in like 3 years or whatever. 4 maybe. How old am I? I'm 27. I think. Yeah.
Other than, of course, just being good enough to play professionally.
Here.
You didn't have to move. Easy.
This round at least, pistols and the 2 safe guns from the last, but it's already kicked off in at least a pretty solid way. He is going to find that kill onto Zeke. A lot of that information will be quelled. But more so it might give them that little bit of extra space. And I think Bone Cold realizes it already, looking to try and even up the tide.
Oof.
Timing everything, but the headshot angle is perfect. And he's not going to overfight that.
He can't. Just because like you lose that KO, like you only have the intel information with those utility. Like he has the recon dart ready, didn't want to use it there because he didn't want to give up the nice sneak up. And Keyless, he's prepared, just anchoring onto this site. Obviously he can get information himself, but not to the same level as Sova. And that gap has been exploited from Murray's, but luckily because Bone Cold did back out, he maintains the trade.
Well, they're committing a lot into this round. The Viper's pit will go through to give them that little bit of extra space, deny the aggression, and more so Heat is looking to try and play around the other side. Now, if he falls, this becomes a little bit more difficult. And actually, they really want to hunt him down, forcing him to dash out of position.
Oh, if that Viper died right there, that would have been the round.
Joe dropping, this becomes a little bit tougher.
They could still win. Vivo could still win this. Viper's still up. Okay, Heat could still win this. He could still win this. Oh, 1 HP!
Survives on 1 HP, but Bone Cold continues from his early aggression and closes it. 3-2 in favor of Acend.
Just from start to finish again, just not using utility to go for some coy plays to catch Vivo Kid on the rotation. I like that right here. Key just kind of went into this position where they take out Keyless on the Cypher, all that utility goes down, and then they dedicate the Viper's Pit. In situations like this, it was probably not intended in the end. Flicks through. I mean, I feel like it looked like some sort of like
Listen,
VCR
I know that getting LASIK in your 20s is great. That's fine. But I prepare for the worst. So I know that I could get LASIK right now and it'll be all good and I can enjoy it for longer, technically speaking. But what if that 0.1, 0.5, whatever the percentage is that I go blind, okay? I want to at least have 3 more years, so 27 to 30, 3 more years of eyesight, and then get it, because I know how lucky I am. And I'm going to hit those odds and go blind. So at least I get 3 more years. That's the way I view it.
It's going to be Vixen surviving. It's a nice toxic screen. It's very default with what you expect, but it means that utility has to be sort of thrown out.
Oh, that util is so good. Holy fuck. That util was so good from Acend.
Combination and the fragment catching him on the get-go, but still Vivo Key holding on.
Zeke trades things back though. Both players isolated within the cave. They need to try and find a way to push out, and instead Zeke's looking to push in. He's got Bone Cold.
Okay, remember how I said this is going to be a close game? I still think it's going to be a close game. I never was going to say anything different than that. That is exactly what I was going to say.
Vivo Key have themselves a third.
I think that's why they wanted MW0 on this team for this tournament, you reckon?
Pull out the checkbook, lads.
Red Bull clutch, and that is exactly what Mura said that they wanted from this player. Like, we kind of know that Asova's going to be the one that holds back. Like, even now, 5 seconds away from the recon dive, we wanted to play later, but we wanted
to like, you know who I am.
We wanted to see this guy on the international stage in a very different role and style to what we used to, but I think I like this style a little more.
Yeah, putting him in those sort of scenarios is always going to help out. We're going to see the early shock dart just to try and destroy the Scythe utility.
Nice start.
Force people to play further towards that tube area. And actually, Mura's again. He's just walking in. They're trying to sell this as if it's an identical take. That's the plan. Go moving in directly through. And although Killers, well, look at the rotation. They've already pulled players away and left it. I was going to say just onto CNET, but CNET's there.
Yeah, Kilos does well to get the kill, takes a peek as well with all of that utility being thrown through. Gets that information, but now it's a nice double bait. Starzo looks away at the worst possible time when it comes to that double doors control, and because of that, Bone Cold isn't really expecting somebody to be right in his face. Keyless is on this side, he's got a lot to deal with.
Oh, that sucks, he got double peeked.
CNET has at least dropped the Clutch King from the last, and Starzo trying to put through a little bit of utility to deny them. Hasn't actually worked out. But they've cleared a lot of these close angles. This round definitely isn't done, and by the looks of it, it's going to be the cave after plant that's set up now for that attacking side. A single snake bite remains if they want to attempt it. Realistically, Starzo can actually just walk past this utility. Instead, he decides to shoot it, use that Viper's Pit, and they're not going to kill him off before it pops. This makes things a little bit awkward, but with Heat close up, he might be able to just kill them off before they go for any sort of defusal. They don't expect him to be this close, and it's left onto CNET. First shot landed, but the time is ticking, and it doesn't seem like there's any chance in hell he'll be able to hold on this time. 4-3 in favor of Vivo.
Okay.
And we're just running for their lives.
And it's the holding on part that's so important. Like CNED, we've seen a few of those moments. It's not even really been clutch situations in the
Nobody complains like to do about free stuff.
No,
free or not free.
1v3 in MW0's case.
Complaining is a part of life.
Nice mid play rounds. And the response from
you know, get it off your chest. Bug it.
And of course, I think this is the right play. Acend calling the timeout because losing the round in round 6 was awkward. This one was close.
I'm actually curious. So we've got a glimpse of the buy there.
Is this a tech or a tech?
It does seem like we've actually got an operator currently bought for CNED. Now, if that's something that he's actually going to stick around with and play as a hero gun, that would be a very almost risky investment for them here, but one that it definitely could work, especially with this sort of map being so fast, I guess I could say, for the side of Vivo Keyed. If you just lose the site, he just saves. If he pushes your site, maybe CNED kills them.
Oh!
Is it worth those kind of gambles? I mean, it would be if it works. It's not only just the fact that it works and it keeps the economy stable, at least it's also Acend just trying something and having that magic to make it happen. Because I think that's the aspect that was missing, really. Like Gambit, in a lot of these cases, you think of like the Shados 4K on Bind. you don't really see that from Acend, at least nowadays.
No one has gone blind from LASIK,
the title
FYI.
player, I suppose,
Really?
with that upping. And I
Well,
think
I'll
that
be
a
the
lot of
first.
people have a good read
You
on
know
it.
me.
It's not like Acend don't have that ability. It just doesn't show up when it matters in comparison to other teams, and certainly in this series.
Yeah, I think we've seen definitely bits of it, especially with, I think Starzo clutches is something that I used to love watching, especially within EMEA, like the 1v3s.
Have we
You
seen
can't have been
anyone-
old enough to play N64? What the hell is that supposed to mean? I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. The only game I vividly remember playing
And also on a different
on the
role,
N64.
I mean, is he going to be like Nats overnight on the Viper? Hard to get a gauge. And also, it's just a mix of like Acend feeling much more fundamental in how they approach.
You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys
And
know.
they have a mental coach as well, which is probably one of the things that they spoke about. Of just like, it's not, you don't need to be the one that has these clutch out moments from Vivo Keyed, for example. But it helps. It surely helps at this point, and especially if confidence gets knocked easily from Acend. You gotta wonder what it could do.
No, not Smash, man. Glover. Fucking walking around like this.
On the cross, but the screen is
Walking
not
on a ball.
allowing anything, and again,
Just rolling the ball around.
they can pull back and play this sort of
That's the only
ultimate
game I
style.
actually remember
Joe,
playing N64.
realistically, he's wasting their time, but he doesn't want to die.
Obviously Smash and stuff I played on the N64 as well, but that's Glover's the only game I vividly remember playing.
Sure that he's causing them issues while surviving. That's going to be enough. And every other player slowly being picked off. Now, CNED has to try and avoid the majority of the other players while saving this operator, because if this goes down, he hasn't actually earned enough kills. Now, if he gets 2 kills in this round and then dies, he gets himself the Blade Storm. So that's why I feel this investment...
I never played GoldenEye.
He's got no kills so far.
No. And it also feels like with ult economy, it's been few and far between. Have we seen a null command yet? We've not seen one have impact, at the very least.
Well, he's got it now. So that, but again, yeah, I do feel like so far it's been a slightly quieter performance from Zeke, especially in comparison to the last map. Yeah, he's currently got 1 kill.
And it's a concern when you bring out an agent like that.
Don't now, it didn't age well. Well, no N64 game aged well.
It's not really what it's for.
Let's be honest.
But this just Cypher killed. Love it. It's this position has been exploited a fair few times for Vivo Kid that's playing from. We spoke about it as we went into the first round, like double doors.
Perfect Dark. So I played Perfect Dark, but not back then. I played like a newer one, like Perfect Dark, like 2 or something. No. Wait, is Perfect Dark the one with the cover of the girl with like short hair, kind of? I think. Is that Perfect Dark? I played that game. It's like a spy game.
He's got his teammate watching the angle.
Not on the N64, I don't think so. I played it on the PC.
Is just to be that a little bit more aggressive, and they've almost scared Vivo Keyed off. But with a couple of players being,
I think I
spotted in
played.
that direction,
I don't know. I played on the computer. I don't know which Perfect Dark it was.
Safer than maybe it is.
Yeah, Starzo is also such an aggressive fighting position. Again, just that poison cloud in that spot. I mean, it works. It catches Vixen on the way out. Not really an angle that you expect a Viper to be playing from. It's not quite ratty. It's out in the open, and Starzo, that's the kind of, even from his personality, he's that good at it.
Perfect Dark Zero, maybe? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I don't remember. It was terrible. It was a terrible fucking game.
Maybe face a little bit more.
This is starting to fall
Oh, Double. Oh, he almost walled him. That was so fucking close. I wish he hit that.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Got to try and clear out Zeke, and whoa, the Blaze Storm going to be.
Oh, I love this. I love it.
Going to be everything, and he lands the shot even while slightly blind.
Bone cold again.
It is left into this 1v2, but they are planting in the spot for Heat to just hold the angle. To clear this out is going to be incredibly difficult, and MW0, I think, has already spotted him, just trying to bait him in, maybe not expecting anybody to just be holding this.
Oh.
He gets the information and the tag through, but he
Heat owns.
connects. Even on low HP, this man pulls off 4 kills, and Vivo Keyed head to 6.
And it's another situation where Acend start to come back into it. Zeke with a null command really declaws Vivo Keyed on this execute utility, not being able to be used. If
N64 was one of the best consoles, to be honest. Isn't that because, like, I feel like back then, what made consoles so good back then is because they were actually pretty solid competitors to PC. Like, PC gaming wasn't as advanced as it is now, right? Obviously, the prices now are fucking ridiculous, both for consoles and for PC. It doesn't matter. But I think back then, like, when you bought a fucking when you bought like an N64, that shit was good. When you bought a PlayStation, that shit was good. It wasn't like a half-ass console like they are now. Like, they were actually better than PCs at the time.
It's pistols in this round, not really anything to play behind. I think Acend was hoping to try and get the early ultimate orb to turn this into
That's the difference.
Sort of competition. But again, after early presence in one direction, the full rotation comes through, and Vivo keep just back off. They walk away. The mid-round calling, I have to say, from Joe, it's been far superior to what we've seen on the other side, because the amount of times they've either walked into a weaker site or an empty site, it's starting to worry me.
When you have such a big map like Breeze, and you have 5 players up against 4, you really want to stretch them thin, and this is just a little example. It is up against
that sucks.
weaponry.
He needed to figure out where that guy was and go on the other side, but he never saw him on either side, so he just picked one.
We're okay on the A site.
He could have had 3 right there.
It's going to be likely the same this case.
Oh, the 145. The most painful thing in existence. He's going to do damage, but Grant absolutely...
I just like to say that this comeback here, or not comeback, but this lead all stemmed from a 3v1. And that's my point of how, like, that proves the point of how, like, how much one round can sway a game. It was 3-3, I think. I think it was 3-3, right? Or no, 3-2.
Whenever you say
3-2, I think. And then it was a 1v3, easy fucking round. And then the guy wins it. Now it's 7-3.
Obviously, you've got Gambit 12-0 on that side. It kind of inflates it a little bit more. But you're right. Like, Vivo Kid want to be running Riot with this side of the half, and I imagine his KO is very much going to come online on the attack, but so far in the defense, it's left a lot to be desired.
Oh, the pace change. They want to go walking straight into Cned's lair. The operator in hand already.
Well, they lost this round.
Oh,
all right, 7-4.
Trying to do some damage, but not really finding anything from it. It's at least forced them back, but as said, I think these mid-rounds have looked a lot better on this map in particular from Vivo Kid. They're going to slow it down. And there is a fairly aggressive spot from Killers that they do have to watch out for. He'll have heard the footsteps. The flash is solid, and he is gone.
Killers just holding on to this column position. Toxic Screen actually being used to more control at A site. Really, the retake positions that Acend have been in have been such down to a player disadvantage that it's not really useful to hold on to those toxic screens for those moments. So I do like the fact that Stazo is changing it up a little more. Utility in various places, more anchoring towards A. And that's just because Cned is getting so much success with this option.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on! The recon dark
okay.
Nicely. Vixen
well,
is the one to go, and really, if you needed a hero for a prime gaming flawless, it had to be Cned.
7 is all they get, maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
Rounds that have just been won by him, though. Like, I feel like, what, there was a 4K to get them their first round, what, a 3K to get them their second? He's now got himself another 4K to close out another, like, we don't want to talk about this team being like Cned and friends, but that is what it's starting to look like, at least in this matchup. Sure, Bone Cold had a moment or two, but it has been this battle of the Jets throughout Breeze so far, and, well, in the majority of rounds, they've either just completely avoided Cned, or there's been a Jet on the other side to shut him down.
Yeah,
do you play on your PS5? No. Never. I got the PlayStation 5 to play Last of Us 2 on, and I never played it.
They've caught a Bone Cold a few times. They've got to that switch and that pistol. The B setup has pretty much been consistent with Keyless. And Stazo still having a toxic screen in hand. It's just going to be that poison cloud in the entrance again on that choke. And right now, Vixen's held on to his toxic screen as well. Not giving away the plan. But I assume as soon as it goes down across the A site, which is where exactly Vivo Kid are leaning, Acend are going to be prepared. They are going to try and recheck that whole position though. They have left it for a while, and good timing at least, as soon as that toxic screen comes through. And look at this.
Demon Souls? Nah, I don't care.
So allows him to play a bit more deeper.
Spider-Man was a thought.
Maybe one they won't be.
Spider-Man was definitely a thought to play. I just never got I never got around to playing it. Maybe I'll play it closer to No Way Home launch. Speaking of No Way Home, holy fuck, scalpers are dominating on No Way Home. Dominating. Tickets right now, they're like $100 plus, $100, $150. Oh, he got one.
Can only land one, and Zeke just trying to survive. They have been isolated one by one from the side of Vivo.
All right, 8-4.
Solid attacker side round. And what are the chances here for Killers? Completely out of position. A rotation versus a Viper's Pit. And 4 players waiting.
And we were saying, like in the other series, the round 12. Ascend,
But why?
sort of bringing out little
I mean, anything that's
First time
popular,
we've really seen
anything
Vivo Key press
that is popular will get scalped.
And again,
Right?
timing to go through.
That's just it,
This
like-
is now interesting. It's not done and dusted on the side of
A
Ascend.
popular movie,
Still,
tickets, whatever.
the momentum,
A
and this is gonna
popular
be a very
toy,
good pistol
popular
through on the second half.
fucking
I
console,
think
anything, popular
gotta
phone,
mention, we
like,
expect this match
that's
to
just
be attack
standard.
decided, but I almost just feel like this was the dismantling of the side of Ascend. Like, that was impressive in the half for Vivo Key. Like, the way that they
Smart
were
as well.
able to pull back in a lot of scenarios.
I wish
not
scalping was illegal. I think it will be,
in most of these
honestly.
cases, so I'm
I mean,
now
it's
curious
becoming
to
a
see
very,
what the
very
teams are gonna
big
be
issue
thinking of this
here
one, 'cause right
in
now,
the
Vivo Key are in
States
the
that
driver's seat.
I can see them starting to crack down on that.
Thank you
I mean,
very
they're
much,
already
Tom.
trying
Killjoy
to, but they're not going
said
aggressive enough.
what
I think they're kind of
asked
scared.
for was an
I think they're
8-4
scared to
on
go
the
super
attacking
aggressive
half,
with it.
And Vivo Key delivered just that.
But they're trying
Squarely
to,
in the driver's
slowly.
seat here on map number 3.
I think curse aside, they probably would have preferred a
Like,
9-3.
laws are
Just
start. Yeah,
especially
laws
given
are
that they had
emerging. They're
no way
slowly
whatsoever of
starting.
bearing on bind, but 8-4 still really, really strong. If this ended up going 7-5, that looks a lot rockier for Key to be able to try to close out this map, but this is very strong start for them. This pistol round, important for both sides. For Ascend trying to get ahead, but also for Vivo Key to further stretch this lead.
It's not even just the lead. I want to highlight something that Ryan said. He used the word smart. That's what I felt about Vivo Key there. It wasn't the gun game that we were prefacing in previous maps. How many rotations?
How do you properly make laws for it? I don't know. That's not my fucking job. It's probably not yours either.
How many IGL calls
You can't just like, oh god, how do we do this? Ah, let's not do it. Well, you think that's how the fucking? Do you think that's how they're running shit? I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not. But maybe, I guess.
Back on the Cypher, right? And we were
Yes.
critical of the Viper pick on the map prior, but you find him in a comfort pick, and he pops off early for the team, not just as an IGL, but as a fragger as well, already in the double digits. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, and Joe is just like kind of the tip of the iceberg when it comes down to being comfortable. This is full-blown comfort for everybody on the side of Vivo Key. Everybody's basically playing what they're used to, or they're in their second most played role. This is looking way, way better for them. And again, we were talking about it before with Zeke moving over to the Rays. When you go back to those agents that you're so well versed on, and you know the lineups on every single map, exactly how to play moment in, moment out, you can see the difference. And that's part of why we see this very strong opening here for Vivo Kid.
Joe had that 3K to kick things off. He's been leading like an absolute pro. The other person I want to call back to is the new addition, MW Zera. Had the 1v3 clutch that we can't ignore. When you talk about getting to that 8-4 scoreline, every little difference.
It's difficult to tell someone that they bought something and they can't sell it.
He came up big.
Even in that
I
first
disagree.
that 3K you
I
were
mean,
talking
stuff like
about,
movie
that position,
tickets,
you can get panicked and you can push up
somebody
and
goes
get
out
to
and
the
buys
firing line there. Or
10,000 movie tickets, and you're like, oh, that's
he
fine.
He knew the cloud burst was in his face, but he wanted to
What?
play time.
Like, what?
And I think when you pull a player
No,
like
like,
Monster,
yeah,
with a
sure. If
lot
you're
of
talking about
pressure on their
scalping
shoulders,
1 to
sometimes
5,
they can try and
1 to
make
10
hero
tickets
plays.
for movie
But he
theaters,
didn't necessarily have to,
sure.
and he played it
But
perfectly.
we're talking about large scale. That shit, you can easily thin that. You can easily thin this large scale thing where people buy hundreds to 1,000 movie tickets and then resell it. Same with toys, same with phones, same with whatever. That's easy to do. I'm not talking about just one purchase. Like, of course, you can't regulate that. You can't, like, if I want to sell my fucking fridge, I'm going to sell my fucking fridge. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm going to sell 10,000 fridges, that's a little weird. Unless my company is fucking, I don't know, unless I'm fucking Samsung. Samsung makes fridges, right?
Maybe a hard read, but whatever it is, it's still worked out for Ascend.
Do they make fridges? They do. I think I have a Samsung fridge. I don't know. Whatever, dude. I don't care. I don't care. Fucking scalp, whatever. Who cares? Right? That's what you guys want? Just who cares? At the end of the day? Fuck it. Who cares? All right. Ascend, you're going home. Back to EU. Wait. Stay where you are. You're not moving.
On how cleanly Ascend broke into the site But in the end, the macro play from Vivo was spot on, right? Like, they played off of the site, they played retake, and you can really start to understand why. It's a difficult place to come back from if you're Acend. Basically, it's the roles reversed from what we saw on Bind. I don't imagine they're going to force up this round, though.
No, they did get themselves the spike down, but in a round like this especially...
This is not an elimination match. Yeah, but I don't know. I like to treat it as it is, you know? Who else is in this bracket? Because you guys are very, very smart. Who's in the ACU or Acend bracket and Viking?
VX10 also in this group, probably
Vivo Keyed bracket.
Vivo Keyed win. I don't need to worry about making that mistake too much more often.
If Vivo Keyed ever face Vikings again, you're screwed.
Yeah. Hopefully Mitch will be back from then. I don't have to deal with it. But I'm sure like
Envy and X10.
Really wanted Vivo Keyed to win this
Yo.
And it's still.
I could. Okay, this is. Hear me out. Okay. Hear me out. Vivo Keyed wins this. Envy wins their game. Envy versus Vivo. Envy wins. Vivo, or sorry, Acend versus X10. Acend wins. Vivo, Ace rematch, and Ace wins. Envy and Ace make it out of groups. Yep.
So this is a terrifying prospect now for Acend. In fact, I think they're actually going to give him that extra diffusal just to make sure that he gets it.
100%. 100%. Fucking bet money on it. That's how it goes down. I bet money. I'm going to start betting, I think. Where do you bet? No, actually, hold on. I didn't say that. That's not what came out of my mouth. I said, if I was a betting man. Never mind. You know what? Where's Train? Train? Oh.
Sort of stage 3, right? It's just the kind of like the decision making, the play. I don't even say you could just say like it's choking. It's just playing off of each other's paw. In a couple of those situations, players looking in various different directions and not trading off each other. It's a scramble, and that's not good luck from Acend.
Oh, here is that Bladestorm. Aggressive peek out. He not quite managing to escape. So at least the start that was wanted. Spam through.
Oh, it sucks. There's a box in the way.
There was an attempt.
He needed to go more right, I think. Just a little bit. Unless he was, well, yeah, he could have hit him if he went a little bit more right.
For Vivo Keyed, they've got themselves the Bulldog. A little bit of range added into what is mostly Spectres.
They're very scared of like this elbow tunnel position on B though. And the 0 point is about to come online for Zeke. He's not that far away from having a null command to be fair, but all of these players pushing through double door. Hold it to see if they can catch a player on switch. I like the idea from Vixen. Just peek out, try and catch him whilst they're not looking, but it's a bit more tighter play from Bone Cold.
Oh, if you say that, he's about to lose his life. Well, eventually, Killers will be there with the trade, but this round is still not over. A 2 versus 3. Any more kills than this, and it's far more costly than they would have liked, and almost caught switching to the rifle, but hey, the rifle's been collected. Still having a couple of orbs available to
It's crazy, man. NA winning again. Wild, huh?
Take this one into his own hands. Now the afterplant looking decent already. Utility not going to play a part in this one really for the side of Acend. It's more just those individual battles, the team play, the synergy, the crossfires, and while just waiting on the other side, it should have been an easy kill.
Okay, well, hold on. EU, slow down. Slow down. Take it easy.
We know that there's a buy coming.
I still think it's hit the round in any case, regardless how many members hit. But even just like the play from it, it was like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say NA? I just meant A. My bad.
It worked out in the end from Starzo. Nice positioning to know.
I just meant A. I'm sorry.
Perfect positioning, stood in the right spot. But even like where Keyless was, he was pretty much hunkering down in this position as we see the round end. If he goes down, it can quickly unravel. It's not playing these.
Let's go A. Fucking close this game out.
Very close and hoping to catch off Vivo Keyed.
Again, early knife to.
Holy, that's a slow dart.
Those aggressive positions and straight away with the null command, just going to go running into the site, removing the dash, but. He's managed to reposition just off the edge of it. Still going to be caught and actually just take Zeke down straight away, of course.
I didn't like that dart. I'll be honest, but
never mind.
Okay, fine.
Through. Joe desperately wanting to add to his kill tally as he's just spamming through, and eventually they will kill him off. Nothing more for Zeke in this round, but he might have done enough.
Oh,
With the dismiss.
yeah.
They have to watch out. There's
Fuck.
a flank coming in. Killers could end this round in its tracks, but they're getting aggressive enough that they might be able to kill a few of the
Oof.
players before they come through. Vixen will land the shot as they wrap back around and leave this now onto just 2 players. The flanker, but more importantly, CNED. He's the one
God,
who
he's so
handled onto
fucking
the
good.
spike, and he gets absolutely nothing. Just 1 player down, leaving it all onto Killers. He
Oh,
finds the first, but he can
baby, they're gonna win.
close out
Let's
Mira,
go, A.
who ends this round with a triple.
It's the fact that Vivo keyed as well. That
Fuck yeah.
goes down on the side for Acend in the
A is
They
just
actually
better.
Kind of go in
The better
towards
region.
the back of the site to avoid Keyless coming in through double doors. They didn't even know he was there at this point. It's just kind of expecting that crunch to come through. They almost used the Viper's Pit to his advantage. Yet again, it forces Acend to try and play up, play forward. And Vixen, well, we were talking about these other like duelist players finding those kills, finding those frags. Now even the support players are doing the same thing.
Yeah, we have now seen those pop-off moments from literally everyone on the side of Vivo Keyed, and this is the map that I would say they've actually looked best on, even considering the Icebox was into the pool, maybe picking it just because they didn't think they'd get it later. And Heat, he's taking no liberties, pushing all the way forward. Now they've heard the Blade Storm popped, it's CNED having something at least a little bit extra, but hiding in this corner is not going to be checked. It's a freebie, and now he can just back away, wary just in case someone's going to try and peek up and trade him out, but he'll escape before anyone will be able to respond.
It was also just a 50-50 decision, making a recon that was in the hands of Bone Cold to try and clear him, but they decided against it. Like, in these scenarios, they're not sure what they want to do. Protocols have been better, and now Muris can sort of go to town with mid control. Starzo lurking late, even if he gets pretty far, there is a tripwire to stop him. Joe, playing in this switch spot, kind of knows it. Go away.
Not today, thank you. Starzo, well, being literally shut out of this round. Shock darts to weaken him up. It's been looking a lot more disjointed in this map from Acend, but the fact is Vivo Keyed have isolated those individual duels and they have won the majority of them.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought this match was going to be a little bit closer. And I think the match would have been closer if that 1v3 didn't happen. But even though the 1v3 happened, Acend is looking sleepy, you know?
The defaults, the executes, the post plans, everything is a lot sharper. Now this looks like a Brazilian super team.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for.
Actually, I don't think Acend even looks sleepy. I just think Vikings, Vivo, they need to change that. VK, Vikings, VK, Vivo Keyed. No, they need to change that. Anyway, I just think Vivo Keyed is looking fucking damn good, and their shots are just insane. They're not really doing anything crazy, you know? They're just playing together and they're fucking hitting heads. That's it. It kind of reminds me, you know what this kind of reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of Sentinels. This team. Brazilian Sentinels is what I'm seeing.
Joe is under a lot of pressure. I think Acend have it most. Joe is actually not afraid at all.
That sucks. All right, GG. Ace, you going home. Acend. Sorry. Unless Bone Cold, baby. Oh my God, they're just delaying the inevitable. You guys lost. You guys lost. I heckin' love Brazilian 10.
Give them a sixth, but it is still a mountain to climb for Acend.
Even just the idea of the round in total hit B very quickly, overwhelmed. And Joe, he didn't feel overwhelmed at all. In fact, he's just like, I'm gonna go put, hey, how are you guys doing? You all right? I'm just gonna stop seeing it from planting the spike. Like, it's good clear up in the end. Like Bone Cold, this is.
The difference is they don't need tech pauses to win. Bro, there's been like fucking 7 in this game. Or 8.
2 sides to Acend that we've seen today.
Maybe 9.
Brilliance on Bind, Breeze and Icebox though.
That's way more.
In a map pool where they
Saying.
typically ban Haven, doesn't matter who they're playing next there. Good maps to exploit.
Okay, hear me out. This is going to be a wild take, but you ever think that the tech pause could be from the other end? Not your end? It's possible. Let's see if this dart is landing in the same spot or if it
try and garner at least a little bit of information.
I don't like that dart.
Burst into this A side, but actually
I would rather it land on the tube so you can't hide under it, but whatever.
behind, looking to try and push in alongside him. The flash is good.
Jesus, he committed to that spray, huh?
Spray, but he gets the kill.
No way, Shroud. It's impossible.
Spike, yeah,
It's impossible,
cross.
man.
So
It's
Shroud
fucking impossible.
directly committed, but with 2 players already in, you'd expect them to make their way through, just waiting for the screen to be recharged.
It's so easy to see the timeline of what happened in that Sentinels game. Tech pause. 10 minutes go by. Okay. The admins are still trying to figure out if Furia exploited or whatever the fuck they were doing. The admins are figuring out. They're scrambling. Fuck. Was that an exploit? Was that fair? Is that in the rules? 10 minutes go by. The casters are like, oh shit, okay, we're going to play this video. This video is 5 to 7 minutes long. Somebody's like, yo, can I just go to the bathroom real quick? Oh yeah, there's a video playing. It's like 7 minutes long. You're good. Okay. Someone else sees that guy go to the bathroom. Hey, wait, can I go to the bathroom? Someone from, maybe even someone from Furia sees, oh, they're going to the bathroom? Hey, can I go to the bathroom? Everybody fucking goes to the bathroom at the same time.
Even in the round we saw the recon dart coming through. It lands on sort of that main platform bit on Switch. And Joe is just sat a couple of steps down. It doesn't catch him at all. Then the Hunter's Fury gets thrown out. Roughly,
I would not be surprised if someone from Furia also went to the bathroom.
It was only when Zeke went for that hero play to catch him out. Keyless is then able to get through to Switch and then get the triple kill.
What was the exploit? It was something so dumb. The reason for that Sentinel's fucking tech pause that took like 20 minutes was so stupid. Like, actually so dumb.
Yeah, I think as well, just the
Someone from Furia.
the agents that
Never mind.
playing. Like
Unless?
moving back over to that Sentinel has made him look like a completely different player. So I wonder if like going
Yeah,
into the
someone from
future,
Furia.
the
Okay, hold on.
might
I was just
see
thinking about.
some
Hold on.
adaptations in
I was gonna say something wrong. But someone from Furia, the box on C on Haven, right? You know how you jump logs and you jump from logs on the box? For some reason, that was considered an exploit, but it wasn't. They just thought it was. So they're like, hold on, pause the game. They cheated. So they were trying to figure out for 10 to 20 minutes or however long that was, if that was an exploit or not. Like, what in the world? Like, what in the world? Like, what? It's a fucking jump.
Mental break, mental boom that Vivo Kid can come into, but really,
It's a jump.
Other than the map that Acend have been dominant on versus everybody, and that being bind. Here, it's just been responses after responses.
Early aggression already. Heat looking for the opener, but again, I think that's 2 Blade Storms he's popped that Zeke has been able to deny. Already earning up the null command in a round.
Unless it was in the rules. You know? If it was in the rules, sure. But it probably wasn't. It was probably something weird like, the reason why I don't care about this match is because it's already over. Like, Vivo Keyed won. They're just losing a couple of ecos. They're building their economy. They're going to get 2 gun rounds in here. They might lose the first one, but they're going to win the second one. 13-9. Beautiful. Anyway. Like, if that jump was actually in the rules, that's fine. But I don't think it was, because if it was in the rules, then they would have been DQ'd right then and there. But it wasn't in the rules, right? I mean, why else would the admins there call a tech pause to go over a rule and then not follow through with the rule? They probably went, they checked the rule, they checked the VOD, and they were like, oh, we're good. That was allowed. It's fine. And then the game played on. Thanks for jinxing. Now, I fucking read the script, man. This game's over.
The Hunter's Fury actually finding a couple attacks here and there. He has managed to get another one, and this leaves Zeke isolated on the site. The remaining couple of players just trying to hold from the backlines. The wrap around from both.
They might even win this round. I might have been wrong. I think I read 13-9. But, maybe it said 13-8, actually. Yeah, it definitely said 13-8. I'm sorry, I misread the script.
One more, a 2 versus 2 scenario, and they have to clear this man from the flank. It's left all on to Zeke to try.
There it is. All right. Like I said, they're gonna win. Whatever.
The head through it to the upper bracket at Acend have already faltered in this tournament. They had a rough time when they came to Berlin for the first time, and it looks like they're having a rough one again. But on the other side of things, the Brazilians have proven.
It was it was an exploit, but it didn't affect the round. That's why they continued. Wait. So okay, so that exploit that Furia did, okay, I'm using air quotes because I don't think it's an exploit, but if it's in the rules, it's in the rules. Who cares, right? So if that exploit that they did played into their favor and they won a round because of it, would that round have gotten overturned and just completely like redo the round, or like what would have happened? What would have happened if that exploit that Furia did went into their favor? Would the round have just gotten replayed? Would they have gotten DQ'd? Would they have gotten fined? What would have happened? Right, should be more transparent. I mean, they don't have to be. What do you mean? Why would they have to be transparent if they have a rule book? They have rules that were sent to players, and if the players didn't read it, or the coaches or the managers didn't, whatever the fuck, read it, that they don't have to tell. They don't have to tell anyone about it. I mean, maybe it's not bad, I guess, to give away a rule book like, hey, these are our rules for champions. Like, yeah, sure, that'd be cool, I guess. Why not? Fuck it. Because then the viewers would know. But the problem with giving out a rule book is everybody turns into a fucking detective. You know? Like, kind of what's happening right here. It would be this that's happening. What happened between Furia and Sentinels in the tech pause. It would be that situation every single match if they just gave the rule book and they said, hey viewers, this is our rule book. It would be that every single fucking match. It'd be a bunch of bullshit. So while I think it would be cool if the rulebook's public, it's also got some cons too. But if it was actually in the rules, that specific situation, and that's the reason a tech pause called for it, how can you complain? How can you be upset about that? You can't. The only thing you could say is, well, shit, you probably should have read the rules, I guess. Oh, that's not good. Someone said the rule book is public, but it's open-ended, decided by admins. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. So it sounds like an admin saw what Furia did, and they like panicked, and they were like, oh, fuck, pause. And then they went over it. I mean, still, the admin did a good job, I think. I think that's what you're there for. You're there for to watch the game to see if there's any sus shit going on. And if there is, call a pause. What did Furia do? They didn't do anything bad. They did nothing bad. They did nothing bad at all. Okay? The admins just thought they did. That's it. That's all that happened. Keep it simple, okay? Don't overcomplicate it. The admins thought they did something bad. They did not. That was it. Simple, easy, done. Can you show us the exploit? I think there's a video that... Hold on. I think Tens tweeted a video. Let's see. Or someone tweeted a video. I'll be honest. I don't know how to do it myself. Like, if I had to do the jump for you guys, I don't know how to do the jump myself. No, Tens didn't tweet. Who tweeted the video of it? Somebody tweeted the video of it. I don't know who, though. Thanks for the... Oh, hold on. Give me that link again. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Okay, here it is. This is the whole fucking big deal. This is the whole big deal about all that bullshit tech pause that happened, okay? This jump right here. You see this box? You could jump on it if you spam crouch while gliding. See how see that? See how he's spamming crouch? Right there. And now he's on it. So he's gliding, he's spamming crouch, and he gets on the box. I actually can't do this myself because I don't know how to do it. I think there is a little bit of a timing thing with it. Anyway, this is the reason it took so fucking long. That right there. That is what took so long in that match. That's it. That's all that happened. So dumb trying to win on a technicality. Sentinels didn't say shit. You think they knew that this happened? They're fucking in spawn. They have no idea. An admin saw that and they panicked and they were like, pause the game. I think that's a fair reason, actually. To be on the admin's defense here, I think that's a fair reason. Because, like, it looks weird. Like every player will say it's fine. But as an admin, you're sitting there going like, wait, is that allowed? So you want to make sure. You want to keep it fair. You want to keep the integrity clean. So you go, all right, pause. Let's go over this really quick. The problem is going over something like that takes a long ass time. It's not like a 2-minute thing. That's like a 15-minute thing. The admin should know the rules, though. I mean, it sounds like the admin does know the rules. It sounds like the admin does. Someone just stated that the rules are public, and it's up to admin discretion. Like, admins, they're the ones that see it, call it, make the decision. Probably similar to a fucking ref or something, I guess. So, I don't know. It's hard to be upset about it. It really is. How can you? It's you know, makes sense. It's normal. The whole thing is very fair. It's just blown out of proportion because Furia thought they had a chance and all the fans behind it thought they had a chance. Right? That's why it's so blown out of proportion. Hello? What's happening?
Even laughing, just hearing heat on the analyst desk, and we even get to talk to him more. I'm with Heat and Marina now to chat a little bit. Thank you so much for translating. He, at the end of that matchup, I saw Maurice look to the top of the event center and just kind of the sigh of relief. What does it mean for Vivo Key to be able to pick up that first?
Yeah, I mean, the only people to blame, in this whole exploit fucking situation are the people that are fucking just sending the worst messages ever. Those are the people to blame, not anyone else. Not the players from Furia, not the players from Sentinels, not the admins at the event. Those people.
Alívio, literalmente. Tipo, a gente treinou durante 3, 4 semanas aqui fora, então acho que acabando aquela partida e ele olhando para cima e sabendo que deu certo, acho que é incrível. Então, essa é a sensação.
I believe the feeling that was the most strong at the moment was relief, because we came here like 4 weeks ago and we practiced so hard in our boot camp, and we were looking forward so much to this. So the only thing that I can say that can define the moment is
Cute
relief
though.
for winning that time.
And I have to ask,
it's good.
a lot of the other regions were given the time of day as Brazil, at LATAM even, were kind of considered to not be able to compete with these teams. Do you think that made you stronger? Do you think that gave you a little bit of an edge, knowing people weren't giving Brazil the time of day?
Muitas regiões não estavam dando muito crédito para o Brasil, achando, até mesmo para a Latam, achando que vocês não iam ir tão bem. Então, o que você acha que agora eles vão começar a respeitar melhor vocês depois disso?
Eu acho que o Brasil em si é bom em todos os jogos, então todo mundo sabe disso. Então não tem muito o que falar. Era só questão de tempo, então a gente está se mostrando agora. E a gente não está nada satisfeito. É uma vitória como se fosse qualquer outra. Claro que tem uma sensação boa, mas a gente não está satisfeito. A gente vai continuar seguindo em frente e é isso.
As Brazil is good in every game actually. So I don't need to worry about too much what people say. We just needed our time to be able to show our game and to show ourselves. And this right now is just a win. It's just one game, and we have a lot ahead of us still, and we have a lot to show you.
That's a great mentality. Now let's talk about the hype. Let's talk about the heat. It's a win. Let's get some smiles on our faces here after knowing you've been through all that and the victories are a result of your hard work.
I'm just laughing because I knew
I
knew everybody was going to type cap.
Are you excited to be able to see and show your competition to the rest of the world?
You guys are so predictable. I love it. I was already laughing because I knew what chat was going to say.
O sentimento todo que tá aqui. O que você acha então de estar aqui no grupo das melhores Jets do mundo? O que você está achando disso?
A sensação é incrível. Tipo, o Cined é um cara que eu assisto bastante, então é meio que gratificante ter ganhado dele. Mas como eu já falei, vai ter o passo a passo, vamos jogar mais ainda, então não acabou o campeonato. E essa é a sensação que eu sinto, tipo, muito feliz e só que não contente.
It's an incredible sensation. Cined is someone that I really like to watch play, and to be able to win is amazing. But again, as I said, it's just one win, so we have a lot ahead, and we have a lot to do still. And I have one more for you. I'm sorry to keep you so long. The crowd, the world wants to know MW Zera now on the team. What does he unlock for Vivo Kid? A gente quer saber agora, nesse Champions, com o MW Zera no time, o que ele abre para vocês de oportunidade de jogo?
Eu acho que, além dele ser um cara muito inteligente dentro do jogo, ele passa muita tranquilidade e confiança dentro do time. Acho que isso é como posso falar? Acho que é a melhor coisa para se ter no time. É a confiança e sentir isso, saber que o cara do seu lado, você olha para o lado, você confia nele. Então, é muito importante para a gente e a gente preza muito por isso dentro do nosso jogo. Nosso time no jogo.
To have him in our team is amazing because he's an incredibly calm player. And he's very confident. So when I feel a little like too hyped, I look at to my side, and he's there, and he's so calm. And this is like impressive, and like this is invaluable to have in our team, not just beside me, but in the team as a whole.
Awesome, Heat. Thank you so much for the insight, Marina. Thank you so much for translating. What a game! All of these series.
Why is he moving so much? I don't know, man. Fucking, he could be nervous, maybe. You know, it's harder to do the interviews than play the fucking game. By the way. Okay? It's a lot of pressure doing an interview. A lot more than you'd think. Oh, fuck. Playing the game's easy. We do it every goddamn day. Play the game 10 to 12 hours every single day. You go play the game on LAN. It's a joke, right? You step in front of a camera, you got to talk. You get a little nervous, you know? You do. Did you get media training? No, you guys are my media training. I'll be honest. I fucking hate interviews. I hate them. But over time, I stopped hating them as much. Mainly because over time, I streamed more and more and more. And then I realized that who gives a fuck, you know? Oh God, what is Tarek doing?
A lot of love from the fans back at home.
Yeah, we are. I didn't even check any social medias after the game. I think it's probably going boom. But before the game, it was like, it's really
Hell yeah.
nice. Brazil is always cheering for us.
Why is he wearing a beanie? Is that his thing now? Actually, beanie's nice. That's a good way to be lazy. I should wear a beanie.
I think they...
All right. You know what to do. Move this over here. Put the volume on. Log into the worlds. He's just trying to act cool? What the hell? I don't think you realize how life works. How people work, I think. That beanie is very clearly there for laziness. Have you updated to Windows 11 yet? No, but I will soon. By soon, I mean probably next month. And it's warm and comfy. Dude, beanies are pretty comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. They're nice. They're nice. Windows 11's unstable. Don't do it. Yeah, but like in a month, though, it should be fine. Also, I'm not gonna have a choice, I think. Because I'm building a new rig. So, I'm getting ready to, you know, upgrade my PC. I do it once every 6 months, so. That little, like, noise in the background, that one, sounds like that one song, fucking, wow, fuck, how's the song, you know, you know what I'm saying? That one. Listen. Okay, change the pitch or whatever a little bit, but whatever, dude. Never mind. It's fine. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Not Mario, dude. Better Off Alone. Yeah, that one. It sounds like it. It's that beat right there in the little heh 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 heh. You know what I'm saying? See? You hear that? Listen. Better Off Alone. Better off alone. No, dude, you hear it. Listen. Listen, now that you've heard the song, watch. I'm going to get a DMCA strike for this. But it has to be done. Who sings that song? Ah, fuck. Ready? Okay, listen. Okay, that's an ad. Hold on. Hold on. It's a Taco Bell ad. Sorry. Right there. Right here. You hear it? Right? It's the same shit. Right? Okay, what was the last song called? What was the last song called? What was the last song called? Wait. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Wait. Okay, wait. 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 Hold on. Not yet. Not yet. See? You hear that? See? Okay. Okay, you hear that, right? Now listen to this. It's the same thing! Oh, whatever, dude. I never liked you guys anyway.
I've been
here for 5 seconds.
I knew it. I knew if you tossed it to Achilles, he would say it. I was going to be, subtle about the fact that, we think Vision Strikers may, be the one to pick, but my God, you're going in hard. So I'm so sorry, Yinsu. Welcome to the desk again.
I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I mean, I've been hearing you go on and on and on about why Vision Strikers are the best team. They're going to win the whole tournament.
Yep.
I'm going to.
I got like a fucking. I got like. I got some sort of talent for this shit, man. I'm telling you. I find that I find stuff like that, similarities between songs, every goddamn day. It's fucking wild, dude. They should pay me. I think I should be a living, breathing embodiment of DMCA.
I just have so much confidence in the squad because ever since
send me in, just send me in, dude.
This team has taken on a new identity. Lakia obviously there as well. Didn't look so great the one time that we did get to see him at Masters Berlin, but they've had a lot more time to try and workshop his integration into this lineup. So they already have such a strong 5. Lakia kind of on the outskirts, but I have confidence they've been able to master using him.
They had one weakness I felt going into this is that they're in an isolated region. I know better than anyone else that it is very difficult in the Asia Pacific region to get really good competition and one that's not repetitive inside of scrims and you're not going and showing strats here and there. They came over here, as you said, to strat and be able to scrim for a very, very long time. They wanted to soak in the EMEA meta. They got it to the full extent. And
you guys see the new BTS concert? Were you guys there for that? I think it was yesterday, last night, like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. maybe. No, I think it was like 8 actually.
EMEA region. He said, yeah, it's actually not that different from Korea. I think that they're actually a lot more similar than you might have thought. So he kind of came over and went like, oh, the grass isn't greener over here.
It works both ways. It works both ways as well. But one player, you know, I feel like we haven't talked about as much as we should is RB, Jess. So much impact from this player.
You know what? I like RB, especially on the Sky. I know there's been multiplicity of agents that we've seen him play. I know there's been the Sova. I know he's tried Raze. I know he's tried Sage, etc. But for me, when I pair RB with even Buzz, for example, the way that they're able to capitalize together, oftentimes, especially in the middle, is what has made him a very, very excellent player for Vision Strikers. But you could have put anyone up on this screen, and I would have had a positive thing to say about it. RB, for me, for his last game, was really standout.
Yeah, he was really able to hold things down, whether he's playing this guy, whether he's playing the Sova. I mean, honestly, one of the biggest appeals about RB is his flexibility. He starts off being a Jet player, was in contention for being considered the best Jet in the world, alongside the likes of Soldam, CNET, all of these other players. Then moves over to the Raze, starts making his Raze operator meta really work. Goes back to the Jet. They don't make it to Masters 1, or Masters 2 rather, but then
I love
just full
BTS.
shifts
Me
over
too.
as they pick up Mako and Buzz. The adjustments that he's been able to make have just been absolutely incredible. And even though he's not playing that duelist role so much anymore, he's still finding incredible value. He is still incredibly clutch.
I mean, everything he touches turns into gold. Like,
yes.
I'm interested to see as the meta moves on what he's going to play next, because this is not his final form. I think that's the best thing about RB. Now, Stack says something in an interview, which Achilles, I think you're going to very much enjoy. A little bit of trash talk from the Korean IGL here. He said this quote with an interview with Upcomer. Fnatic was a team that was lucky to be here. They're only here because Gambit won Masters 3 for them. Now, I mean, we're just going to ignore that they actually did all right, but Stax definitely is. He doesn't think they deserve to be here.
I mean, I don't think Stax is going to put too much stock into Reykjavik, given that he himself wasn't in that event either. So I think he's going to be brushing that one past a little bit and just focusing on the here and now. But I love Stax. Normally, he likes to keep his tongue bit a little bit because he doesn't want to get overzealous. But when he does let the trash talk flow, he starts spitting bars, and it's great.
Yeah. My God, and the confidence, we spoke about his confidence in that last game, is that the whole team looks to him to be the pillar and the foundation of confidence for the team. And now I see that quote, and I'm like, well, maybe that's too much confidence. Maybe we just tone it back just a little bit, my friend, and see how we go in this series, because full sense, their last opponent wasn't necessarily their toughest opponent either.
Well, speaking of their opponent, Fnatic, I feel like they're going to have something to say about that, a little bit of trash talk. But Jess, a lot of questions around this roster coming into this tournament, but after that first game against,
you know what this song sounds like? Holy shit!
Actually proved themselves a little bit that they're not as
Whoa,
bad
hold
as
on.
people think they are.
For me, that series was a little too close. I felt that the dominant Fnatic I thought I was going to get, I did not get. And I'm wondering whether or not it was just C9 Blue stepping up, or maybe Fnatic. And remember, it's like, and I know my motorbike fans out there are going to agree with me, you start the motorbike, you let it heat up a little bit. Game
No, hold on. This is going to take a while to find. Oh, fuck. This is going to take a while to find. I know what the song sounds like. It's a Monster Cat song.
You got over the jitters.
No, it's a Monster Cat song. No. Dude, I'm telling you, I have this fucking talent for this shit. I hear something, I think something else. It's a Monster Cat song, but I don't know the fucking name of it.
Very well could have ended up being a 2-0 series for Fnatic, but they give, what, 7 consecutive rounds.
All right, we got to listen to every Monster Cat song till I find it. Ready?
6 rounds consecutively for C9 to force an overtime.
Ah, there's so many ads.
Sure, you close it out from there. But if you're going to get into a similar lead and then start slipping up round over round, Vision Strikers will absolutely run away with it similarly.
Any opportunity to say that Vision Strikers are going to run them over, you're going to take it.
Yes.
But we spoke about RB already a little bit, but let's hear from the Fnatic side. This is what Mystic had to say
about
let's go. Competing on the global stage.
We got to listen to him.
Can you type in
How much do you have? I'm the Feeler, and I'm the controller player for Fnatic. Walking onto the stage for a second time is a great feeling. Like, obviously we missed out on the Berlin Masters 3, but now we're back, we're ready to dominate, and we're ready to show the world how good Fnatic really are. Anders, our strategic coach, and
I like that song though.
Our performance coach,
not that one.
Just drastically improved. I think we'll be more prepared.
Durka gets the best of Zeta and the best of Leaf.
More than anything, I think we're fighting a battle against ourselves. It's been a roller coaster of a ride. and we're finally here. Slightly different frame.
No.
Dominate.
Well, I think they're going to want to do something opposite of what
Okay,
you
hold
said,
on.
you know,
What was that
Vision
song
Strikers
that played in
running
the...
over them because Jess,
Let's start there. I
wanna
forgot.
dominate here
I
as
need
well.
to know
They're
the...
not backing
What was
down.
the song
Yeah,
that just
I mean,
played on
if you
stream?
want to dominate, you got to do a little
Somebody
better than
find
I
it.
saw against Cloud9 Blue. But who knows? Out of both Full Sense and Cloud9 Blue, what I wrote here is who had the tougher opponent.
Somebody find the
Fnatic.
song,
Let
please.
us not doubt that by any means. So they had a tough opponent going in. They actually had a pretty damn good warm-up for today's game.
Rootkit
So
against the
that
Sun?
is
Wait,
the
is that
flip
what...
side. Vision
No
Strikers
way
is gonna
that
be
you just
really,
got...
really confident after that Full Sense win. I hope they don't underestimate Fnatic because they're a really good team.
Yeah, and that's absolutely something that they can't do. I mean, as much as I might be touting about Vision Strikers and whatnot, at the end of the day,
What was the
I
last
really
song that
care
just
about, what I
played?
really want is a good series.
Yeah.
That is, that's a win for everybody who's watching, regardless of the outcome. As long as the series is close, as long as these players are truly being tested and butting heads.
Better off
that's
alone.
absolutely
No,
what we
man.
wanna see. That's what champions.
Fuck, now I gotta go to
about.
the...
So if Fnatic
Oh,
comes
you're
out
making me go to the
swinging and they make this a tough
VOD?
series, or if they
Hold
take
on.
away from Vision Strikers, at the end of the day,
You're making me go to the VOD. Okay, I'm gonna go to the VOD, and you guys gotta tell me what song this is.
Vamos jogar mais
Nope,
ainda.
not this.
Seconds.
I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it. You're going in capitalize together oftentimes,
This one.
especially in the mid-round, has what
the grass isn't greener.
From this
etc. But for me, when I pair RB with even Buzz, for example, the way that they're able to capitalize together oftentimes, especially in the mid-round.
Being a Jays.
Wait.
With an interview with upcoming Achilles, I think you're going to very much enjoy. A little bit of track here because Gambit, a 1 Masters 3, be here.
The here and now.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I think I thought I heard something, but I didn't.
That makes sense. I mean, it was the same map they banned out against Cloud9 Blue, so maybe
Sure.
this is their permaban right now.
I think that, yeah, maybe they just don't want to go that way, but maybe Vision Strikers is also going to be feeling pretty good about their win over Full Sense 13-5 on Breeze,
Yeah.
because it feels like they might have just gotten a ban off the board for free. But this is where I was going to go. Ascent, Vision Strikers, while they are good at this map, while they have a strong win rate, they don't prefer to play this map. This is one of the ones they will happily take off the board.
Okay, because that was going to be my question, having seen that popped up in red. And speaking of question, if you don't get rid of the icebox and you get to have Fnatic pick it, and it's their best map by far.
This is both of their best maps, though, right? We're starting off strong. Like, I mean, I know you're going to lean towards Vision Strikers, but after their performance against Cloud9 Blue as well, Achilles, this is pretty good for both of them.
Yeah. I think from Vision Strikers here, you're either going to go Split or Haven. Both of them are very, very strong maps. I mean, Split, they were undefeated on for so very long. Had, I believe, 27-0 win streak on that map before it was broken by F4Q forever ago. So either of these picks is going to be strong, and it's Haven.
The reason Haven doesn't strike me as anywhat surprising is because they're actually pretty damn flawless on it recently. I got a 9-0 here, and I think the last date that I've pushed it all the way till is like July. So they're pretty flawless for many, many a months now on this map. This is what I wanted to know about this map, Vito. Do you target ban? Do you comfort pick? Do you comfort ban? What is it that each of these teams are going to be doing? And I'm liking that there's a little bit of respect on the board here in these map Vitos to go, we're happy to go to a map that you're comfortable on as well, as long as we ourselves are prepared for it.
All I'm going to say is Fracture is still on the table, and I don't think I want to see two teams more than these two to play on Fracture.
I'm right there with you, and I think that we're going to get there. It looks like, given that Split's going to be taken away, this is the kind of no-brainer ban for the side of Fnatic. You want to get that off the board. Bind, while, you know, Vision Strikers are actually going to ban it away from themselves. They were leaning towards this pick in the past, but obviously it didn't do them many favors when they did have to go up against Gambit. The Locky experiment with this map in particular didn't really work out, so I'm not that surprised to see them stray away from it, so Fracture will be the decider.
It's funny, actually, because now that we have the maps, and now that I'm thinking to myself, wasn't it Stacks that said in the interview that we won't see Lakia on Bind, but we will see him on other maps? We haven't seen Fracture, and we didn't see that Icebox. Does Lakia slot in there?
I think he definitely plays Icebox. I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't. Fracture, however, I'm not sure.
I mean, we don't know how Vision Strikers is going to play Fracture. We have no tape on that map whatsoever from them, so they might have some kind of unique strategy where they do bring Lakia in for that. We just kind of have to wait and see. We can expect that we're going to see the likes of Stacks on, obviously, the Breach. Maybe they go for the Killjoy, even though Breach counters are quite easily on Fracture. We could still see King play that, but as far as Lakia fitting into that lineup, we actually just don't have a clue.
I'm not going to lie, guys. Looking at these 3 maps, I feel like this could potentially be one of the most competitive series ever. Both teams are playing on 3 maps that they're both completely comfortable on, Jess. It's not like you have a map where your opponents aren't quite sure about. These 3 maps, I can't call it. I don't even know who it favors.
I'm liking the map Vito because if you just tuned into the last series, you'll know that the last map was Vivo Key's flawless map of Breeze, and you kind of knew that if there was going to be an upset, it was going to be on that map. Whereas on this one, we can't really write the script for you because this one is going to be an even battleground. So I'm so glad it went that way, and I was worried about a couple of the picks, but it went well.
Yeah, well, maps have been locked in now, but we are going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Well, a quarter-final spot is up for grabs here between Fnatic and Vision Strikers. It's time to get into our first qualification game. Well, this is the group of death, and this is going to be the highest pressure both of these teams are going to feel so far in this tournament, because winning today means a quarter-final spot is guaranteed. Jess, it doesn't get better than this.
Ooh, I love qualification games into the playoffs, because not only does it show us which team is ready to stand under immense pressure to get out of groups, but it also shows me which region might have a little bit of domination over the other. And when we got an APAC v EMEA, I mean, I'll sit on one side of it. I'm a fence sitter on this, because I'm technically half EU, half APAC, so...
You've already put your pred for the whole tournament in here. There's no fence sitting, Jess.
I mean, I had to. Then maybe.
Yeah, I got to also point out, you know, we saw a little bit of twerking on the side of Bosa, but we saw a little bit of flossing on the side of Vision Strikers from Lakia,
Yes.
which means Achilles, he is 100% playing Icebox.
That he is. So Lakia is going to be starting here on Icebox. I'm wondering if there's going to be a little bit of a different setup with him. Otherwise, this could just be Lakia continuing to play Sky, which is basically what I'm leaning towards.
You know what? He actually played with the roster once on Icebox. I have it. And he played Sova.
That is also true. It's between those two, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, the Sky or the Sova, both of them are going to be high value when it comes down to Icebox. It's just whether or not they want to run that in the comp, because sometimes you do see teams stray away from it. It's a little bit less common. This probably is actually going to be him playing Sova, though, which is hype.
Yeah, I mean, we'd all want to see him play Sova, right, Achilles? If he is going to be here, it makes more sense to put him on an agent that he is actually comfortable on and known for.
Yeah, for sure. And that was one of the biggest kind of criticisms that everybody had, myself included, when we saw Lakia get brought over to Vision Strikers and then they put him on something different. It's like, okay, why are we doing that necessarily? Why not just have him play what he's so damn good at? And obviously we'll wait for the agent select to come up just to hard confirm it, but it does feel like we are trending in that direction yet again.
Well, on the side of a Fnatic, you know, Icebox is one of those maps where you can't really shake it up with the agent comms, Jess.
No.
But was there anything that they did last time that you want to see them do again here?
It's hard to say, because I think there were multiple times, and Achilles really pointed it out there, where they crumbled under the pressure and they let really easy rounds get ahead of them from their opposition. What I would like, and I know it's only been, you know, a day, but they've given the opportunity to rethink how they respond in those situations. I think there are strong leaders in the team. I think if they stand up, step up, and get the cool, calm collectedness of the team, then we will see a more confident and, what did Mystics say? Dominant Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they would like to see. Well, we are into the Prime Gaming agents lane now. Keep your eyes on Lakia. And we're going to have a KO on Stacks and Lakia on Sova.
I'm sorry. Stacks? Hello? Is he okay?
Is this correct?
It is correct. I have confirmation that it is correct. Wow.
For those who are wondering why we're just like wowing 120,000 times, I've never seen Stacks or even this entire composition on Icebox play this way. This is a brand new composition.
You just don't do this.
You just don't do this. I know teams are trending towards the KO. On a couple of maps, I have said some negative things about KO over this tournament. However,
within the last 20 minutes.
Within the last 20 minutes, you're right, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to get you guys to predict who you think is going to win this. I'm going to go to you, Jess, first, because I feel like... I was about to say, I feel like it's the less predictable one. But okay. Vision Strikers from Jess and Achilles.
I have to go with Vision Strikers. I think so far the two teams that impressed me the most in the tournament are Team Liquid and Vision Strikers. Fnatic, I think that they need to have a major step up from their match just a couple days ago, and I don't know if that's enough time for them to get ready for this series here.
I do want to say that I think we are underestimating Cloud9 Blue a little bit. I think we need to keep in mind they are also an insanely strong opponent. And yeah.
And fair enough.
Yeah.
And I will say, on this very first map, if Fnatic don't win Icebox, of which I consider to be their best map, at least in recent times, then there's trouble.
Yes.
So I'm saying Vision Strikers for the entire match. I think Fnatic map 1.
Okay, I'm going to let you say your point very quickly.
I'm just hoping that they actually do win this map because I want nothing more than to go to Fracture.
Dude.
That's my end game right
Sorry.
here. Fnatic dig deep, win this one.
Sorry I was AFK. Do you guys know, like... Do you guys know, like, someone smart, like, any fucking, I don't know, biochemists, astronauts or some shit know why coffee makes you shit? And not just like a little shit, not like a log, like it's always just boom, you know, comes out explosive.
Yeah, and I think for me, the thing that gets me the most excited about Fnatic is actually the less often we check in with them, right? Because then there's the opportunity of, you know, them being away, cooking up things in the lab, that cheese comes back, which, I mean, they literally made their name behind, right? But this is a tall order. And actually just seeing the KO come out here, seeing almost an element of potential self-sufficiency from Stax' gameplay is something that's so exciting to see.
Well, let's get it underway. Vision Strikers starting out on the attack inside. That KO going to be trying to bring some attention.
I'm not lactose intolerant. No.
Fnatic boasting
No.
The showman
Definitely
himself. He's winning hearts and minds, be it fans, be it other teams. Hell, be it the features team. They seem to like
the caffeine. It's a metabolism
show,
booster.
now it is time to
Wait.
step to the stage, right?
Wait.
It all comes down. All that
Is that why I'm getting fat?
that hype.
Is it because I started drinking coffee when I was like 17 and I was plowing hard, and then it just fucked me up, or what? Talk to me.
Screens. Try and deal with this drone again. Deny some of the information, but it's like Vision Strikers semi-committed right now. At least going to push their way through. A little shock dart set up here. A little bit of chip damage, but nothing achieved on the back of it. And the plant will come through unopposed. But a three-man flank actually coming through spawn here.
Yeah, that's building, I don't want to say quietly, it's not so quiet. They're going to eventually realize something. And keep in mind, this has to have been called out now. The audio cue has been noted. 2 players seen, now 3. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade out. Fnatic actually win the fight to try and pinch in towards this site. A fight needs to be won by Vision Strikers, and it's just not. Stax
They lost every single duel.
Fnatic off to a fiery start. I can hear him behind me.
They lost every duel.
A beautiful retake. I mean, strength in numbers on that flank, and again, just overwhelming that control that they had towards that belt area. And unfortunately, I think Vision Strikers, again, they have the right idea. They try and counter.
Coffee helps with weight loss? That's a troll. You're fucking trolling.
Really nice round from Fnatic.
And I want you to kind of expand a little.
Who are you supporting? I want Vision Strikers to own, but I don't know. We'll see.
Kind of work through some of those issues that maybe we'd noted, because Vision Strikers, I feel, are very similar in that regard, but they've not had to do this. They still hold that such a high regard for themselves.
I mean, regardless of previous performance and all that, I still hail Fnatic as the best choreographed team. Actually, at the absolute peak, the ceiling, I think you'd have a hard time arguing otherwise. But Vision Strikers on the other side of that, again, stylistically, this is a fantastic matchup. To see some of those, intricate setups, those set pieces that are so beautiful to watch. Actually opening things up here, Lauren.
Look, we have Sheriff's Classics. I'm not taking too much into this round. I just want to see it clean for Fnatic. That's about what you'd want out of these rounds if you are going to go for that investment, of course. You want to keep, I'd say, bare minimum 3 alive. But if Vision Strikers can chip away at that, that'd be quite exciting. But this is truly a thinking man's game. And already Boaster going to catch luck here, so that's been dealt with. But you can see the attempt is on the other side. But that spike plant being a little elusive for now.
Again, the snake bite going to Stacks to reconsider the plant position, but everybody's up, 2 tagged up. Should be too difficult for Fnatic to handle this one. Again, playing pretty cautiously. They didn't want to give away a kill, give away a weapon.
You drink coffee black, it can actually help with weight loss. Black coffee has almost 0 calories. Jesus, really? I need to stop using creamer.
Pretty much immediately.
Listen, though, like, how much does creamer really matter? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a little bit of cream, you're done. You know, GG.
But the wall going up is going to pretty much secure this defuse.
If Boaster can play safe, this should be 5 alive. which is very impressive. And actually, Problems Buzz needs to give the life up. He does. Well done to him just to make sure he's keeping in track with the economy. But again, we're looking at this as, I don't want to say an even game. I think anyone coming into this who's been keeping up with the scene, kind of keeping track on where things have gone, Vision Strikers are hailed as potentially a very deep-run team, which I think is a very fair assessment. They are an incredibly strong side. They seem to have the fundamentals down pat. They have no problems in that regard. Fnatic are the ones that we don't know where to put them yet.
I mean, it's tough because, I mean, personally, I think a lot of people agree with this. There's still lots of question marks over Fnatic's performance, I guess, on the international stage.
It's crazy, dude. I didn't know black coffee is literally just
to see them obviously
water.
This year, there's
just water, man. That's it. It's just bean water.
But like I said, I mean, give them 2 or 3 months to work on things. That's when I'm most excited to see what Fnatic brings to the
You
table.
put it that way, it sounds kind of gross, dude.
I don't think we saw an awful lot of it. There were a couple of small pieces, but
some odds and ends.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it just came back to you look at Fnatic on a round-by-round basis. It's great to watch. It's bigger picture. You look at an entire series, an entire map. That's when you start questioning things.
Okay. Now, this is the one that should swing favorably towards Vision Strikers. The far more flush purchase comes through up against what's left over, obviously, of that second round.
Tea is the leaf juice.
Into Fnatic's pocket.
Does tea have sugar?
From up top, can't get it done.
Or does tea work the same way as coffee? One's bean water, one's leaf juice, leaf water.
Nothing too committed on either side. A little bit of work on both sides of the map.
Let's see a little lineup there on towards B side. Going to reveal both Magnum and Mystic's position. And actually, we'll pull Vision Strikers back towards A side.
That's crazy.
3 players of Fnatic bunched up.
Why drink water when you could drink tea?
Sort of area here. Again, it's Durka and Boaster.
Wait, hold up, though. I thought coffee dehydrated you. No? Like, I thought it, like, drained your body of life, a.k.a. water.
Again, actually, the investment will come through. Actually, the Viper on the other side, and I think that's going to tell Fnatic everything they need to know. A 1-for-1 initially, but Boaster will fall.
Wait and see if there is that could be kind of backline wrap coming in. It looks like that's slowly building through mid for now. Vision Strikers has taken the side, though. Should be a safe spike plant. I don't think anyone's going to be challenging that. This is the fight that could get interesting, but it's been kept in check. A little low on HP.
Oh,
could be in danger.
good play, good play, good play.
They're lucky is trying to get over here. Marco's like, please, man, get
What a good fucking play, Mako. Let's go, baby.
Magnum trying to do some damage
Wait.
as well. Durka did connect at the same time, so now
Wait.
3v2. Hold on. This is getting dicey.
Wait.
And look at what's left in this. Durka the defuse as best he can. Lucky has have to go superhero mode to try and deny it. It's not working out. Fnatic, they've converted this.
Magnum just bought what felt like 3 years there on the back lines of Vision Strikers, again, causing so many issues, eventually getting that kill and then playing that so smart around that pillar. Again, Lakia has to close down that kill. At that point, I mean, Stax loses out on sight, unfortunately. Wow. Again, just a fantastic retake from Fnatic. The structure behind that, and again, addressing the back line, making sure that there's no control.
All right, well, Vision Strikers lost, so that's fun.
I'm going to kind of open this up.
This is going to be a 13-0. No, it's not, but maybe 13.
Because that Cloud9 blue
7
result definitely weighs on the mind, right? You kind of take that into account. You look through it, the OTs, the 3 maps.
It was worrying.
It was scary.
To watch that, yeah.
Because if you're a Fnatic fan, you've sat there and gone, they've got to have come in well prepared. But that looks.
It's a good time to look at your phone, chat. Everybody, look at your phone. Take a peek.
Nothing wild here, but you can't do that against Vision Strikers. This isn't one where you can rest on your laurels. You can't come in going, oh, we can try and play the veto a little bit here. I think you have to show a lot very early on because this could be a quarterfinal matchup, especially with Vision Strikers looking as strong as they have, at least in that full sense game.
Yeah, and I think actually the biggest pot, I think Icebox again on a map-by-map basis, Durka was lights out against C9 Blue. I think actually in terms of head-to-head, he was actually ahead on 4 and it was by like 4 kills. I think the only one he lost out on was against Zeta, I think. But again, you're going to need him to repeat that performance once again, because that's the sort of thing, it kind of breaks apart the structure in some of these rounds for Vision Strikers, where they will sit pretty deep in a default, wait to receive some information, and then it's always a stack up towards one side. It's never this kind of, there's a lurk through somewhere and somebody capitalizes on a first blood. It's strength in numbers for Vision Strikers.
And they are one of the best at doing this. I really don't want to understate how good Vision Strikers are, because they truly are a solid side. I think if you want to be conservative, you could sit towards a quarterfinal.
Wait, who's shaking? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Did I miss something? Were they like, was their hand shaking?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or were they just doing this or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you. So we'll have to see what Vision Strikers have adjusted here, coming back in on this purchase now. It's going to have some rough edges around it, but for now, Bud's going to take that first stride towards middle.
Here.
Deal with the turret as well. Doma now, you can see him on the X-ray. Drifting beneath boiler.
Oh, while drinking coffee? Kind of like this? Did it kind of, yeah, kind of like... That's a bad example.
Caught off guard there.
Whatever. Just...
They try and
all
reinforce
right,
behind this. I'll be just going to swap out a weapon. Again, now this is the point of the round. We'll sort of drift back over to the other side of the map here. They're going to be trailing behind a little bit.
I mean, yeah. Like I said, the LAN jitters are fucking real. The first few rounds of LAN,
Again, take first contact, not necessarily challenge, but
LAN jitters are real.
where Fnatic look best when they receive the information early enough, and we've already seen what they're capable of.
I don't think I've ever shook that bad, but I definitely, the start of every LAN tournament, I definitely shake. Match 1, match 2. Once I'm like deep in the semis or playoffs or whatever the fuck, out of groups, which was very rare, but you know, once it happened, it's fine.
We are in the post plant. Keep in mind, there was the early pick, and you're right, the double flank is now coming to play. Durka's on it, working his way up towards Belt. Mystic wrapping around two. As long as these two towards CT can play somewhat safe, they should be okay. And Boaster, holding the line well, is doing a good job. They're just once again crunching in, but Stax breaks down at least towards Doma. So that's going to be a little bit of room. They've now actually opened up, but Boaster is around the corner. Say hello to his not-so-little friend anymore. As Stax goes down, it's all on luck here. Yeah, he's... Yeah, I mean, maybe a little unnoted, maybe a little unconsidered. He's going to get one trade. Seems inevitable as it is. Mystic is right there. These retakes look...
Does adrenaline help you play better? No, absolutely not. The best thing you can do is try to stay as calm as possible. Anything that fucking makes you race like that does not help you play better. Coffee? No. None of that. Like, if you want to play the best, you... have no caffeine, you don't fucking, no drugs, none of that shit. You know, you stay clean, you work out, healthy fucking mind, healthy body. That's how you own. The problem is, you also have to play 10 to 14 hours a day to keep the, you know, to keep yourself fucking, you know, consistent. So, how do you play 10 to 14 hours a day while also having a healthy body and a healthy mind? Healthy diet. You can't. You literally can't. It's impossible. That's why there's always like you got to do like some weird balance where you kind of, like you stay in shape, you have a good diet, but you don't play 10 hours a day, you play 6.
See them work out here. I want to see them find that next layer to this, the adjustment, if they keep on to go for that A piece. Because they've been able to garner the site, right? Like, yes, they get tagged up by Boaster, but that's beyond the point. For now, Spike is down, but the composed Fnatic is once again trying to work this out. Let's see how clean it is. There it is. Durka does find him. And once again, Vision Strikers just have no territory in these post plants. They are just smothered by all accounts. This is on lighter weaponry, so
well, this is going well.
Fnatic, and you can see confidence starting to brew and build with Durka, just doing great deals of chip damage at the same time. Rest of Fnatic going to try and pinch in on this as well. Yes, Buzz does at least find Magnum, but a quick trade. And look, they've been maintaining numbers. If we're going to start talking economy game as well, this has been very good for Fnatic. We're starting to look at a very commanding scoreline. And this is the Fnatic that we theorized could have made an appearance.
The only Funko Pops, I don't know.
Right? We didn't know if we're going to get the Fnatic who looks a bit weird, and we don't know if they're going to bring out everything, but so far, this is now putting all that pressure to Vision Strikers to adjust and make that next step.
I'm not seeing any magic from Fnatic here. It's just fundamentally flawless. Like, what they're doing right now in terms of territory control, as you noted, and again, the protocol's in place, pressure towards B, there's already somebody pushing through A, there's this setup towards under kitchen just to address any sort of threat that comes through from Tube. It's actually fantastic. Just sit and watch the mini-map in some of these rounds, honestly.
Show me the adjustments now, Vision Strikers. Show me why you hold such high regard here. Everyone looks at you as one of the strongest teams. You've got to find that next layer now, because as it stands, Fnatic are just dragging this game forward. A calm start for them. Testing both sides of the map, kind of the standard approach that we've seen, but we haven't seen over-aggression yet from Fnatic either. They haven't been going on those aggressive plays.
I mean, we're at round 6 now, and Vision Strikers' first ultimate cycle just about completing. Now they've got Hunter's Fury, Rez.
I keep forgetting to roll ads during breaks. I'm fucking up bad. You guys keep getting ads in the middle of games because I forget to roll them during breaks. So I need to start rolling ads not in breaks, so that my auto ad thing. Or wait, did I say that right? Whatever, you know what I mean.
freebie actually on the top there versus that. Yep, res will come through. They force their way through here.
Yeah, having to respect that fall away, the KO utility doing exactly what is required of it, but this will at least facilitate the
Why are they
spike plant. The Boast is somehow finding
pushing
bugs.
so far?
I don't know if that was a necessary pickup there. A little maybe overstep on that one, but regardless, we look at what's in front of us now. A 4v4 post plant, but even numbers this time.
What was the point of Vision Strikers doing that? I don't know.
Vision Strikers have, but look at Durka. Once again,
Oh, they lost. Vision Strikers lost. All good. Wait, he has ult. We're fine. Wait, did he get his ult from that kill or did he have it? I'm not sure. Let's go. They're back. I wonder if he got his ult from that kill or not.
Unless Doma could do something dirty, not this time. Vision Strikers finally get on the board.
Casualties to get their first round up there. Again, 10-1 right now.
Oh, he already had it? Okay.
He had a very, very impressive performance individually.
That would have been sick if he got it from the kill.
On this map. Now on to the operator. So, again, a different set of obstacles, early round protocols that Vision Strikers have to adjust to. Two ultimates invested. They do now have the Blade Storm online, the Viper's Pit as well.
You know what'd be cool? A barrier.
Let's talk mind games a bit here, right?
Think Reinhardt, but not for bullets. Think Reinhardt for util. Being able to like shield goes up and then like Viper like orbs and Viper like snake bites and shock darts just go and they just disintegrate.
No drone invested here, so they've spotted the operator.
Just saying,
investing
pretty cool.
Crucial utility that obviously, technically, other than stacks as flash, they don't really have much to figure out where Durka is in the early round.
And once again, we see that similar form starting to build. 3 players towards that A site, a little bit more committed towards the site this time, though, for Fnatic. This is different from them. You can see them playing in front of 410. It's going to be Doma. Swing from Boaster. Good combination, but a better trade comes back out. But then there's Magnum. Trade comes back in from Vision Strikers 2v2 now, but it's the flank coming out in. Now you've heard the ult get popped. They've got a little bit of cover to play under, and Durka, his vision, he can't see it for now.
Watson, but from Ape. No. Not you guys are thinking like a trophy system. No. You have to get to the position like a Sage Wall, drop it, and then it builds bottom up, and it goes. You know what I'm saying? And you can break it. Obviously. But you gotta shoot it at the bottom 5 times. No.
Vision Strikers again.
6.
Fnatic almost conditioning to be so paranoid of the flank there. Like I said, they actually fight to the death on site, which, again, the two solutions.
4 times.
Just as that plant comes through. Obviously, just after it comes through, pushed back towards spawn. But I love this swing through from Boaster again on Doma's
3.
Really nice setup on the back of the wall there.
But it is the first time we've seen them actually commit towards the fight front site. They've kind of been falling back CT. Exactly. Yeah. We've seen Fnatic kind of sit back CT, let them take the site, let the pinch come into play. This time that push-up seemed to at least... I guess it worked out better for Vision Strikers in the regard of how the round went, but it still was exceedingly close.
Actually, I mean, considering 5 rounds on the bounce, look at the purchase here from Fnatic there. Blade Storm, obviously in the hands of Durka. They're going to try and isolate RB here. He's under a lot of pressure here, but...
How did he just get... How did he get away with that? No trade, no nothing?
I mean, look at the setup here. Everybody else on Vision Strikers was so deep outside A main. No chance of that trade coming through. Now Durka will roam back towards B, anticipating a rotation, but see here, Vision Strikers will creep back towards pipes under, I guess, no pressure right now, but the Boaster once again in that same position, expecting to just try and do a little chip damage or prevent this spike from being planted for free. Do a little damage now that there's no heal. Will RB off the board.
First big intention shown now by Vision Strikers to end towards that A site. Spike being ferried through, and Boaster this time does slip towards CT, looking towards that top side of Rafters. Should at least allow for a spike plant to come down. Is there any damage to come from this, though? That is the thing. Vision Strikers should be able to now kind of dig their heels in. Don't let too much slip, but this time 3 players on the way back around. So this puts so much strain towards Marco, who's been dealing with this. He's going to hear the steps. He puts down the utility, trying to buy time.
The only one here to hold on to it. We'll find Doma initially. Magnum, the one with the rifle. He's going to head up top, see if he can...
Yes.
Here,
yes, baby.
Well.
Don't let him eco you. They're from EU, man.
Stacks deals with him.
You know what that means?
Bosa can find any damage on the way out here.
Yeah, marvelous composure from Vision Strikers in this. Yes, they lost 2 players, but
Wait, they're not from EU. Where's Fnatic from?
and we have seen Vision Strikers find a bit of an answer. Now, keep in mind
Aren't they
that
from the
was
UK?
kind of like not even a half buy really. It was
Okay, they're
Fnatic
fine.
with
Fnatic's
the
fine.
Invested. Now, for Vision Strikers though, this has to be confidence building, right? They're starting to deal with that flank. There's been a bit of a problem. They've now shown that they can at least hit that B site with diligence. They're feeling comfortable in that. And now I guess, does the pendulum swing back to Fnatic yet? Or is this still Vision Strikers needing to do this in gun rounds and kind of build that?
I mean, the problem being, ahead of this spike being planted, and obviously you can look at the...
Trust me, UK is not EU, okay?
On flank control, there's no utility for Vision Strikers to fall back on. There's nothing...
Trust
really
me. I've been to the UK
there's nothing to tell them
probably about 8 or 9 times.
They haven't kept it
I've been to EU, all over EU, probably like 60 times at this point. Trust me when I say there's a reason why EU rhymes with PU. Okay?
Rotate a little early, like we saw 3 bodies back towards A site on that hit with Bosa and Doma, peeking behind that.
That was a terrible joke, just terrible. But hey, if I made one person laugh, W.
Well, that's what the timeout. Well, before you could see Mini having a chat to the boys, maybe talking through those next options, that next layers, anything that they want to address, any maybe tells they haven't been leaning towards early. We'll see what they come back in with. But Vision Strikers know, okay, we've got them now. We've got that start that we needed. It was a little late in the day. It took a while to get there, but they found the form.
I mean, the problem now comes as well. You think about it from Vision Strikers, and I'm thinking about that round Durkers with the operator towards B main.
Yep.
Again, I think it's Buzz and Lackey that show presence, and straight away they fall off. There's no secrets about it. It's like,
I could love that joke.
Do you know what I mean? It's so now obviously Vision Strikers can potentially explore mid a little bit. You know, leave one trailing behind, because I think actually you tuck into a spot, you're going to farm on that flank if Fnatic keeps sending bodies that way.
Okay. And an aggressive beginning, maybe? It looks... Durkers there just to kind of back him up. They're aware of this, though. I don't think they're going to commit much past this line. So Orb is recovered for Bosta.
Spike retrieved.
And a patient beginning for Vision Strikers once again, going through their traditional kind of protocols that we've now seen in multitudes of rounds.
Yeah, I haven't kept an eye on it, but Doma playing outside kids, again, do have the benefit of the turret in there. You know, no real need to invest the wall. But whether or not Vision Strikers, like I said, now start exploring mid a little bit. The drone actually going to be the catalyst for Mystic to pop that Viper's pit.
Okay. Would it...
It's just to reinforce this hold on B site.
And I love this.
Never mind.
Again, no secrets here.
You could tell that this is pre-planned, actually. You could tell that that Viper ult was going to come no matter what. As long as there was a little bit of presence, because look where this Killjoy fucking thing is. I think that Killjoy thing was there before the wall went up. Or the whatever, ult.
He still wants to linger around on this. Could be in danger, though. Has to keep peeling away now.
Bosa keeps his drone so late, and
it's
always
yeah, I think it was up there.
Contact elsewhere. 10 seconds pass, he invests it and finds everything they need to on A site. Strikers will
send them home.
Spike planted.
Again, now they're going to try and reset away. They want to address this flank now. They want bodies back on their side of the site to hold on to this.
But look at Fnatic. With that ult popped, you know that already Mystic's going to be later on this rotation anyway, and they don't have that same presence on the flank just yet. This is a new-looking retake coming back in from Fnatic. Already Magnum going to be the one first to step towards the side. Needs to try and take down that backline. You've got Stacks waiting patiently. You've got Buzz right there.
Us Americans feel the same way about Cali. Let it drift away. I think you confuse Cali with Florida.
Trying to draw out that utility, but Bosa does find Buzz. Going to push himself forward. The showman himself can't quite make it happen as Marco is on it, and now we trade out to just
they won.
Fnatic alive. But time.
Let's go.
On their side.
It's unfortunate. Again, this is the sort of round that you think with this composition, there's so many opportunities for, I mean, Vision Strikers just on numbers alone have the ability to buy like 18 seconds in this utility, right? And again, the wall being available late, already noted about that not being invested towards Tube. The concern now is, again, if this is the plan, Fnatic still kind of made Vision Strikers sweat here. Again, they push in, they find kills pretty early on. Like I said, it's just... It's a scrappy investment of utility to... It doesn't feel comfortable.
No way Cali is its own world. Well, technically, a lot of... It's interesting how a lot of the U.S. is its own world, right? So many different states. are on just so many different pages. It's kind of cool when you think about it. Like, think about how different everybody is
so far, it looks like a damn good game
in the U.S.
It's
fucking weird.
I love the
weird.
ability to see that these guys took that time out, addressed the issues, and come back in and looked incredible. But Durka's going walkabouts and he's lost. So Stacks there, beautiful catch, and once again the patience paying off.
I'm not sure this is the adjustment you want to see from Fnatic as well. Like, you don't want to see them go, again, res available. What's the value here? Again, Boast has been fantastic with his utility so far, so I'm not sure what the confirmation is there. What the
a bit like EU, I guess. Yeah, true, true. It's just weird. The weird part about it is
now, actually,
what makes it different from EU is that we're all speaking English.
Strikers will drift towards B.
Yet somehow we're so different. It's more closer to UK. You know, the UK's not huge, but like. It's just so different. It's just all the people vary so much. You know what I mean? They're all speaking the same language, but not really at the same time. You know, can't understand some people in some states.
Looking a little more sheepish to go for this.
Same with like the UK. All their lingo is so different.
And again, with Stacks' ult,
weird.
It's difficult
fucking
for
weird.
and Mystic to even contest that coming through again. Completely suppressed. No possibility of mollies or the smoke coming up. There's really not much for them to do at all.
Go, baby.
3 members of Fnatic going to opt to hold on to their weapons. The Strikers will actually tie things up. It's 5-0. It's 5-5. Vision Strikers adjusting accordingly. Honestly, I feel like they've probably learned a lot more from these first few rounds than Fnatic did in terms of, I guess, indications or tendencies and whatnot. Because, like I said, that seems
Would you
like
say the same thing about Canada? Nah. Canada sucks. Nobody lives there.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just Durka saying, let me try something. I don't know if it was a coach call or...
Potentially Vision Strikers showing the early presence deep on B as opposed to on A. That Durka thinks, actually, if I push through, we found RB previously. There was no trade there. There was nobody behind him. Can I find one kill like that again? But it's a little deeper than I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's see if he goes for it again, though. Man's on a mission to explore, and Buzz now knows it, but he's not on his own here. He's got support. Durka is not on the island alone. Not necessarily shipwrecked just yet. Larkia trying to get that jump peak just to ensure no one's going beyond that line that they've drawn. A bit of denial of information as Durka only showing his presence and attendance once again. But they're willing to fight this one, Vision Strikers. They're not completely sitting back here.
Durka happy to contest it as well. As Fury comes through from pretty deep. Whether or not Durka's going to try and follow up on this.
If Canada didn't suck, would Shroud live there?
Instant rotation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What? I don't know. Like, what? I wouldn't live somewhere that sucks. That would suck.
Window of opportunity to find space.
Wall goes up. They still need to be careful just in case someone's ratting away somewhere, but that's not the case at all. And actually, Buzz looking to try and get a little cheeky with it. See if he can catch someone out of place, but no one's offering anything up right now. Spike is going to be planted. Wall's there to facilitate, and now Durka looks for that opportunity himself. Once again, no.
You ever touch your toes and feel like, wow?
Wall now gets broken though. But Durka,
kind of weird.
HP 10 is all he's
you know?
To play with here.
My toes are weird.
Stacks
or toe fingers, whatever you want to call them.
This buying time here. Fnatic still got numbers. Come through. Actually, RB finds Magnum on the push.
Yeah, and
another one as well.
Yo, Fnatic. You guys asleep?
Gets the third, can fall away from this.
Because it's looking like it.
The only man alive, and I think he knows this one is done.
Oh, almost.
Stacks! Right in the face.
Both are trying to replicate a knife kill once again. NT, we respect those.
They do, you know, don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah, I think that's how the saying goes.
I think so. Yeah. Didn't look great there, did it?
But another round where that one felt a little more comfortable in terms of, I guess, Vision Strikers hold. And obviously, I mean, the big thing, Boaster once again has the Owl drone available ahead of that plant coming through. It gets denied ultimately by Stacks having his ability
I suck my own toes. You can't do that. You just can't. Nobody can. Try it right now. Try to suck your own toes. You're not going to make it. You think people bend that way? No, no, no.
3 rifles if you call a Guardian and Bulldog.
Not us. Not us gamers.
Oh, Marco. I feel like Durka's about to get done. Look at the damage on the way back through.
Trade-off, actually, yeah.
Dirk a little worse for it, but he does have at least the ability to get himself topped back up to a decent amount of HP. Falls away from this, but they're trying to poke and prod into this Vision Striker's side, but this default is really showing its validity here.
Indeed.
XQC does. I said gamers, man, not us gamers.
A little further away from sight, just to rely on that. But lucky with the Hunter's Fury, it can't be the be-all and end-all for Fnatic in this retake. Until he's dealt with, and actually Magnum will be suppressed there. Actually, he's got to pull right back. This.
You cast that Master Chef last night though on XQC's channel. I did. Good ending. Hannah swears we saw that episode though. I don't think so.
Takes out Marco, but while all this happens, the spike is down. Time is favorable to Vision Strikers here. Poster.
The timing on that.
The timing. How has he gone away with this? Larkia gonna take a face full of it, but Stax has got his number. Stax is just beating down Boaster right now. And already, yes, the ult's invested. RB plays.
Oh, dink dink.
Swings so perfectly, but it Stacks now in the 1v2.
He lost.
Diffuse now coming.
That's why you gotta have a lineup, man.
He's gonna try and sit this as best he can.
Wait. We're good. Imagine having a lineup from back where you can't get killjoyed.
Keep this one as even as
Wouldn't that be nice?
Now 6-6.
Wow. I mean, again, this was always going to be a close fought battle, but with how that started to the midway through
Jennifer didn't deserve it.
Rounds, what an ending here. And actually, RB completely
what do you mean?
Just ahead of this lockdown here.
She was killing the game. She had like one bad episode, one bad run.
I'm still conscious of that flank, and like I said,
the rest were dubs.
Fnatic's conditioning of making them so paranoid of that.
Yeah, that was a resounding answer back from Vision Strikers, though. It was, what, 5 on the trot for Fnatic, but the answer was loud from Vision Strikers for this first half.
Well, you know, Pansy and Hypox said it there. This doesn't feel like a group stage game. It almost feels like a playoffs knockout stage, but nothing separates these two teams right now.
Not at all, and it felt like Fnatic were going to run away with that first half. Incredible defensive setup there.
She could have lost the second episode. Yeah, but there's like fucking 50 people.
Flanks, every time they
people way worse
to a double or triple flank, they actually lost the round. They couldn't get a retake. That's when Vision Strikers had their number. So it's almost like Fnatic was like, we got a thing that works, gave it up, and then all of a sudden they lost the lead. So 6-6 the half, not too bad.
Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it absolutely could have been. I was sweating a little bit at the beginning, but they managed to run it back 6-6. You know, for Icebox, that's a little bit concerning for Vision Strikers getting ready to flip sides, though. Fnatic very well still could walk away with this one. I like, though, that I'm kind of coming around on the KO a little bit more here from Stax. The post-plant setups with this are looking really, really nice. I was definitely shocked because they've never run this before. I'm not necessarily fully a believer in this, and I think that this might be an Icebox only pick, but we're seeing some neat stuff from it.
The defense side is going to be interesting to see what other stuff they have from the KO. I mean, we saw some lineups, we saw executes that kind of ran around Stacks there, but I really quickly want to talk about Durka, you know, coming into this tournament. A lot of people were really critical of him. I saw a take, I believe this was Platch, I'm going to call them out again. I believe there was a narrative that he was the worst duelist in this group.
Who said that? Who said that? Get him up here.
And I think he probably isn't. He probably isn't the worst. Yeah.
Not at all. My God, was he hitting his shots. And not only that, he would even commit after his presence was detected. He would commit to the gunfights, sure that his positioning was the valuable and the most dominant positioning, especially when he pushed up aggressive over towards A. And, of course, his buddy and Boaster are holding down the site.
So apparently there's a new controversy that VK used the camera spot that was banned before.
Pick. We know when he pulled out the blade storm,
oh,
he did.
God.
Wow.
They're going to try to overturn the Vivo DQ shit? What's happening now?
I guess a little bit of it in defense maybe of my colleagues, if it was Platchat who said that. Being the worst duelist in this group of death is not even necessarily that much of a slight against him.
Yeah.
There are some incredible players, obviously given full senses, a little bit of a stumble in their first series versus Vision Strikers. He's definitely not the worst. He's putting up some fantastic numbers so far.
Well, let's see if he can carry on doing that into the second half. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Let's get back into things. I need to see how this game unfolds because it couldn't have been closer. Both these teams going on some absolute mad tears. But the question is it enough now to weather the next half coming in? Dirk is straight away.
You don't want people to put a cam there, fix it? That is that is some fucking bullshit, by the way. The people that say that shit. They say that shit in New World too. You know how fucking hard fixing a bug can be?
cause some problems for Vision Strike.
Like, for example, okay,
you can see the adjustment
everyone's talking about Icarus because it's launching today. Dean, who's a dev of the game, was streaming before making sure the game's going to launch fairly well, blah, blah, blah. He was streaming before it launched today. I think it's launching in like 4 hours. And he was like, trust me, there's a lot of known bugs that we know about. So we know about them. Game's coming out. They will be fixed. You know, maybe a couple days, maybe a week.
45 seconds left on the clock.
Dev life, baby. And that is the dev life. Like, you can't just fucking snap your fingers and fix everything. That shit takes so fucking long. And sometimes you just gotta deal with the problems and they gotta sit there. They just gotta sit there and sit there and sit there until they get fixed. And they will, eventually. It just takes a long ass time. Games are gonna come out with bugs. Games are gonna have bugs. Till the end of fucking time. They're never gonna be perfect. You work around it as best as you can.
He's still going to thrive against Mystic. We're down to just Doma, and it's all falling to pieces, Vision Strikers.
Wow.
What a way to handle Fnatic's pressure.
I love that little set piece from Fnatic. Honestly, that first kill buzz onto Durka is probably the whole thing.
And then, yeah, you think you fixed the bug.
Round down.
It's just like fucking, it's even just like troubleshooting your computer. You think you fixed something, and you find out what you fixed didn't work. It didn't actually do anything. You just thought you fixed it. Because, hey, it's working now. And then a month goes by, and then that issue comes back, and you're like, fuck. Did we break it, or did we not fix it in the first place? That same shit's going to happen in the dev world, too. Similar issues that you do troubleshooting your fucking washer, your dryer, whatever the hell you guys fucking troubleshoot and fix yourselves. Everything, I think. I think most people these days fix everything themselves.
Prove me wrong. I'm down to be proven wrong.
2 thumbs up for you guys, you fixers out there.
Solid, but this should be, as we always say, clean for Vision Strike. Is that what we look at? Keeping as many players alive. And as it stands, that is exactly the case. They've done exceedingly well here. No overstepping, no giving away. Yes, Dirk is still alive, so there could be something. Keep in mind.
This is getting a little scary right now, but it's okay. It's gun round, gun reverse bonus.
They never looked like they broke a sweat.
Again, initially, Fnatic find the first blood there. It's a miracle, but holding pretty deep. And again, the setup, actually, the Viper utility making it pretty awkward for Fnatic to even open some sight lines there. First buy round comes through. And whether or not Vision Strikers make any attempt to capitalize on these SMGs, it's not looking as if that's the case right now. And again, I look towards Buzz and see his positioning. Might just play close contact here alongside Stacks. And Fnatic slow in their approach initially as well. Just, I mean, actually, almost anticipating a little aggression here, but
hey,
Striker's not going to show that.
Fix games like before release, like the old days. That just doesn't. That's not how that works.
Yep, it's not a bad shout. And if anything, you just hold it deep.
It's impossible. That is impossible. You think old games released perfectly? Fuck no, they didn't. Hell no. Absolutely not. They never released perfectly.
And if anything, they can maybe confirm something here. As you can see, Lakia's Recon Bolt back online now, just waiting on Stacks' utility as well. And actually, Lakia finds Mystic through the poison orb in mid. Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice to be able to get away with that sort of thing. Flash through the wall, and away we go. They push right on in. I like that concept. Beautiful. But so does Magnum. Still good for 2. And Buzz looking for another victim. I think he just saw a pixel out.
Think about how much easier and less complex games were back in the day to make, and how many issues they still had. Now take that complexity and crank it up fucking 100 times. That's what we're working with now.
Spike yet to be planted. But is there a gateway, a window, a chance? It doesn't look like it is. Slowly but surely being closed by Fnatic. Boaster wanting to deal with it, and he has. Boaster shut it down.
And 3 survive as well. Crucial here on Fnatic's first purchase. Durka a little further away from the Bladestorm than you'd maybe like, considering that I don't think the purchase is going to be comfortable here. But a couple of armors needing repurchasing. Again, I love the setup here from...
Not perfect, but not complete trash and unplayable with game-breaking bugs.
Really shut that down.
There were tons of game-breaking bugs. Tons. In almost every game you're probably thinking of back in the day. Just because you didn't experience them doesn't mean they're not there.
It does have the opportunity to flip back over to light armor, but actually find a Phantom as well.
I didn't pay attention to that round, but I'm glad Fnatic won it. So the game gets a little... Ooh. What a read. What a read. They've seen that strat before, I think.
It's the smoker, it's the one.
I think he was just spamming.
Oh, they're just
all this information now.
This is horrible. This is really horrible for Fnatic, but for Vision Strikers, you know they're grinning on this one internally, just knowing they've done it. And RB wants to just really make
Tens of bugs?
It's going to be relatively clear. You can see both.
Tens of bugs. I like that. I like that. I might give that guy a sub.
Hey, he ain't here. Get ready towards A, maybe. Be careful.
What's left for Fnatic to make use of here? Still don't have Doma's wall. Both all dart backside, but nothing really confirmed on the back of that other than it being destroyed. Slow an approach once again. Fnatic have to be so cautious here without the use of smokes or anything on the way in to hard clear all these close angles. There's 3 bodies from Vision Strikers behind this.
And we talk about utility. Vision Striker is excellent at keeping a late game, still managed to chip away and just...
You find a kill on the mid lurk? Yeah, he did. That sucks. That mid lurk could have been huge. I think that was a timing find as well. He found that timing on that mid lurk, which just forced them to save. That was they put everything into that mid lurk. It almost worked, dude. Look where he died.
Great diligence playing through. At the moment, though, just keeping the rifles is the name of the game, and it becomes a money game at this point. You want to try and keep that purchase going forward.
Again, Dirk and No Blade Storm to fall back on here. 2 shield purchases required as well. I think I saw Dome obviously utilizes heal, so in a weird position here again. Yeah.
30 seconds
I mean, that's it, but it must be nice. If you can pick one up every round like that, then it's going to be pretty difficult.
Tech pause. Whoa, hold up. What's happening? Everybody freak out.
That we're seeing in these rounds from Fnatic. Pause coming through, and again, what I want to see Fnatic.
Let's go gift this guy a sub real quick.
Most of that 30-second period I'm talking about,
because he made me laugh. And if you made me laugh,
tools are on cooldown. Fnatic need to make use
I
of
consider
that.
it.
I think as soon as Vision
oh God, I forgot his name.
They can get some confirmation at that kind of 45 second to 60 second mark.
What was his name?
It's really difficult to then hit a rotation, completely explore a new site altogether. That's when I want to see Fnatic dig a little deeper.
Yeah, and just for those playing along at home, tech pause coming in is for, I think, a monitor. So hopefully it doesn't take too long at worst. Switch it out. So I feel like this is starting.
Yo, whoever that was, say it was me real quick. I remember most of your name, but not all of it, so I'll know. So whoever said that,
the Vision Strikers can adjust well. They can identify as there is a problem, and they can adjust to it. We saw that in the first half. We saw it in abundance. Now, to me, though, I'm worried that the Reigns are going to be too far away from Fnatic to regain this pace.
But I don't see on their attacking side is that comfort. You can't see the checklist,
Jeremy.
You can't see the protocols that Fnatic go through. It's like they believe something, they confirm it with utility or with a push through to one side of the map. You don't see any of that here. It's because they're drifting back and forth a little bit. This default slowly pushing towards A. It's just not a lot gained on the back of it. Like I said, a couple of unfortunate situations in terms
of... I found it.
Like you're finding freebies. Like I said, you can't really avoid that, but where's the contingency behind that? Like I said, on defense, it's a list that happens. It's sequential for Fnatic when they take a contact, Boaster drifts back towards rafters, he'll play shock darts, he'll maybe buy an extra 3 to 5 seconds on that rotation. You don't see any
I'm surprised I still have money in my PayPal. Let's go.
I just
Fuck
look
yeah.
at the overall
Thought I went
concept in my mind. I feel like Vision Strikers have kind of kept an incredibly high level leading into this, right? Like, I think even coming into this event, people, as said, thinking they're still on an upward trajectory. I think they're still
I would never have guessed you had any in there.
Had the same, I guess,
what the hell, Jordan?
Had, who I do believe there is a timeout coming in for now.
Scared the shit out of me. How'd you get in here?
How'd I get in here?
What the hell? I didn't even know I was in a Discord. What's going on?
Go ahead.
I was going to say that's important.
I just entered your headset.
That was fucking weird.
Again, it needs to be on the back of a couple of rounds where I don't want to say they're walking through them, but they need to be
Have
more
full
comfortable.
access to all of your devices.
Control, right?
But the question is, do they have that yet? If they've had to reinvent themselves now,
Instead of saying Alexa, I say Jordan.
Yeah. It's currently 69 degrees in my house right now. Like, you're gonna want to warm that.
They know what they're up to. They look confident enough to bring it back, even after being down 5 rounds. Address it, turn it around, no problem.
I'm just getting emails and shit done. I figured I'd come in here, talk a little shit, go AFK, the normal.
It's not like they look completely different.
I believe
But
it.
it's that loss of familiarity with protocols. It's that loss of, okay, well, we've got this to look to, this to look to. That comfort does get removed.
I'm seeing a Vision Strikers dub here. I don't know.
Some of the games and get that confidence under your belt playing it out. And you have to
I haven't been paying enough attention to Vision Strikers to really have
I rolled
a
an
feel
ad
for
in the
confidence in the squad. They seem like they're confident though. Like, I watch a couple rounds, these guys are just flying around.
You know what's deeper than I guess the variation beyond that pistol round setup from Vision Strikers, and now it's almost like if you want to explore those again. If you lose Mystic through a smoke in mid, there's an extra round you have to throw into the mix, and a buy that then falls away, and it becomes really, really difficult. Potential for maybe a little set piece towards B, but it's only Doma that's going to be noted. So again, no adjustment required by Vision Strikers necessarily. It's 2-2-1 with Marco being the solo player towards A right now. This looks like around that, actually, like I said, Fnatic might actually explore mid, might actually explore towards, you know, the backside.
You just sitting that slow if it hits you? Find the crate? Like, fuck it? Or do you have to respect it because the one time a drone comes in?
But now he's been noted, tries to fall away.
I think you-
He has lost his support though. Stacks gets picked
I mean,
up
I
in
think
the
you
meantime.
would see it coming, right? They've thrown it so many times that, like, you just move before it lands. It's pretty loud flying through the air, too.
I was just thinking, like, you could potentially stay, like, between the two crates and just have someone fucking
Yeah,
bait
I
for
mean,
you.
if you have a teammate.
You just go full judge mode.
Man, they haven't pulled off a successful lurk yet, which blows, but whoa, hey. We got a gamer. His name's Doma.
He's gonna have to try and find both, close that gap somehow.
He's got to win this one versus Durko. Initially, he's holding close contact.
Oh,
here.
Magnum.
Does have his dash, so he can.
A couple seconds behind you, I guess.
Like might set up a little bit.
Wait, what are you watching?
Marco creeping closer and closer.
Are you watching me?
Doma finds his fourth and
No, I'm watching Valorant.
on
Oh.
board now.
How are you so far? What?
What time are you at right now?
I mean, it's the next round.
Anymore.
27, 26.
Individuals to start finding a bit of confidence. Doma
Yeah, I
is
guess
one
I'll
of them as
refresh.
well.
There you go.
That's crazy. You were like,
I was literally,
20
yeah.
seconds behind, I think.
I was like at least 15. Yeah,
That's crazy.
I had never refreshed the Valorant feed
When I
from
look
this
at
morning.
Doma as well, he's just that berserker player, right? Just cleaves them down.
That doesn't even happen. I don't even understand that from like a programming sense. How it just is like, was I always behind, or was it just like I lost a second every minute?
Yeah, maybe you lost. Yeah, maybe just like little micro stutters, little buffers, maybe when you were paying attention.
Hey, I mean, I was talking about now with some of these rounds where Fnatic have to, you know, overcome completely new obstacles. Throw an operator in the mix for good measure. Why not? Bladestorm available as well. Like, yeah, I guess just on information duty alone here.
What time of the round are you at right now?
20, 19, 18.
Wait and see
Yeah.
now.
17.
It's Fnatic at 5, stacked up towards A right now, and looking.
KO
close to
flashes
an
are
all in
nostalgic
pieces.
always.
You could probably expect here. Mystic one away from the ult. Magnum. one
Like
away
whenever
from
I
his
see
ult
someone
as
getting
well.
close to a corner and then the KO's behind them, I'm just like, oh yeah, pop flash. They're fucking going.
Pieces of Boaster actually spotted that. I don't know if that's what you saw him. Yeah, they're going to now swarm out of this corner, but
Oh my god.
yeah, Buzz kept honest for the time being as well. Has to fall behind that Viper wall here, but Magnum over the top again.
That wall with that little one way.
This is lovely work from Magnum, finding stacks on an island after Buzz was forced to fall away. Now ult's being invested basically on either side. You can see it. Now Doma the Berserker on top, going to try and push himself a little further towards the side, get that spike down while he knows he's got the safety around him. And now we look at
Yeah, I actually think when you do that wall,
looking exceedingly strong at
it's
it.
better to move it more on the right
I don't think
side.
you're going to see anything.
Nope.
Like the front of 410.
Respecting this setup, it
Yeah, because, well, not your front, I guess. Yeah, further.
Yeah, towards T side.
Yeah. Like on that end.
Because then if they're on top 410, they're just
You don't get
they're
that-
either in the
yeah.
open or they're in the normal hiding spot ducking.
The only downside is that you don't get the wall on top of screens, so they can shoot your feet if they're on top 410. That's the only downside if you back it up, but I guess if you're just aware of that,
it's
fine.
that smart approach, playing for the long run when you still have a round in the pocket. But hey, we were saying, do we see Fnatic have that depth? And they've shown they.
I mean, it seemed like the KJ made he just like fucking flew in there. So I wonder what the sound cues are like there. I don't know.
No,
I guess if you like silent drop, but he seemed like he just flew across the rope and just went up top.
I almost want to see him.
They're probably all calming and the fucking abilities. I don't know.
Maybe just try and find that first blood. But again, I think it comes back. It comes back to that respect factor, right? I think Vision Strikers just means they don't assume there's a weak point of default. It's 2 or 3 people stacked up. It's never really a play for the extremities on the side of Fnatic, and I think Vision Strikers read that well.
And these two, you're going to expect them to run the timeouts as much as they can. And this is quick from Vision Strikers. This isn't letting Fnatic get 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, you know, in the pocket, really start taking the lead away. No, this is after, what, 2 rounds that they've been able to finally answer back just before they potentially close that scoreline in. This is a quick timeout being called here from the coach coming through. So maybe time to just keep in mind, okay, what's changed in the last few? How do we keep up to that? How do we address this? Where do you want to bring that up into play? Plenty of things that they can now start talking through themselves.
Go make some brekkie.
Hell yeah.
For Buzz to go exploring a little bit. And again, it's difficult in this scenario because I think now Fnatic ultimately have the upper hand. They've shown a little presence towards B now. They've shown a little more aggression, I guess a little ferocity in terms of the execution now. I'm thinking back to Doma's play over the top of that box here. It's a little scrappier than maybe Vision Strikers are expecting. They're seemingly caught completely off guard by it, but now, as you do see, Buzz rotate across towards B main, and Fnatic lent that way initially, at least in the buy phase. Mystic gonna roll the dice. Looks like he might walk mid again, Lauren.
They don't have armrests.
You love to see it.
Yeah, armrests suck. You don't really want them.
You love to see it.
I really don't want to see another one though.
Unless they go.
No.
Unless they go low enough.
Weird.
I guess.
He throws a smoke and runs
But
the other way.
Not all of them do.
I'm liking what we're seeing here already.
Is that 4 confirmed on the back of that? I think
it's got to be. Look how close they were towards this. Buzz still going to be sitting around though over towards Yellow. You're going to see him trying to play this out. What can he get done with that op? It's finally in play. Maybe this is his moment to do something to deny Fnatic, to try and take this scoreline away from them again. He's still alive and he's still got a pixel to play with. But it
Those
looks like
damn jiggles, man. He's so dead. He's so fucking dead. Oh my god, I thought someone was going to punish him there.
Viability in that round, so has to fall on back. Wait, and so Fnatic. Taking a second. Pause for thought. Didn't over cook the pot on this one.
I'm just waiting for this toxin to build back up. Give them.
I mean, armrests are good for chilling, but they're not good for gaming because you want to find the exact you want to be as perfect as you can be to the table, right? And sometimes armrests get in the way of that. But if they don't get in the way of that, that's fine. You know, it's whatever. But you don't use armrests when gaming. If you use armrests when gaming, that's bad. That is a no-no. Don't do that.
On the side of Vision Strikers.
And Buzz has been
That shit'll fuck you up.
so much at this point. He's been forced away. Utility work from Fnatic has been lovely to watch. They've really made him just completely lost in this. He's not found a pick that could work him at all. So, a 5v5 retake coming out for Vision Strikers. This time they look like they want to commit to this one. And away we go. Buzz first man in, but it's Durka to greet him with a smile, and already Doma, the next one in line. And the Berserker is looking good with a play, but it's Durka putting on
Oh, baby.
Oh my god. That was quick. That was quick. Wow. Again, Vision Strikers stacked up, man. They're trying to find strength in unity almost, but it just doesn't work. Durka picks them apart at the first hurdle.
And Fnatic don't sit back. They don't let them get that aggress onto them like Vision Strikers would have wanted. Maybe get a little fire building. No, look at this fight back. Durka and Doma.
You just don't want to use armrest because you're going to you might not think it, but you're subconsciously thinking about putting your elbows on your armrest. And that is not good. That's not good for your posture. It's not good for your fucking elbows. Just sit there, be straight, have your fucking arms on the table, and not straight or like this. You know what I mean? You don't want to be putting that weight of your elbows on your armrest when you're gaming 10 fucking hours. Like if you're chilling You know, you do this, whatever, from time to time. That's fine, but you don't want to be sitting there with all that weight. And it might not seem like a lot of weight because it's not, but it adds up.
I think maybe on the back of confirmation of presence here. Yeah, as soon as the owl drone comes through, you can see that creep towards mid, but Alarm Bot going to give them away. Mystic actually playing underneath belt as well. Magnum actually going to open things up once again. Stacks will fall.
Oh, he almost got 3, dude. Out in sick.
Where did he just pull them out of? Buzz just light years ahead of them. But still, the issue is there's 3 rifles here. We've got plenty still to play with, but he has at least slowed the roll, right? Like, they forced Fnatic.
What if they're level with the table? No.
They got some belief in this
No, that doesn't matter. Your elbows shouldn't be resting on something. You also lose some range of motion if that's what you're looking for. You know?
Pause there again. Stacks 11 HP, no chance of him pushing through, but there's 10 seconds left here.
Time. How the hell are they going to do this? Stacks can do so much damage in this one. 5 seconds now. Stacks 11 HP. Has to deal with a full HP Durka. Time is everything!
No way, man. What? Again, I don't understand why Stacks isn't just bailing. Getting the hell out of dodge there. Wow. There's a second where I think, oh my, don't wall off. Don't wall off for the res. What are you doing? There's only 10 seconds left. Fnatic claw their way back into this round. Mystic, again, seemingly on the best lurk, actually, the Fnatic have found. And shutting that one down.
He knows.
Yeah.
Absolutely knows it. That's a gutting round for Stacks.
It's tough again.
All right, chat. I've just been informed that I am getting off after this game. I apologize, but
that is going to be one that stings because they could have genuinely turned that round.
I direct your attention to XQC's tweet, and I move on. Let's continue watching the rest of this map.
The ult economy, something we haven't really even lent towards here. It's just been cycling through. Neither really thriving in this round anyway, but let's see what Fnatic have up the sleeve, and if Vision Strikers can just finally shut them down for a second now.
Yeah. It's not a bug. Mystic is in spawn. All the way at the top of the ramp, so...
What do you mean you've been informed? I haven't actually been informed. It's just I made a decision. I said fuck it. We were asked by XQC and Adept to do something, and a bunch of people are going to be there. I think. Never mind. I don't want to say it anymore, just because it's his thing. It's XQC's thing. Don't want to say it anymore. But anyway, gonna do that.
Fnatic once again looked. Magnum having real problems with that recon bolt for a moment.
They have peeled players away though. They did lean back towards B for a second, but yeah, this is now going to be the call. RB's walking it himself, and actually the timing could be correct. Boaster is now looking like he's going to be chopped liver, going to go down. Comfy pick up there for RB, can slip away into the night as well. But by now the B site is going to be the destination for Fnatic. You can see Marco has been here patiently, 13 seconds. He's a late round hit. RB takes away as much of the wall as he can. Wants to try and punish on the way out. Can't catch too much, a little bit of chip damage, but it's Durka
again.
Just slippery enough to make it away as Marco desperately wanted to grab him back down.
Down to a 4v4. No flank coming through yet. The wall going to be invested and tap onto the spike initially. And actually the recon bolt's going to be huge. Marco will find Mystic. Now actually Vision Strikers look to pile on the pressure.
Magnum, last one alive. Not going to get it. Vision Strikers making it to double digits now. Showing that resilience, the information play. Boaster being caught in middle. RB on that quick hit around. Keeping control. But yeah, Fnatic really didn't like what they found towards A that round. They kind of made that, it felt like a, obviously late round adjustment, but they definitely kind of switched up towards that B piece.
Look here again, do have a comfortable purchase behind this one on the side of Fnatic. Even with Boaster yet to buy a weapon. Viper's Pit available for Marco. He's going to invest that here to allow Vision Strikers to lean a little heavier. Let's see. 5 members of Fnatic stacked up on the other side, and Marco will respect the owl drone for the time being. Well, actually, Fnatic might just force their way through here. The Viper wall invested already.
Scanning ahead.
Boaster going through the motions, but ooh, Marco.
That's a nice start.
That is
nearly gets him wallbang.
Is he investing? Oh, he is. Okay, so this is still being contested enough.
Wait,
for now,
hold on.
Forced to back away.
It gives them full control of default. Again, the snake bite will keep them off the plant for the time being, or at least pushing through towards
They've
it.
still got 50 seconds if they want to toy with other concepts, but
There's no control elsewhere, though. That's
That's
the
true.
problem if Fnatic do drift away from B.
we have seen Fnatic as well push CT. Keep in mind, they have been happy to kind of push down to where Buzz is, but that wall going to keep them locked in for now. But it's pause. Not necessarily thought, but ult. As Marco still going to be a problem to try and clear out of this corner. 25 seconds. Ult gets popped. He's forced to back away, and there's that CT swing again. Mystic this time does find Marco.
Sag.
Boast up. Watch Buzz out of the air. And now
Sag.
Stacks and RB faced.
I didn't watch that round because I had to check something really quick.
Do unthinkable things, but it's just Stacks.
What is this round?
I don't know. It's in. I'll leave you to break this one down unless Stacks can somehow dismantle Fnatic. It's looking very unlikely as he's trying to find.
XQC lost to a dresser. Wait.
But wait,
What does that mean?
rifle will stay within his clutch.
Did he tweet? When I said go to his tweet, did he tweet?
Behind that. Again, the wall almost hindering them in terms of kind of countering that Viper's pit, but
Oh, I
I
see.
don't know what happened off screen there, but it seemed like just with the flip of the switch, straight away Fnatic force through. They find Marco so quickly on the back of that. The Hunter's Fury all the way to back spawn, again, creates this kind of pocket of pressure where Fnatic are able to push through to spawn once again. I'm not sure how that fell
You said to
apart.
look at his tweet. I didn't know he tweeted that. I thought it was his other tweet.
Misplaying by staying that long behind it.
It's 12 though. 12 now for Fnatic. But it just feels like Vision Strikers are constantly so close to finding the answer. But I want to see what the money's like for Vision Strikers. These rounds have been
Worried
rough.
for it. Yeah. I'm really worried about what the purchase is going to be here. You see, this is Mystic. It's the recon bolt again that finds Marco. That's so unfortunate. Again, the problem being with the Viper's Pit, if you can't effectively deal with all that utility, the drone, the bolt, obviously if you're playing outside the ult and just trying to tick it over and make sure that it stays up. Rifles across the board for Vision Strikers.
Utility missing though.
Yeah, a couple of gaps in terms of the utility.
Have you rode Rise of the Resistance? Yeah, it's really good.
Here.
Fnatic slow in approach once again.
Is this about to be an
Now,
OT game?
actually,
Nah, no shot.
Back Mystic bravely.
Fnatic's too close.
Once again.
They're
Will
too
find
close to.
RB as
Oh,
well.
wait.
Buzz though. A lot of pressure on this man's shoulders if he does want to stay around this sort of spot, keep that map control in his favor. Stacks knows that he's getting more and more isolated here. This map's looking a little diced up, doesn't it? Now Magnum, the timing's everything. Lark here is completely unaware. Audio cue will be heard. Mystic! Oh, the turn of events as Stacks does get Mystic, and now the turn from Fnatic. Looking right back around.
Do they know he's here?
Magnum being pushed up.
Yeah, they do, right? Yeah.
Rotations. They have free and safe passage towards the A site, and it's all because of Magnum's positioning right now. He's keeping them all locked in.
This is actually devastating for Vision Strikers because Magnum's here. Again, if you can just find what he spotted out pretty early on.
Time.
Ahead of this plant. And again, you're absolutely right.
What?
He's trying to buy time, but he's picked off here.
What are you doing, brother? Just waste their time. Just sit there and get your one.
Durka and Boaster. The brains and brawn of Fnatic. Boaster, though, takes the swing, takes the life of Buzz. Once another can't get it, Stacks denied.
Why is he fighting alone? Boaster, what are you doing? Dude, what is this round? This is awful. They're all just doing... Oh, he's gonna win, though. He's gonna win. He's gonna fucking win. He's gonna fucking win. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. Dude, they almost threw that. For what? For content? Jesus. All right, well, I gotta go. Guys, it's been fun. I can't watch the rest of this. I encourage you to go watch people doing watch parties. You know, Tarek, Kaide, Jonas, okay, I'm blind, but anyway, go spread your wings and fly, okay? Because that's what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to raid Tarek. He is probably the best streamer on Twitch right now. Sorry. That's XQC. Second best streamer. Bye, chat.